Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, September 10th. Starting you guys off with a beautiful live now look of the sun rising over the New York City skyline. Going to be a very somber weekend out there as families, loved ones, New Yorkers, and really the entire nation will honor the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. We are going to have full coverage for you here on Live Now from Fox from 8 a.m. to 1 in the afternoon. We will plan on bringing you the readings of the names in New York City, as well as other commemoration events at the Pentagon and in Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93 unfortunately crashed into a field in rural Shanksville after being hijacked. So again, stay with us on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be joined by several guests this morning as well out of the New York area. 6:45 a.m. We will be speaking with Robert Moses out there at the 9/11 Memorial Falls. We'll also be speaking with a woman who unfortunately lost her brother in those attacks. So again, we'll have some extensive coverage ahead of this weekend here on Live Now from Fox all morning long. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, everybody, with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You'll have me for the next couple of hours before Rain Augustine hops on, and then we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. That's where Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft, they bring you all of your afternoon and evening news out there from the West Coast. And always be sure to tune into Live Now from Fox on the weekends, everybody. We are a 24/7 nonstop news operation. Rain Augustine usually starting off the show from here in Orlando before Stephanie Weaver takes over in Los Angeles, California. And like I mentioned, we will have extensive coverage of the 9/11 20th anniversary from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. You will have Rain Augustine as well as Andrew Kraft, and Stephanie Weaver will be taking over in the afternoon. I do want to give you a live now look at this beautiful shot we have right now of the New York City skyline. Again, lots of people commemorating this somber event in history. And you know, 20 years later, everybody, it's so important that people who were not around at that time know about what happened, the most deadly attack to ever take place on U.S. soil. Educators are revisiting what it means to teach those who are too young to remember the events about their significance, and Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer is reporting on how.
You'll learn to live with it. You'll never forget it.
2 decades later, and the pain is still very real for the family and friends of the nearly 3,000 victims who died in the September 11th terrorist attacks.
I don't think there's a day that goes by that I don't think about him.
But as much as it hurts to think about the events on that fateful day, remembering is an important way to prevent history from repeating itself. Experts at New York City's 9/11 Museum have spent years collecting tens of thousands of objects belonging to victims to help ensure those lost are never forgotten. But while commemorating 9/11 is important, so is teaching the history of the event to those too young to remember it. Professor Jeremy Stoddard has been studying how the attacks have been incorporated into school curriculums across the country. He notes several major themes most educators are addressing with their students.
The heroism of firefighters and police officers and other first responders, and this really notion of good versus evil.
And over in New Jersey, one high school is making 9/11 education hands-on, helping students visualize the impacts it had on the nation and the world.
When you try explaining it to young people that were not born, they really don't grasp the magnitude of it. So what I decided to do is let's mimic something where they can actually see the magnitude. And we put 2,977 flags on the front lawn of the school.
Meanwhile, experts are continuing to advocate for 9/11 lessons to be expanded on in schools to cover the events following the attacks. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
All right, everybody, here is a live now look at what we've got coming up within the next 2 hours. Like I mentioned, at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be joined by Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, who will be outside of the 9/11 memorial, talking about how the ceremony will seem a little bit more normal this year. It was different last year due to COVID-19 precautions, but he's going to explain how they are going to make this a safe event. Then at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be speaking with Dr. Mike Sirigliano for the latest COVID-19 related news. Had some big news yesterday as far as announcements from President Biden, as well as one of the nation's largest school districts requiring students be vaccinated. It is the first school district to do so. So we'll be breaking down that top coronavirus news for you there. And then at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to hear from a New York woman who's going to tell us more about her brother and his girlfriend, who unfortunately lost his life in the 9/11 attacks. He was working in the World Trade Center at that time. This is what's coming up within the next 2 hours, but you can expect for us to bring you live events in their entirety here on Live Now from Fox just a little bit later. At 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting Secretary of State Anthony Blinken to host a 9/11 commemoration event marking the 20th anniversary from the State Department out there in Washington, D.C. Then at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we are actually going to hear from Representatives Maloney, Nadler, and Garbino, and Senators Chuck Schumer and Gillibrand to call on Congress to pass the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act. Again, we have learned of so many health issues caused by, the debris and the dust and the smoke and inhalation from the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center. First responders, unfortunately, losing their lives years later. So we're going to hear from several lawmakers out in New York about calls to pass this Health Funding Correction Act. Then at 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time, we are going to hear from President Biden. He's going to be joined by First Lady Dr. Jill Biden as he visits a school in Washington, D.C. to discuss COVID precautions in classrooms. Now, that leads me on to my next story, everybody. We are going to continue on with 9/11 coverage all morning long here on Live Now from Fox, but we do have some more top stories that we want to bring to you in this morning brief. It's the stories that you may want to know about as you go ahead and start your Friday morning. Want to take you out to the White House for this next story here on Live Now from Fox, and that is because President Biden announced new vaccine requirements that will impact roughly 100 million Americans. The 6-step hardline approach by the administration is their latest move to stop the rise in COVID-19 cases. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
President Biden taking a stern tone with those who have not gotten the vaccine, with almost 140,000 new cases of COVID-19 per day.
This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you.
His newest pandemic plan has vaccination requirements that will impact about 2/3 of the workforce. All businesses with more than 100 employees will need to require vaccination or weekly negative tests. It will be mandated for all federal employees and contractors. And the president called on governors to require vaccination for all teachers and school staff.
My message to unvaccinated Americans is this: what more is there to wait for? What more do you need to see?
His plan calls for booster shots, more testing and masking. And if you refuse to wear one while flying, the fines will double.
If you break the rules, be prepared to pay.
The president said he is frustrated with the roughly 80 million unvaccinated Americans.
And a distinct minority of Americans, supported by a distinct minority of elected officials, are keeping us from turning the corner.
Republicans promising legal pushback to the new mandates. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem said she'll take the administration to court. Arizona's Governor Doug Ducey tweeting, "This dictatorial approach is wrong, un-American, and will do far more harm than good." The president said this winter won't be as bad as the last, but called the newest spike in cases a tough stretch that will last a while. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. We are going to go from Washington, D.C. out to a live now look we have right now over Los Angeles, California. Only 3:11 a.m. out there. So if you are joining us from the West Coast, you're either up really late or some call it really early. But either way, thank you so much for being with us. Well, although the COVID-19 death rate for children remains low, health officials say an alarming number of kids are now being hospitalized due to the virus. And with back to school season ramping up, the timing couldn't have been worse. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on that story, plus why thousands of students in one of the largest school districts in the country must now get vaccinated in order to attend class.
Hospitals across the country are filling up with more COVID-19 patients, and a growing number of them are young kids. Data from the Department of Health and Human Services shows Tuesday saw the highest number of pediatric hospitalizations to date, with roughly 2,400 kids receiving medical treatment for COVID-19 symptoms.
Those under 5 years of age and unvaccinated teenagers appear to be presenting, at least some of them, with a more severe acute illness.
The troubling spike is causing the Los Angeles Unified School District, the nation's second largest school district, to now require every child ages 12 and up to be vaccinated in order to attend in-person classes.
Children learn, love, and thrive best with in-person learning. And as educators, we are doing our part to make sure this remains an option to our students.
Some health officials believe measures like this are critical in helping more kids stay in the classroom and out of the ER.
Many of us, as physicians, want schools to be open. We don't want to be alarmists.
Meanwhile, over in the largest school district in the country, New York City, teachers, not students, must be vaccinated.
I want to have the right to go to work and go into a safe place where I feel safe.
And the rising trend of young COVID-19 patients doesn't seem to be slowing down. In fact, the CDC says last week, 400 children every day was hospitalized with COVID. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Kevin Cork for that report. To the bottom corner of your screen, you can see a live now look over the city of Austin, Texas. Wanted to head out to the Lone Star State for this next top story we have for you here this morning. A controversial Texas abortion law facing challenges from the Justice Department. Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing a lawsuit for the abortion law. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has more on this story.
The act is clearly unconstitutional under long-standing Supreme Court precedent.
The Justice Department is challenging Texas's new abortion law, filing a lawsuit against the state on Thursday.
This kind of scheme to nullify the Constitution of the United States is one that all Americans, whatever their politics or party, should fear.
Attorney General Merrick Garland announced earlier this week his office had been looking for ways to challenge what's known as the heartbeat bill. This after the Supreme Court declined a request by clinics to prevent the law from going into effect.
The Justice Department asked the Department of Health and Human Services to urgently take any steps, to look into what steps they have the authority to take to protect women's access to health care.
The heartbeat bill is considered the nation's most restrictive abortion law. It bans abortions once a heartbeat is detected, typically around 6 weeks. Enforcement is essentially left up to private citizens through civil lawsuits. The Biden administration faced growing pressure to take action after the Supreme Court's 5-4 decision. The majority writing that the clinics had not, quote, met their burden to prevail in an injunction or stay application.
Once they get into that abortion clinic, state law controls, and that's the Texas heartbeat law.
The Supreme Court will take up the abortion issue in a separate case this fall. A Mississippi law seeks to ban abortions after 15 weeks. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, everybody, from Texas out to a live now look we have right now from the Kabul, Afghanistan skyline. A commercial airliner with dozens of foreigners, including Americans, left the Kabul airport yesterday. It is the first large-scale evacuation flight since the U.S. completed its withdrawal from Afghanistan late last month. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Pockett has this story.
They're flying again at Kabul Airport, the first international passenger flight since the exit of U.S. troops with Americans and others on board. The Taliban sound proud.
God willing, this airport will be ready for normal flights soon.
Also sounding pleased, U.S. officials. The evacuation of Americans stalled with at least 100 still left in the country. Praise given to what has been a bloodthirsty militant group.
We had to work with some members of the Taliban to press them and to work in a business-like manner to get them out.
The Taliban not so businesslike in the northern Afghan city of Mazar-e-Sharif, where militants have blocked charter flights. As many as 1,100 at-risk people remain stranded. Like longtime U.S. military translator and special visa holder Faridun Hazin, he's fearful of returning to Kabul airport, where he's been rejected and abused by the Taliban.
I'm really afraid of the situation that if these flights are not allowed to take off, then I'll have to travel to Kabul by road or by land, which means that once again I'll take my hand and my head in my hands and tell the Taliban that you have the choice whether to kill me or let me go.
As the group consolidates control, there are fears Afghanistan could again become a safe haven for terror groups. For the U.S., it's in Taliban we trust.
I think the whole community is kind of watching to see what happens and whether or not Al-Qaeda has the ability to regenerate in Afghanistan. You know, we put the Taliban on notice that we expect for them to not allow that to happen.
And as the 20th anniversary of 9/11 approaches, those arriving in Doha seem grateful to be away from a newly threatening land.
Another flight is set for tomorrow, with 200 more scheduled to fly. The latest count from an organization concerned with evacuees, at least 80,000 at risk, remain in Afghanistan. The clock is ticking. In London, Greg Pockett, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Greg Pockett for that report. Meanwhile, a nonprofit organization in Indiana is working with the Department of Defense to bring much-needed supplies to Afghan evacuees. Let's get the latest from Fox's Mike Sullivan.
Between the boxing and the sorting, the reality can get lost that these items are essentially
They have pretty much what they left with.
the start of a new life.
They've left their country, and for all intents and purposes, they'll never go back.
The Team Rubicon organization is working with the Department of Defense, coordinating donations for Afghanistan refugee sites in the country.
We've been here over about a week now.
With Russell Hessler and part of his team sleeping here, making daily trips to nearby Camp Atterbury.
You feel for them, but you also have great hope.
While donations continue to arrive, baby diapers and formula remain major needs.
The first couple days on the base, when I was driving around, we saw a lot of idleness, let's say, and the kids not having stuff to do.
That's when toys began coming in, especially balls. Those are a welcome sight.
We can't allow objects that might harm someone else. So baseball bats are not something we can take.
At times, refugees are left with just their cell phones to pass the time, turning charging capabilities into an unexpected necessity.
Not so much the cables themselves, it's the plug-in block.
Michael Martell is an operations associate with Team Rubicon.
The next step is to start getting them, 2 days worth of clothes.
Particularly new ones. Used clothes will not be accepted and should be taken to the Salvation Army or Goodwill to reach refugees.
Mainly because of COVID concerns.
They also ask for clothing without labels.
If you're giving things out and you give somebody a higher end brand name, it could create issues if somebody gets something that's not.
The idea is to disperse items evenly, giving these refugees a fresh start. In Franklin, I'm Mike Sullivan, Fox 59 News.
All right, everybody, here is a beautiful look at the 9/11 Memorial Falls out there in New York City. Stay with us, everybody. In just about 25 minutes, we will have a live report from Fox's Robert Moses, who will be out there telling us how the ceremonies this weekend will seem a little bit more normal than last year, because obviously last year there were still very strict protocols when it came to the COVID-19 pandemic. So he will be giving us the latest there. Also, definitely want to let you know to tune in to our coverage all day long tomorrow, specifically from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Rain Augustine and Andrew Kraft will be with you here, bringing you all the live events that will commemorate 20 years since the 9/11 attacks. They will have the name readings from New York. We will also bring you live events from the Pentagon, as well as Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where Flight United 93 unfortunately crashed into a rural field out there. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories when you come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. As long as we have it, I am going to bring you this absolutely gorgeous shot of the 9/11 Memorial Falls out there where the Twin Towers once stood in Lower Manhattan. Again, stay with us, everybody, because in just about 20 minutes at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be joined by Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. Now, he's going to be live with us from outside of the 9/11 Memorial because tomorrow marks 20 years since the September 11th attacks, and this year's ceremony honoring the victims will return to the way it was in the past. So Robert Moses is going to be joining us and telling us what we can expect tomorrow. Again, we will have live coverage of this memorial event here on Live Now from Fox beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. That's when our coverage will begin from here in Orlando, Florida, with Rain Augustine. Today, coming up here on Live Now from Fox as well at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be speaking with Dr. Mike Sirigliano, breaking down President Biden's vaccine mandate that will impact 100 million Americans, or maybe even more. We're also going to be talking to him about the fact that the LA County School District is now enforcing that students get vaccinated. They are the first school district to do so. And then at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, everybody, we will be joined by a woman from New York who unfortunately lost her brother in the 9/11 attacks. He was working in the World Trade Center at the time, and very somber story to bring you here at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So that is what we're looking at for the next 2 hours. But I do want to let you know we do have some 9/11 related events coming up later in the morning here on Live Now from Fox. At 9 a.m. Eastern Time, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken will host a 9/11 commemoration ceremony marking 20 years since the 9/11 attacks from the State Department. Then at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we are also going to hear from some New York lawmakers who are calling on Congress to pass the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health and Funding Correction Act. Then at 10:20 a.m., not 9/11 related, but we will be expected to hear from President Biden. He will be joined by Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, visiting a school out in Washington, D.C., along with the Secretary of Education, Cardona. They are going to discuss COVID-19 precautions in classrooms. So again, lots to cover here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to move on with our morning brief. I do want to take you out to a Live Now look we have right now of Lakeland, Florida, and that is because we've been closely following this tragic quadruple murder here all week long here on Live Now from Fox. A chance encounter with a former Marine obsessed with delusions of child sex trafficking ultimately led to the massacre of 4 members of a Lakeland family, including a mother holding her baby boy. That is according to Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. The sheriff offered one final update yesterday on the shooting rampage that left the family dead, with the exemption of one sole survivor, an 11-year-old girl who was shot multiple times. Let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
And it was all a figment of his imagination.
A supposed mission from God sent 33-year-old Brian Riley on a crusade to rescue the fictitious Amber that he claims was a victim of sex trafficking.
Understand, and I underscore, when we make those references, there was no victims of sex crime in that house.
Deputies now know it was a friend who had invited Riley to the Lakeland neighborhood Saturday evening around 6:45 p.m. Riley came to pick up a medical kit, but on his way out of the neighborhood, he spotted 40-year-old Justice Gleason on his lawnmower.
It could have been anybody's neighborhood that was out with their children that afternoon. These just happened to be the unfortunate people that he picked on.
Riley told deputies that when Gleason told him to leave and that there was no Amber, he got very angry and started to make a plan.
Brian Riley, our suspect, our murder suspect, said, "God told me to kill everyone."
Riley went back to the house at 1 a.m. and scoped it out for over 3 hours. He found entrance points, slashed tires on their cars, and left a trail of glow sticks to lead himself and the fictitious Amber to safety. Riley would execute Gleason, Gleason's wife, her mother, and their 3-month-old child before turning his sights on the 11-year-old who played dead to survive his interrogation.
our mass murderer shot in excess of 100 times.
Deputies arrived firing about 59 shots themselves, striking Riley once in the stomach. As soon as that happened, he dropped his guns and came out with his hands up.
He was a coward, an absolute coward. He looks like a man, but he's not a man. He's a sniveling coward.
Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
Again, everybody, if you do have the heart to donate to the family of that 11-year-old girl, she is expected to be in the hospital for several months. You heard him say that the only reason she survived after being shot was because she played dead. So absolutely tragic story to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to stay in Florida here for this next top story. Again, a crime-related story. 2 people arrested after deputies seized nearly a kilo of fentanyl during a drug bust in Florida. It's around the Orlando area specifically. Fox's Danielle Lama has more on the bust and the amount of drugs seized.
Let me see your hand. Hands up.
Glass breaking, guns drawn, deputies raiding a Palm Coast home to find all this. Investigators say it's 2 pounds of fentanyl, a powerful and potentially deadly opioid, and deputies say this much could kill 481,000 people.
Clearly, when you have a kilo of fentanyl, that's not your typical street level, dealer.
Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley says he's looking into whether the drugs could be tied to a recent fentanyl bust in Marion County.
On it was stamped from a cartel in Mexico. And I can tell you that the color and the consistency, although ours was not still in its block form, looked identical to me.
Sheriff Staley says the drugs are being tested to see if there's a link.
Well, it would indicate to me that the cartel certainly has operatives, in Florida and Central Florida.
All that is still under investigation, but 2 people have been arrested. Deputies say Brian Paraglia and Michael Connolly live at this home on Blasdell Court, which now says no trespassing. Neighbors tell us this place has been causing problems for years.
People in our neighborhood complain about it. I hope they can find somebody to take over the house and fix it back up again.
All right, everybody, here is a live now look at our XRAD radar. We are tracking 2 systems this morning here on Live Now from Fox. I'm actually going to remove the lower so that way you can specifically see to the bottom left near Mexico and the bottom portion of the California Peninsula. You can see Hurricane Olaf churning in the ocean, and then to the right, you can also see Hurricane Larry out there. Now, we do have some video to show you here on Live Now from Fox because we do know that Olaf did make landfall yesterday in Mexico. I'm going to read you the latest here that I have. Hurricane Olaf making landfall, striking a popular tourist destination in Mexico. It was a dark and dreary day in Cabo San Lucas after the powerful storm brought heavy winds and rain to the area. Footage seemingly shot from the patio of a resort shows just how treacherous the ocean looked as storms rolled in. Tourists were told to take shelter in their hotels while people living in low-lying areas headed to shelters for safety. The National Hurricane Center predicts Olaf will weaken as it moves northwest. So again, you can see the really vicious surf out there. Lots of tourists impacted by this hurricane, as well as people living in low-lying areas in Cabo San Lucas as well. So it's something that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we're still continuing to bring you stories even after more than a week since Ida not only hit Louisiana and Mississippi as a Category 4 hurricane, but also impacted the Northeast as well. Recovery is continuing in parts of the country affected by Ida, and as Fox's Chris O'Connell reports, body camera footage shows a new perspective on what happened the night the storm hit southern New Jersey.
Well, you can see here by the dumpsters filled with debris, towns like Bridgeport are still cleaning up from last week's flooding while still bracing for the potential of more rain tonight. In the meantime, we got a chance to see exactly what first responders were going through.
Hold on there, don't move, okay?
A Ewing Township Police body-worn camera capturing a life-saving rescue. An elderly woman forced to abandon her car and caught in rushing flash flood waters on Ewingville Road in Mercer County.
They told me if I could get out the water.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Are you injured right now?
No.
That's Patrolman Justin Quinlan wading through waist-high water, risking his own life to save another. He spoke with us about that decision.
I said, man, this water's moving way too fast, but I have to go. I can't sit here and watch something bad happen to her, so I'm going.
Seat your butt down, nice and tight. Okay? This is going to be our brace.
Secured on a guardrail in rushing waters, Officer Quinlan radioed for a priority rescue and waited.
What I want to try and do is just stay here until they get here and they'll rescue us.
They got a boat?
They're going to have a boat come out.
20 minutes later, the rescue boat came and brought the woman to safety. Officer Quinlan never even got her name.
I need you to get out of your car.
More body cam video from nearby Princeton Police Department. Again, officers spending the night on water patrol.
We have people trapped in their vehicles. That water is almost to the top of their door.
They were among the hundreds of water rescues across the area that night. Now, days after his heroics,
All right, you guys out?
at least this officer says he'd do it all again.
I got 2 little kids at home, 2 little girls, and I knew I had to get back to them. I knew to get back to my wife, and I wanted to make sure she got to see her family again, so I wasn't letting go.
And not only did he save her life, he saved her purse. Officer Quinlan was able to grab that woman's purse from the floodwaters and hang it high on a street sign so she was able to retrieve it later. Talk about service. Chris O'Connell, Fox 29 News.
All right, everybody, a really crazy video right there. So tragic to see how many people had to be rescued, how high the waters got, and now we are analyzing the damage. A lot of people out there still cleaning up more than a week later. It's going to be months and months, if not years, of rebuilding and recovery. Meanwhile, I do want to head out to Minnesota for this next top story, weather-related story here on Live Now from Fox. Currently taking a live now look at the capital of Minnesota in St. Paul. Beautiful looking city, still dark out there in central part of our country, central time out there, where it is 5:37 in the morning. Well, as the summer comes to an end, it's time for farmers around Minnesota cities to harvest their crops. But after a tough drought, farmers aren't seeing much life in their crop. Fox's Bob Santos has more.
Dan Glessian's corn is chopped, but after all of his work, he's only getting about half of his typical return. This corn would typically have grown above my head.
It's disappointing, but we kind of know it's a risky run when you're up against Mother Nature.
And Mother Nature hasn't been kind this growing season, bringing less than 2 inches of rain to the 800-acre Wright County farm between May and August.
These stalks have all but basically ate themselves out trying to produce a cob.
All but stunting the growth of this corn for Glessian's cattle. But thankfully, he grew enough to feed his herd.
And as you can see, it's not much of a cob.
Even with some rain showers in August, it was too little, too late. And now that it's harvest time, that means far less of a return on investment.
We have crop insurance to help pay back some of the inputs that we've put into that crop, and that helps, but it's still disappointing.
A disappointment that has been growing in fields across the state, as only about 2% of Minnesota's farmland has irrigation.
We have something, some places in the state don't. So we can be fortunate or appreciate that we actually do have something, even though it's a disappointing yield.
Rain in these fields came too late to save this crop, but the hope now is that it can recharge this soil moisture for a better yield next year. Reporting in Wright County, Bob Santos, Fox 9.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. Here's another Live Now look at the sun rising over the beautiful New York City skyline. We are remembering the victims of the 9/11 attacks all weekend long as we commemorate 20 years since it happened. At 6:45 a.m., everybody, we are going to be joined by Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses outside of the 9/11 memorial to tell us all about what we can expect this weekend. That's before at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be joined by Dr. Mike Sirigliano to break down all of the top coronavirus headlines that we are following this morning. And then at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we are going to head back out to New York to speak with a woman who unfortunately lost her brother, who was working in the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. Stay with us, everybody. We'll have some 9/11 coverage here on Live Now from Fox when you return. Before you go, I do want to remind you again that we will have full coverage of the live events happening tomorrow to commemorate the victims here on Live Now from Fox. From 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., you'll have Andrew Kraft and Rain Augustine with you here all morning long before Stephanie Weaver takes control of the show in Los Angeles, California. So stay with us, everybody. Some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This weekend, there will be a memorial dedicated to the days after the 9/11 attacks and the heroic first responders at Ground Zero. The Fox 13 Tampa team takes a look at why a steel beam holds a special significance.
Video of the smoking towers broadcast around the world. Bruce Eagleson.
A steel beam from the World Trade Center is about to become the centerpiece of a new memorial. The beam holds historical significance in the post-9/11 recovery efforts.
Fox 13's Jennifer Holton says tonight that it will be at the center of a memorial dedicated to the days after 9/11.
You know, In the early morning hours of September 11, 2001, Mark Ailing was just waking up when he received a frantic call from family.
They told me to turn on the TV, and right as I turned on the television, I saw the second plane hit the second tower, and it's very intense.
Within an hour and a half, both towers would be reduced to rubble. Now, 20 years later to the day, Ailing has repurposed a significant part of that rubble. The final piece of the trade towers removed from ground zero.
There are signs of a lot of heat exposure on the piece of steel. There's spots that look like the 1.25 inch thick steel plate is like clay, like soft, wet clay. It's been pushed around by incredible forces.
The artist was contacted by Tampa Green Beret Scott Neal, who owns a distillery across from Ailing's studio. While relocating Neal's horse soldier statue in Lower Manhattan, the Port Authority discovered the steel beam behind a construction fence near the Freedom Tower. Neal had one request.
And they wanted this monument to be about the day after, about the first responders, and about how the community was brought together by that experience.
In St. Pete's Warehouse District, the monument will feature a 30-foot copper phoenix wing and a half-moon wall featuring hundreds of hand-painted tiles. But the beam will be the centerpiece, hoping to emulate America post 9/11 as a phoenix rising from the ashes. A feeling 20 years later that still carries its weight.
You know, obviously it still holds emotion, and it's a real honor to be able to do something like this.
In St. Petersburg, Jennifer Holton, Fox 13 News.
All right, a very awesome story by Jennifer Holton with Fox 13 Tampa. Taking another live now look over the sun rising over the Manhattan city skyline again tomorrow, marking 20 years since the September 11th attacks. This year's ceremony honoring the victims will return to the way it was in the past. And we are actually being joined by Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses out there in front of the memorial to tell us what we can expect. Good morning, Robert.
Regina, good morning to you. Every year I consider it both a profound tragedy and a profound privilege to get to tell the stories of those left behind by 9/11. And 9/11 is hardly past. 9/11 is present, and its reverberations can be seen and felt everywhere. In a sanctuary in Garden City last month, loved ones remembered Matthew Perlunger, a Nassau County police officer for nearly 24 years and a Navy veteran. Matty, as he was known, loved Disney World, Star Wars, and fishing. In other words, he loved living. But after a 4-month battle with cancer that ravaged his back, spine, and brain, the result of 85 hours spent at Ground Zero breathing toxins while he helped in the search and recovery effort, he died. He was just 50 years old.
I love you, Dad, and I will always be your Emma Doodles.
Who could have predicted that when planes hit the Twin Towers, the deaths would endure for days, weeks, months, years, yes, even decades? Matty died on August 4th, a month and a week before the 20th anniversary. Nassau County Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder posthumously promoted him to detective first grade.
Where there is hatred, he would bring love and service. He is the definition of what service means.
And a definition of 9/11's consequences, some foreseen, others not. Matt Bocci was in 4th grade, 9 years old on 9/11. His dad, John, worked at Cantor Fitzgerald on the 105th floor of the North Tower. John loved nice cars and watches and chomped on the ice in his drinks, which annoyed the heck out of his wife, Michelle. On that morning, John called Michelle.
He says, Michelle, I'm playing at the building. Do you have the TV on? And she said, she's about to go turn the TV on, and she's like, John, this better not be some sort of sick joke, and the line cuts out.
Husband and wife tried repeatedly to get back in touch. After what seemed like an eternity, they did.
Finally, he gets through to her one last time and tells her goodbye. He says, Michelle, I don't know if you can hear me. You're the love of my life. I'll love you forever. And she says, I love you. And that was the last time she spoke to him.
John's remains were found 3 days later. He was one of the 658 Cantor employees who died. He was 38 years old with 4 kids, including Matt.
That's one thing that really bothered me the most, was how he could be taken so soon. Someone who was so full of life, and I think that they must have needed him up there.
Matt became obsessed with how his dad died. He wrote about his experiences in Sway, the first memoir authored by a child of 9/11. He tells of a downward spiral that he says included sexual abuse at the hands of an uncle and years of drug addiction.
I did everything under the sun.
In an example of 9/11's tentacles of consequences, Matt thinks his dad's murder fueled his addiction.
The moment I found, I guess, my drug of choice, I had this unexplainable relief that allowed me to finally shut off everything that was going on in my brain.
Now sober, he says, since July of 2015, Matt offers advice for fellow loved ones of 9/11 victims.
I focused on his death for years, over a decade, instead of on his life. And that's what I'm doing now today, is remembering him and honoring him by the life he lived and not focusing on his death.
And that might be the overarching lesson of 9/11. Focus on life and rebirth. Enter Larry Silverstein. He led the redevelopment of much of Lower Manhattan. But here's the crazy part. Were it not for his insistent wife, he might not have been alive to do that. On 9/11, Silverstein was about to leave the house for a meeting at the World Trade Center.
She said, "You can't go this morning." I said, "Why can't I go?" She said, "Because I made an appointment for you with a dermatologist."
Silverstein initially resisted. Eventually, he gave in.
I would have been there, absolutely. So in fact, she saved my life.
A life he has spent rebuilding a decimated neighborhood.
Everybody was telling me that I was stupid to spend another minute focusing on rebuilding the Trade Center. Of course, no one's ever going to come back here. No one's ever going to live down here. No one's ever going to occupy a business place down here. No one's ever going to finance any buildings we built here. I mean, Silverstein, get your head straight. Get the hell out of here.
He stayed and rebuilt 7 World Trade, 4 World Trade, and 3 World Trade. 2 World Trade is still to come.
The one thing you should not do is bet against New York, because New York always comes back bigger, stronger, better.
And tomorrow, the family members of the 2,983 people who died in the 2001 attacks and in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing will be here to read the names of their loved ones. That sort of restores the ceremony to how it's been. Last year, because of the pandemic, the reading of the names was recorded and broadcast on loudspeakers here in Lower Manhattan. And there will be 6 moments of silence in between the reading of those names to mark not only when the planes hit the towers and when the towers fell here, but also to mark the attacks at the Pentagon and the crash of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Regina, back to you.
Yeah, Robert, I'm sure a lot of families will feel much better being able to be there to honor their loved ones. I'm sure it was really difficult for them to watch it on TV last year. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox with this update. We hope that you have a somber weekend as a New Yorker, and we really appreciate your time.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, here is a Live Now look at the sun rising over the New York City skyline. Huge thank you to Robert Moses and the Fox 5 New York team. Do want to let you know that we will have full coverage tomorrow of the ceremony out there at the 9/11 Memorial in New York City, as well as the events that will be taking place at the Pentagon and in Pennsylvania as well. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Rain Augustine, Andrew Kraft, Stephanie Weaver will be bringing you special commemoration coverage throughout the entire day. Some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head to the White House for an In Case You Missed It segment here on Live Now from Fox and listen in to some of the remarks from President Biden as he announced new COVID-19 guidelines for vaccinating Americans.
to talk to you about where we are in the battle against COVID-19, the progress we've made, and the work we have left to do. And it starts with understanding this. Even as the Delta variant COVID-19 has been hitting this country hard, we have the tools to combat the virus if we can come together as a country and use those tools. If we raise our vaccination rate, protect ourselves and others with masking, expanded testing, and identify people who are infected, we can and we will turn the tide on COVID-19. It'll take a lot of hard work. It's going to take some time. Many of us are frustrated with the nearly 80 million Americans who are still not vaccinated, even though the vaccine is safe, effective, and free. You might be confused about what is true and what is false about COVID-19. So before I outline the new steps to fight COVID-19 that I'm going to be announcing tonight, let me give you some clear information about where we stand. First, we've made considerable progress in battling COVID-19. When I became president, about 2 million Americans were fully vaccinated. Today, over 175 million Americans have that protection. Before I took office, we hadn't ordered enough vaccine for every American. Just weeks in office, we did. The week before I took office on January 20th of this year, over 25,000 Americans died that week from COVID-19. Last week, that grim weekly toll was down 70%. And in 3 months before I took office, our economy was faltering, creating just 50,000 jobs a month. We're now averaging 700,000 new jobs a month in the past 3 months. This progress is real. But while America is much in better shape than it was 7 months ago when I took office, I need to tell you a second fact. We're in the tough stretch, and it could last for a while. Highly contagious Delta variant that I began to warn America about back in July spread late summer, like it did in other countries before us. While the vaccines provide strong protection for the vaccinated, we read about and hear about and we see the stories of hospitalized people on their deathbeds among the unvaccinated over the past few weeks. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And it's caused by the fact that despite America having unprecedented and successful vaccination program, despite the fact that for almost 5 months, free vaccines have been available in 80,000 different locations, we still have nearly 80 million Americans who have failed to get the shot. And to make matters worse, there are elected officials actively working to undermine the fight against COVID-19. Instead of encouraging people to get vaccinated and mask up, they're ordering mobile morgues for the unvaccinated dying from COVID in their communities. This is totally unacceptable. Third, if you wonder how all this adds up, here's the math. The vast majority of Americans are doing the right thing. Nearly 3/4 of the eligible have gotten at least one shot, but 1/4 has not gotten any. That's nearly 80 million Americans not vaccinated. And a country as large as ours, that's 25% minority. That 25% can cause a lot of damage, and they are. The unvaccinated overcrowd our hospitals, are overrunning emergency rooms and intensive care units, leaving no room for someone with a heart attack or pancreatitis or cancer. And fourth, I want to emphasize that the vaccines provide very strong protection from severe illness from COVID-19. I know there's a lot of confusion and misinformation, but the world's leading scientists confirm that if you're fully vaccinated, your risk of severe illness from COVID-19 is very low. In fact, based on available data from the summer, only 1 out of every 160,000 fully vaccinated Americans was hospitalized for COVID per day. These are the facts. So here's where we stand. The path ahead, even with the Delta variant, is not nearly as bad as last winter. But what makes it incredibly more frustrating is that we have the tools to combat COVID-19, and a distinct minority of Americans, supported by a distinct minority of elected officials, are keeping us from turning the corner. These pandemic politics, as I refer to, are making people sick, causing unvaccinated people to die. We cannot allow these actions to stand in the way of protecting the large majority of Americans who have done their part and want to get back to life as normal. As your president, I'm announcing tonight a new plan to require more Americans to be vaccinated to combat those blocking public health. My plan also increases testing, protects our economy, and will make our kids safer in schools. It consists of 6 broad areas of action and many specific measures in each of those actions you can read more about in whitehouse.gov. Whitehouse.gov. The measures, these are going to take time to have full impact. But if we implement them, I believe, and the scientists indicate, that the months ahead we can reduce the number of unvaccinated Americans, decrease hospitalizations and deaths, and allow our children to go to school safely and keep our economy strong by keeping businesses open. First, we must increase vaccinations among the unvaccinated with new vaccination requirements. With nearly 80 million eligible Americans who have not gotten vaccinated, many said they were waiting for approval from the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. Well, last month, the FDA granted that approval. So, the time for waiting is over. This summer, we made progress through the combination of vaccine requirements and incentives, as well as the FDA approval. 4 million more people got their first shot in August than they did in July. But we need to do more. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people you care about, the people you love. My job as president is to protect all Americans. So tonight, I'm announcing that the Department of Labor is developing an emergency rule to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated or show a negative test at least once a week. Some of the biggest companies are already requiring this. United Airlines, Disney, Tyson's Food, and even Fox News. The bottom line, we're going to protect vaccinated workers from unvaccinated coworkers.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, a little after the 7 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. Wanted to provide you this in case you missed it segment, because this was a huge announcement from President Biden yesterday, announcing new vaccine mandates for companies with 100 or more employees. Now, this is one of the topics that we are going to be speaking with Dr. Mike Sirigliano about right now. He is joining us live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with all the coronavirus top headlines. Dr. Mike, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Regina, and you look like you're doing well as well.
Yes. Pretty good Friday morning. Can't complain, especially when I get to talk to you. We've got a lot of top stories to cover, so let's start with what we were just showing our viewers. President Biden speaking about these new mandates for companies with 100 or more employees. We also heard him say some really harsh remarks. So what do you have to say about this whole announcement?
Well, I think he's getting frustrated like the rest of us. We're in a situation where we have tools, we have the ability to save lives, yet we're not doing it. And in fact, some are kind of going the opposite way. The whole thing with masks is ridiculous, in my opinion. You have to wear a mask if you want to protect yourself and everyone else. Look at the numbers of schools that are now shutting down and going back to remote learning because of mask issues. You have to wear a mask. I'm sorry, it's not a personal right. It's the right thing to do. That's the bottom line. When it comes to vaccination, you have to get the vaccine. It's not like a tetanus shot where it's a personal decision. It affects other people because you can spread the virus. And hospital beds are filling up again with intensive care unit beds in short supply because people who are not vaccinated are getting very, very sick. So bottom line is I welcome what President Biden said. I think he hit the nail on the head in terms of getting to do the right thing. It's so frustrating. And I have a number of patients, not many, who fall into that category. And you can talk science all you want, but it doesn't work in some cases. Just doesn't get to people.
Yeah, and Dr. Mike, do you think he's talking about companies with 100 plus more employees? Because now we're seeing people go back to the office and now all of these 100 plus employees are really going to be around each other a lot more?
Well, I think that one way to get around this problem is to have individual companies and the private sector get going and say, look, you want to work here, you have to get vaccinated. Where I work, if you're not vaccinated, you can't work here. Now, you don't want the vaccine, then you get tested 2 or 3 times a week. I mean, you want to do that, that's up to you. I think it's ridiculous, but you want to do that, fine. Or you get vaccinated and you protect yourself, your family, and everyone else. So remember, there's a large segment of the population that can't get vaccinated yet, and that includes kids under the age of 12. And new data shows, Regina, 1 out of 4 new cases of COVID are in children. And so I don't know what it takes to get people to do the right thing. Children are our most precious part of our lives. I mean, what are you talking about? I have a daughter who's 9, and I worry about people not wearing masks, and I worry about people not getting vaccinated. To me, it's as clear as a clear blue sky what you need to do. And by the way, I hear this term tyranny. Give me a break. You got to wear a mask. It's not tyranny. It's the right thing to do.
Well, going off of what you just said, Dr. Mike, what does it take for people and parents to want to protect their children? Well, yesterday we learned that the Los Angeles County School District, one of the biggest in the nation, is actually going to require that students get vaccinated. So how will this work if only, students at a certain age can?
Well, the way Dr. Fauci has spelled it out, look, until we get a vaccine for our young people, what we need to do is have everyone around them that is able to get vaccinated. So 12 and up, everybody gets vaccinated. Everyone wears a mask when you're in school. Bottom line, teachers, parents, everyone. And if we do that, we will not make the risk zero, but we will reduce the risk dramatically for our young people. And I heard a late night comedian once talk about having their child, and having a child is like wearing your heart on the outside of your chest. And anyone who is a parent out there knows what that's like. I have 2 children, and I feel the pain when they're not well. And I will do everything I can to protect them. So that means they wear a mask. My other family members, everyone, including my son, who's 13, got vaccinated. We're doing everything on our part. But everyone needs to do their civic American duty to get vaccinated and do the right thing. It's not a conspiracy or a government thing. It's not tyranny. What we have is tyranny from the virus. That's where the tyranny is.
And Dr. Mike, do you think that there are just more school districts that are going to follow the ways of Los Angeles County now that they've really become the first to do this?
No doubt. I think that when it comes down to it, with kids and illness and risk, all of this, I think you're going to see, you may have a lot of debate. And look, it's great. America's great. We have a lot of debate about things. But when it comes down to it, it's the right thing to do. And I think that most schools will follow the lead. And remember, one other thing. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID-19 in kids. We don't know. There's some scary data out there about older folks and Alzheimer's and dementia, long-term risks. And with kids, could it instill heart problems? We don't know. You don't want your family members to get this virus, period.
Now, speaking of the virus, there are different strains. Right now, we're dealing with a surge with the Delta virus, the Delta variant. But where are we when it comes to the Mu variant?
Well, viruses, as we've said many, many times, Regina, mutate. They change because when you replicate, there can be errors in the replication process. And these variants, these mutations occur that can sometimes be more contagious, more deadly, and more violent, if you will, like the Delta variant. Now, this Mu variant is in the United States. So far, it makes up a very small portion of the numbers of cases. But remember, that was the way the Delta variant was. So until we get to the point where we protect ourselves, we have the technology, we have the vaccine, you're going to continue to see these variants, but we can protect ourselves. Get vaccinated.
All right. Well, Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine joining us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Is there anything else you want viewers to know about these top stories about the pandemic as we head into another weekend?
Do the right thing. Just do the right thing. If there's nothing else, protect our young people. Protect our children. There's nothing more important than that. Bottom line.
Well, I am not a parent, but I can certainly understand your mindset there and the mindsets of millions of parents who want to protect their children from this virus. So thank you so much always for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, Dr. Mike Sirigliano. We will see you next week.
Next week, same time, same bat station.
You're the best. Have a great weekend, Dr. Mike. All right, everybody, here's a live now look at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That is where Dr. Mike Sirigliano joins us from on Tuesdays and Fridays. So be sure to tweet us at LiveNowFox. If you have a question for Dr. Mike Sirigliano, we are here for you, everybody. Just let us know what you want us to ask him, and we will get those questions to him. We are just about at the 7:15 mark here on the East Coast. I do want to let you know that we are tracking several stories here on Live Now from Fox following several events happening this weekend. Guys, we are going to bring you this beautiful live shot we have right now of the falls at the 9/11 Memorial in Lower Manhattan. If you were tuning into our Live Now from Fox coverage a little bit earlier, we did speak with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses telling us that the commemoration events this year will be so much different than last year because of the pandemic. The names of the victims were actually read virtually last year. So this time people are going to be able to come back. You can see a little bit to the right there, people are already placing flowers. You've got the names of victims engraved there in the falls. Now, I do want to let you know that we will have full coverage tomorrow on the 20th anniversary since the 9/11 attacks. Complete coverage from our very own Rain Augustine, Andrew Kraft. Then you'll have Stephanie Weaver out there in Los Angeles as well. Coverage begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, starting with the reading of the names out there in New York. We'll also bring you live events from the Pentagon as well as Pennsylvania, where United 93 crashed in Shanksville. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have some more top stories when you return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 7:18 a.m. here on the East Coast. And as long as we have this beautiful picture of the 9/11 Memorial Falls out there in New York, we are going to bring it to you here as we begin our coverage of honoring the victims of the 9/11 attacks on September 11, 2001, 20 years since it happened. In just about a little more than 10 minutes, we are going to be joined by a woman out there in New York who's going to be telling us about her brother. He was working in the World Trade Center when it was attacked, so she's going to be sharing his story as well as how she'll be commemorating and honoring his life this weekend. I do want to let you know that we are expecting several 9/11 related events happening this morning. Here's a look at what you can expect to see here on Live Now from Fox. We know that at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, Secretary Blinken will host the 9/11 commemoration to mark the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks from the State Department. So that is definitely something we will bring you here on Live Now from Fox. At 10 a.m., we will also hear from New York lawmakers, including Senator Chuck Schumer. They're going to be calling on Congress to pass the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act. Again, we have learned of so many long-term health conditions and unfortunately first responders who have died after working at Ground Zero years later. So that's something that they are going to be speaking about on Live Now from Fox at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Then not 9/11 related, but we do know that at around 10:20 a.m., 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time here, we should be getting live feeds to our Live Now from Fox desk of the President and First Lady at a school in Washington, D.C., talking about COVID-19 precautions in classrooms. So something that Dr. Mike Sirigliano and I just touched on. You've got one of the largest school districts in the nation, the Los Angeles County School District, now making it a requirement for most of the students to get vaccinated. So I wonder if he will address that in his remarks there from the school. So these are events that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox and that we will continue to bring you. In the meantime, ahead of our live interview, I do want to bring you some 9/11 related content here as we mark 20 years since the attacks tomorrow. Even though many of these increased safety practices at airports are still in place today when it comes to security measures, some experts say the digital age is creating more opportunities for new security threats. Fox News' Gary Bumgarden has a look at the evolution of flying after 9/11, plus what you should keep in mind the next time you head to the airport.
Long lines and intensive screening practices are the norm at airports, but they never used to be. And as the nation approaches the 20-year mark since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, it's clear how that fateful day forever changed the way we fly.
Transportation Security Administration, that was not a thing prior to 9/11.
The TSA replaced the private security companies many airlines were using to help quickly monitor their passengers. Soon, the time it took to go through security checkpoints increased as officials heightened the scanning process of each individual flyer. Other changes included the mandatory screening of checked bags, the presence of additional air marshals on board planes, and added locks on the doors leading to airplane cockpits. These measures were all designed to help avoid another 9/11. But experts are now warning of new security threats as the TSA continues experimenting with using facial recognition technology while screening select passengers. Officials say your identity could be stolen if the servers holding the information regarding your facial scans were ever hacked.
You could be standing in front of the kiosk and all of a sudden it could pop up and say, you're on the no-fly list and you can't get on the plane today.
Similar technology is also starting to be used at some concert and sporting events, meaning there are other ways your identity can be compromised without you ever stepping foot in an airport. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Here's another Live Now look at the 9/11 memorial out there in Lower Manhattan. The 20th anniversary of September 11th is tomorrow. Everybody, remember, you can join us here on Live Now from Fox for complete coverage of commemoration events. Well, a parade honoring first responders who died that fateful day is just one part of what will be an emotional weekend. And as Fox's Briella Tomasetti reports, the CEO of the Tunnels to Tower Foundation is leading that parade. It's part of his journey as he walks from Washington, D.C. to New York City to honor first responders.
Frank Siller taking to the streets of Morristown, New Jersey with his entourage of family, friends, and first responders, including 40 New York firefighters. The somber procession and ceremony that followed were hosted by Siller's charity, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, to mark the upcoming 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks.
The patriotism is just oozing out of everybody, and people don't want to forget what happened 20 years ago.
Morristown is just one of many stops on Siller's Never Forget Walk, taking him through 6 states in 6 weeks.
All I had to do is figure out that I had to go to the 3 places, the Pentagon, to Shanksville, and to Ground Zero, the 3 places that lost so many lives on 9/11.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation was founded by Siller in honor of his late brother Stephen, an off-duty firefighter who died that fateful day. He strapped 60 pounds of gear to his back and raced on foot through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel to save others.
I'm thinking of all those lives that were lost at the Pentagon. I'm thinking of my brother running through that tunnel. I'm thinking of all the firefighters that ran up those stairs.
The nonprofit covers the mortgages of veterans, first responders, and the families of heroes who are killed in the line of duty.
I've become family with Tunnel to Towers Foundation, and our lives have changed in a good way.
But it also aims to teach younger generations about the 9/11 attacks.
I feel that it's not being taught in the schools, so it's up to us to make sure people know the story, know the sacrifices, and never forget.
Morristown is home to the 5th parade of the Tunnel to Towers Walk, and it's also the final stop before Siller continues on into New York City. On September 11th, his 525-mile journey will end at the very site where the World Trade Center once stood. Reporting from Morristown, New Jersey, Briella Tomasetti, Fox 5 News.
All right, everybody, from Morristown, New Jersey, out to this live shot we have right now of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's because this next segment is courtesy of our Fox 6 Milwaukee team. 20 years after September 11th, We Energies reflects on a crucial role helping the families that have been impacted. Let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
This Saturday will mark the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Most people can remember where they were and what they did when they first heard the news.
Our Ted Perry joins us with the story of how one Wisconsin business was called to duty and how they responded. Ted?
Ben and Mary, you're about to hear about the very vital role We Energies played immediately following the collapse of the Twin Towers and the attack on the Pentagon. And if you're wondering, why haven't I heard this before? It's because those involved were asked to not speak of it for a while, but they're speaking now.
So yeah, if you just want to let me know, throw me an email.
With her soothing voice and a knack for facts, Annette Bennett is just the person you want on the other end of a phone call when time and accuracy matter.
And then I'm sending it to you.
They're traits that come in handy in her job as a right-of-way analyst for We Energies.
Thank you so much for doing that.
And they are skills that were crucial on a September morning 20 years ago.
Brings up a lot of sadness, though, when I think about it, too.
On September 11th, 2001, Bennett was working for We Energies in the Customer Care Center. Just a few hours into her shift,
2 planes apparently crashed into each tower of the World Trade Center this morning.
One of the guys in my office said a plane hit Tower 1. Get out.
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me.
America was under attack.
An incredible scene. We saw people that just ran out of their shoes.
The world was changing before our eyes.
I felt the need to do something.
Michelle Waters woke up that day in a good mood, and why shouldn't she have? It was her birthday, and she had plans that night. Plans that would have to wait.
The Department of Justice had asked that We Energies assist with taking calls from the families of potential victims.
At the scene of the attacks, people held signs, hoping to connect or get information about loved ones. In a similar way, through a private company based here in Milwaukee, the government was asking the utility company to set up and staff a 24-hour hotline to process calls from families of the thousands of people missing and feared dead. It wasn't what We Energies was built to do. They said yes anyway.
It was a very short stroke. We got contacted in the morning. We made the decision, and then by 5 o'clock that night, we were taking calls.
Bill Mastoris was the operations manager of the customer contact center then.
Everything ground to a halt. If you remember, everything stopped. All our calls dried up, all our normal business stopped. And I think, probably most of the emotions that people had were, anger, frustration, what could I do? And so actually, I think the opportunity to do something like this was really a relief for a lot of people. They felt that they could help.
Over the next 4 days, tens of thousands of calls came into this Pewaukee call center from people desperate to find their missing loved ones. And they were answered by hundreds of We Energies employees. Everyone from field crews to managers volunteered their time taking those calls. And they were told to ask a very specific set of questions. What was the person wearing? Did they have any tattoos? Anything that could help identify that person? They were told to not share any information. In fact, they couldn't even tell the caller that they were here in Wisconsin. Bennett remembers one woman calling about her husband, who worked for an investment firm in one of the Twin Towers. She was describing what he was wearing when he left the house that morning when all of a sudden
She starts screaming. She drops the phone. I'm like, hello, because we were told don't hang up. And then somebody else picked up the phone, and it wasn't the same person, and she said he just walked in the door.
All these years later, Mastoris marvels at how quickly the IT team set up a system to field calls and then kept improving it.
We came up with an online form that we could put in a database and distribute to them, electronically to kind of eliminate, the potential for loss of information.
But what technology could not do was bring closure. They heard the fear, the pain, the uncertainty in every call, and not knowing if loved ones ever reunited took its toll.
Just wondering, are these people alive and are they okay? Will the people that have called into our care center be able to connect with their loved ones again? That was overwhelming.
Mark A. Britzman.
Paul Gary Bristow.
It's a void they are reminded of each year when the names of the victims are read out loud on the anniversary.
Subconsciously, I think, did I talk to them? Did I talk to that wife? Because I don't remember names. I don't remember specifics. Did I talk to them? Was that not a happy ending? Did their loved one not walk through the door?
With each passing year, the memories fade a little bit more. But the feelings that they were able to provide a small amount of humanity during a time of crisis do not. Proud of yourself, proud of this company.
Very much so. And the people that helped. People stepped up.
I don't believe in happenstance. So to your point of being the right people there at the time, we were supposed to be there. We were supposed to do that work at that time.
And they did it well. All the people you just heard from worked for We Energies that day. They still work for We Energies today. All of them stressed to me separately how impressed they were with their colleagues that week. More than 700 employees in total took their turns around the clock answering those very painful phone calls. And all say they were grateful they could help in some small way.
Ted, it's amazing. 20 years later, and we're still learning stories of how Americans stepped up to help. They certainly were not trained for those type of phone calls.
And they got trained quickly, and they did it the best they could, and they should be very proud of themselves.
Amazing, amazing. We've never heard that story before. Ted, thank you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez back with you here on Live Now from Fox, taking a look at the sun rising over the skyline of New York City. Again, it is going to be a very somber weekend out there as we remember the victims of the 9/11 attacks, not just in New York City, but at the Pentagon and in Pennsylvania as well. I do want to let you know that we will have full coverage of the events happening tomorrow, commemorating these victims here on Live Now from Fox. That coverage begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time in the morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to be speaking with a woman from New York who unfortunately lost her brother in the World Trade Center attacks. She's going to be talking about his life and how she will be commemorating this weekend as well. Stay with us, everybody. That interview coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A little after 7:35 in the morning here on the East Coast. Here's another vantage point we have from New York City this morning over our Fox News headquarters out there near Radio City Music Hall. Again, we are going to be having a full coverage of the commemoration events in honor of the victims of the 9/11 attacks. And we are being joined by a very special guest right now. Her name is Patty Valerio. She unfortunately lost her brother in the World Trade Center attacks, and she is joining us live here on Live Now from Fox this morning to tell us more about his life. Patty, how are you? Thank you so much for being with us.
I'm great, Regina. Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, first off, let me ask you to tell our viewers a little bit about your brother, why he was working in the World Trade Center, and really about his life.
So my brother Matthew was 34 years old. He was working at Cantor Fitzgerald's in the North Tower on the 105th floor. And he loved his job. He loved going to work every morning. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that he met the love of his life while he was there, and they worked together at the same trading desk. And sadly, Kayleen was lost that day as well.
Now, can you walk us through September 11th, 2001, and tell us about where you were, what you were doing that morning, and when you got that phone call?
So I was on my way from just dropping my then 3-year-old daughter to nursery school. And I put the radio on. I was getting ready to go meet one of my friends for a shopping trip. And I heard the the horrible news that something had happened. And I think, like a lot of other people, I thought that it was a small plane, not, a major airline type plane. So once I heard that, there's a church right next door to my daughter's nursery school. I went in there for a few minutes, and then I went over to my brother's office, and, we started to try calling him. And of course, we never were able to reach him. And then we found out later that he left his cell phone in his car. So after that, I had to go pick up my mom, who was playing golf at Eisenhower Park that day. And then we went back to her house and just watched TV like everybody else, waited for the phone to ring. My other brother was a New York City policeman at the time, and he was going from hospital to hospital searching. And there was sadly not a lot of people that made it to the hospital.
Patty, did you and your family ever get to receive any remains? Were his remains ever found?
No, sadly, we never received any remains, but I understand they're still working on identifying, whatever they may have. And just the other day, we got a news report that somebody had been identified 20 years later.
Now, does it feel like 20 years?
No, it really doesn't. And I mean, the only obvious way I can actually believe it is because my children have all grown up. There's not a day that goes by that we don't talk about my brother. They all remember him very, very vividly. And, of course, with movies and house movies and stuff like that and video, he'll always be with us.
Now, are you in touch with his girlfriend's family? Do you guys still speak and kind of reconnect on this day?
So the last time we saw them was at Ground Zero in 2016. We happened to, have put a picture, right at Matthew's name. I always put a picture just like that. And, we happened to go and we saw them there. And so that was very special. And I'm hoping maybe they'll be there tomorrow. That would be fabulous to see them again. But day to day, no, we don't really keep in touch.
Now, Patty, I want to point out to our viewers that his name is right next to her name. Were you guys able to request this when the memorial was being made?
Yeah, so Howard Lutnick, who's the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, was very instrumental in helping the memorial try to arrange the names so that loved ones could be with their friends or their trading desk. And so that was really special. The name right above my brother's name happens to be Kayleen's brother-in-law. And then there's another name of one of my brother's friends who worked at Cantor, who was his childhood friend from high school. So it's nice that they're all together.
Now, what will you be doing this weekend? Will it be different from any way that you've commemorated in the last 20 years?
No, it really won't be. Last night was the Nassau County Memorial, and I was fortunate enough to read names at that memorial, which was very nice. Tomorrow I'll be going to Ground Zero. My sister came up from South Carolina, and we'll, take the trip into Manhattan as I do every single year. We'll spend a little bit of time there, and then we'll come back home, and my other brothers will be here, and we'll all be together as a family. Visit my mom. We do the same thing every year.
And I'm sure that you are surrounded by families impacted. Can you talk a little bit about who you've met over the years as someone who's lost somebody in these attacks? Have you felt supported by people around you as well as people in the state?
Absolutely. Shortly after 9/11 happened, I was in contact with someone in my town who put together a sibling group because a lot of the focus was put on wives, parents, children of 9/11 victims. Not much was mentioned about, siblings. So this group got put together, and I was lucky enough to meet a whole bunch of people that are so nice. And whenever I do go to Ground Zero, we see them, we see most of them every year. So that has been very nice. And of course, my family and my friends, everybody will be sending me texts tomorrow, and, Facebook, everybody will be liking his picture. And Yeah. So it's great. Nobody's going to forget. Nobody's going to forget my brother. I won't let them.
I was just about to ask you, Patty, that big term is never forget. It is so important not to forget. So how do you guys talk about your brother? How do you keep his memory alive now and 20 years down the road from now?
Well, 20 years from now, I hope I'm still here to talk about him. But he comes up in conversation quite often. If we are celebrating a holiday, we'll remember, things that he did, or, shortly before 9/11, my dad passed away as well. And we had Easter Sunday, and Matthew took over the whole kitchen and did everything the same, along with my other two brothers. And we just managed to remember him, in the little things that we do during the day, or like, if there's a Maddieism, something that he might say that comes up that we just happen to throw into our conversations, and we won't forget. And I hope my children won't forget. I don't think that they will, and my nieces and nephews, they'll all remember. He was a special guy.
Well, we thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox to share his story, and we hope that you are surrounded by love this weekend and are really able to, talk about him and really keep his memory alive this weekend more than ever. So thank you so much, Patty, for being with us.
You're quite welcome, Regina. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody.
You too, Patty. Here is a live now look, everybody, from New York City out there in Manhattan. Again, we will have full coverage of the 9/11 memorial service happening out there at the World Trade Center, as well as at the Pentagon and in Washington, D.C. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 7:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are trying to get some more information on the shot that you are looking at right now. You can see the United States of America chopper. We do believe this may or may not be Marine One, but actually it is definitely not Marine One. But we're working to get some more information on what exactly this shot is. Really quite beautiful. You could see the American flag out there. We do expect some remarks from Secretary of State Anthony Blinken here on Live Now from Fox in just about an hour. Here is a look at what you can expect here this morning. I want to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. So again, at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, you can expect Secretary Blinken to host a 9/11 commemoration. Here is a Live Now look at the memorial out there in New York. Just want to make sure you have the right graphic there. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expected to hear from New York lawmakers about the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act. They are going to be calling on Congress to pass this act. And then not 9/11 related, but around 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting remarks from President Biden. He'll be visiting a Washington, D.C. school to talk about COVID-19 precautions in classrooms. So again, this is something that you can expect here on Live Now from Fox. We do have some more information on this shot right here, everybody. We are learning that this is a Live Now look from Joint Base Andrews. Really beautiful shot out there, courtesy of our Fox 5 DC team. Again, we will have a full coverage of the commemoration events happening not only in New York City, but in Washington, D.C. and in Pennsylvania, where Flight United 93 crashed in Shanksville as well. I do want to continue on with one more 9/11 related story here. We do have a Staten Island brewery raising a glass to honor the bravest. Fox's Jennifer Williams has more on a new ale, which supports first responders as we approach that 20th anniversary tomorrow.
Their tagline is unforgettable beer from the Forgotten Borough. And I thought what a great marriage that would be.
Tonight on Staten Island, the flagship brewery held a launch party to debut an ale specifically brewed for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Bravest is a golden ale. It's meant to be easy drinking and also be something that you can enjoy with your friends and your family right in your backyard.
And it was an easy partnership between the brewery and the foundation that supports 9/11 first responders and their families. It was established in honor of firefighter Stephen Siller, who was raised on Staten Island and lost his life saving others on that tragic day.
What a great marriage that would be, and what a great collaboration that would be with Tunnel to Towers and our mission to make sure that we never forget what happened on 9/11.
Being able to work with such like an important foundation through our own passion of making beer is nothing short of amazing.
And here's something to cheers about. 50% of the profits will benefit the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
So we actually designed our cans with a QR code on the side of it. So anybody that's drinking our beer can actually take the can, just look at the side, scan the QR code with their phone camera, or just like look up the website. Brings them right to a direct link where they can donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Tower Foundation.
The product is fantastic. The beer itself is delicious. And I'd like for everybody who wants to support a great cause and try a delicious Staten Island neighborhood beer to reach out and buy Bravest.
The launch is part of a series of initiatives the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has planned in commemoration of 9/11 20 years later. In Staten Island, Jennifer Williams, Fox 5 News.
Really cool story to bring you out of a terrible tragedy. Great to see that so many companies and businesses are doing their part to honor these victims as well. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, everybody, with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I do have one more 9/11 related story I want to bring you here before Rain Augustine joins you. Now, it became one of the many iconic images of September 11th. President George W. Bush's chief of staff, Andy Card, whispering the news news in the president's ear that a second plane hit the World Trade Center. Our Fox 13 Tampa's very own Jennifer Holton spoke with people at that elementary school in Sarasota, as well as Mr. Card himself, and brings us this report here on Live Now from Fox.
Hours before America changed forever, Andy Card remembers the start of that Tuesday, September morning like everyone. Blue skies and the sun shining.
It was a perfect day. When I stepped outside, when the sun came up, it was just like a perfect day.
The chief of staff to President George W. Bush was in Sarasota with a class of students at Emma E. Booker Elementary School. Card was breaking down the morning to the president.
And you're going to read a book with second graders. It's your favorite topic, leaving no child behind in education, and it'll be an easy day.
At Fox 13, now retired reporter Brian Goff was on his way to cover it.
We've covered presidential visits before. It's all tightly scripted. It was neat, though, because it was a presidential visit, and Mr. Bush was the president, so it was kind of cool to be there, and there we were. And little did we know what was to come.
I'm standing at the door to the classroom with the principal, and the principal and the president and I was standing there when a Navy captain by the name of Deb Lauer came up to the president and said, "Sir, it appears a small twin-engine prop plane crashed into one of the towers at the World Trade Center in New York City." The principal, the president, and I all had the same reaction. "Oh, what a horrible accident. The pilot must have had a heart attack or something."
Moments later, after the president was already seated with the students, Card would learn it was a commercial airliner.
Captain Lauer came up to me and said, "Oh my God, another plane hit the other tower at the World Trade Center."
And then this unforgettable moment.
As the students were reaching under their desks, that's when I walked up to the president and leaned over and whispered into his right ear, "A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack." I then stood back from him so he couldn't ask me a question.
The president's demeanor changed right away. You could see that on TV. And everybody in the room where I was said, "Ooh, look at this. What's happening? Something's happening." Because remember, I said everything is very tightly scripted. That wasn't in the script.
Within minutes, Goff says the chatter was to get to a TV, and that's when he saw the towers burning.
We were astounded. And then off to work we go, because this was history in the making, you know.
Bush would soon leave the classroom, then give a speech before quickly departing on Air Force One. Card says to this day, it was that moment where Bush became president.
I honestly believe that was the moment he realized what the job of president of the United States is. It's not about your personal agenda. It's about keeping your oath of office. Preserve, protect, and defend.
Jennifer Holton, Fox 13 News.
All right, everybody, a great interview there by Fox 13 Tampa's Jennifer Holton. That iconic photo will always be remembered. All right, everybody, again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I am with you here at the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You are currently taking a Live Now look at the Joint Base Andrews Air Force Base. It is just a somber scene right now. The American flag raising and flying high as we are officially commemorating the victims of the 9/11 attacks this weekend, 20 years later. I will be hopping off. Rain Augustine will be joining you here. I'm going to play you the latest Department of Defense webinar for students and survivors of 9/11. Special guest joining the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
Good morning. My name is Liz Costanzo. I am the 612 ISS for Social Studies at DoDEA headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia. It is my honor to be the moderator for this event, 20 years since 9/11, Educate and Remember. Thank you to our panelists for volunteering to help educate DoDEA students on the event at the Pentagon that occurred 20 years ago on September 11th. So our panelists know who is in the audience. Let's meet the schools. Let's start with Fort Campbell.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cadet Major Victoria Lopez, and I am the Battalion XO for Campbell High School 0C, and we're the Fort Campbell Falcons.
Thank you, Victoria. Let's go to Fort Knox.
Good morning. I'm Cadet Major Easton Colvin, introducing Fort Knox.
Thanks, Easton. How about Lejeune?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alma Sanchez, and this is Lejeune High School.
Thank you. Let's go to Quantico.
Good morning. My name is Alethea Turia. I am a 12th grader at Quantico High School, located on Marine Corps Base, Quantico. My classmates and I appreciate sharing your stories. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Antilles.
Good morning, my name is Jose Cherena, and welcome to Antilles High School. And this is the U.S. History class. Hi, I'm with the Pirates.
Thank you. How about Ramey Unit School?
Good morning, my name is Adriel de la Rosa, and I am a junior in Ramey School from Aguadilla, Puerto Rico.
Thank you. And finally, W.T. Sampson.
Good morning, I'm Nicholas Russell. I'm a senior in W.T. Sampson.
Hi, I'm Aaron Lindsay. I'm also a senior at W.T. Sampson in Guantanamo Bay. We here at Guantanamo Bay have a special connection to the events that took place on 9/11 because we house the prisoners that await trial for the events that led up to and transpired on that day.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. If we could have everyone on the right, that would be great.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Sí, estamos en esa. All right, thank you. Thanks, everyone. So panelists, we've got all of our schools in DoDEA Americas were able to join us today, which we are very excited about that because it brings your story to more students. So we are going to get started with our first speaker, and we are fortunate to have with us today Dr. Tom Lassman. He is the senior historian at the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Dr. Lassman will be providing the historical context for the events occurring on 9/11/2001.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez still with you here. We'll get back to this webinar here in just a second, but I do want to let you know it looks like we've got a live ceremony happening at Joint Base Andrews here. Let's continue to take a listen as they play the national anthem and honor our military here on Live Now from Fox.
Oh, shit. Yes, it is. Hey, Chris. Should be a CG.
Now, at this time, While we will never forget, invoke within us the spirit of service before self that matches those first responders at Ground Zero who rushed into danger to help others.
Should I get in front?
Yep.
All right, everybody. It does look like this is courtesy of Fox 5 DC. We've got Bob Barnard out there, and hopefully we'll bring you a little more information on this here a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, let's continue on and listen back in to the Defense Department's latest webinar with 9/11 survivors.
Lassman. He is the senior historian at the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Dr. Lassman will be providing the historical context for the events occurring on 9/11/2001 with specific focus on the Pentagon. So let's welcome Dr. Lassman.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, and I'm delighted to be here as well. Slide 1, thank you. The Pentagon, headquarters of the United States military, is the largest government office building in the world, big enough to hold 5 U.S. Capitol complexes, shown here. On a typical workday before the current pandemic, approximately 25,000 civilian and military personnel reported to the Pentagon for duty. 5 concentric rings, labeled A through E, from the inner to the outermost, intersect 10 radial corridors that provide efficient access to offices and hallways located throughout the building's 5 floors. Slide 2, please. And here you can see the rings, A, B, C, D, and E, which are marked, and then the radial corridors, this overview of the building. Slide 3, please. As the workday began on September 11th, 2001, exactly 60 years to the day after work crews had broken ground for the Pentagon, news that 2 Boeing 767 jetliners had struck the north and south towers of the World Trade Center in New York City shocked the country. Slide 4, please. Here, by the way, I just threw in an image that was taken on 5 days after ground was broken on the Pentagon site in September. This is September 15th, 1941. A third aircraft, American Airlines Flight 77, had departed from nearby Dulles International Airport at 8:20 a.m. bound for Los Angeles with 58 passengers and 6 crew members on board. Slide 5, please. When it reached the Ohio Valley, the hijacked Boeing 757, shown here, this is not the exact plane, but this is the same type of plane, reversed course and turned back towards Washington, now piloted by one of 5 al-Qaeda terrorists who had seized control. Slide 6, please. Nearing the Pentagon, the al-Qaeda pilot lowered the aircraft's altitude to about 2,000 feet and increased the speed to 530 miles per hour. Closer to the building, the airliner dropped down to 150 feet, low enough to knock down light poles on nearby Washington Boulevard. Map slide. This shows you the approach of the 757 as it got near the building. This is just a diagram. May I have slide 8, please? And this shows you ground level looking behind the plane as it neared the building. Slide 9, please. At 9:37 a.m., Flight 77 slammed into the west side of the Pentagon at the first floor near the 4th corridor. The front of the aircraft's fuselage exploded on impact, but the midsection and the tail penetrated the interior. Splintering aircraft parts blasted through the D-ring, then punctured a hole through the outer C-ring wall. May I have slide 10, please? This is the outer C-ring wall. This is the furthest damage that the aircraft caused. It went through the first 3 rings of the building. Slide 11, please. And this is a shot again showing that a little bit more of the damage in the hole in the C-ring wall. The jet fuel ignited and flames shot 200 feet into the air while fireballs spread through the building's corridors, hallways, and offices. Debris and flames spilled out into the service road, that's shown here, between the C and B rings, an uncovered area that allowed flames and the remaining force of the explosion to escape and dissipate into the air, leaving the B and A rings intact. The jetliner had cut an 80-foot gash through the Pentagon's exterior and left a path of destruction longer than a football field through 3 of its rings. Slide 12, please. And here you can see an overhead shot of the offices and the path of the aircraft. Unlike the World Trade Center's 2 vertical skyscrapers, the Pentagon's expansive horizontal design aided human efforts to contain the damage and minimize casualties. Most of the building remained intact and continued to function, an urgent priority necessary to maintain military readiness. The damage and loss of life likely would have been worse had the airliner crashed into one of the building's other sections, which lacked the modern safety and structural improvements built into Wedge 1, the recently named section that absorbed the horrible impact. May I have slide 13, please? So if you see the color-coded wedges, there are 5 of them. The Wedge 1 is the blue one on the left, near Corridor 4, where the airplane hit. Nearly a decade earlier, in the early 1990s, work had begun on a building-wide renovation, the first one undertaken since the Pentagon opened in 1943. Engineers had divided the building into 5 numbered sections called wedges, shown here, each one to be upgraded in a sequential clockwise direction. On September 10, 2001, the day before the attack, nearly 4,000 military and civilian personnel had settled back into their workplace routines in the just completed and thoroughly modernized Wedge 1. May I have slide 14, please? After the impact, the new sprinkler system sprang into action to contain the fires, while the steel-reinforced outer walls helped stabilize areas near the crash site long enough for those inside to escape. The new blast-resistant windows in the outer E-ring held too, shielding occupants from deadly shards of flying glass and preventing outside air from rushing inside to fuel the fires. Their resiliency, however, also limited access and escape routes after the impact. Victims trapped inside and firefighters in search of more points of entry to douse the flames struggled to break the glass. These conditions worsened. 30 minutes after the airliner hit the building, the E-ring collapsed from the 5th down through the 2nd floors, leaving a gaping hole about 95 feet across and 50 feet deep. May I have slide 15, please? And here you can see just after the collapsed E-ring wall. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, who had been in his 3rd floor E-ring office when Flight 77 hit the building, made his way outside, then headed toward the billowing black smoke. He paused long enough to help rescue crews lift victims onto stretchers before he returned to his office to confer with the president. Slide 16. Here you can see, 3rd from the right, is Secretary Rumsfeld helping other rescuers take the wounded away to get help. In the Pentagon's Building Operations and Command Center, monitor boards showed more than 350 activated fire alarms. The heating and refrigeration plant nearby also reported a significant drop in water pressure, an ominous sign for firefighters on their way to the scene. The explosion and resulting damage had severed utility lines, allowing water to gush from broken pipes. Low water pressure also risked disabling the air conditioning system, putting vital computer and communications equipment at risk. Building personnel scrambled to keep the heating and refrigeration units running and cut power to electrical vaults near the crash site to allow rescue crews to pull victims to safety without additional threat of electrocution. The Pentagon continued to operate to maintain military readiness, but did so under severely adverse conditions as thick smoke filled hallways, corridors, and offices. At a press conference on the evening of the attack, Secretary Rumsfeld conveyed a clear message to the American people, quote, "The Pentagon is functioning and it will be in business tomorrow," end quote. The next morning, more than 10,000 employees converged on the smoldering building to resume their work, either in shared office space or temporary swing spaces nearby. Work crews brought in to rebuild Wedge 1, the scene of the attack, and complete the building-wide renovation still faced a daunting task. Twisted metal, shattered glass, and broken concrete covered nearly 500,000 square feet at the impact zone. Beyond the physical destruction, more than 3 times that area was coated with greasy black soot. May I have slide 17, please? And here you can see the area that's marked in the different colors, showing the extent of the damage beyond the impact zone. Eager to begin, workers favored a tight schedule that promised to put Defense Department employees back into the rehabilitated and fully functional outer ring by September 11, 2002, exactly 1 year after the attack. Demolition at the crash site began 5 weeks after the attack. Crews worked around the clock 7 days a week to remove rubble and strip all that remained of Wedge 1, while dump trucks hauled away 56,000 tons of debris. Work that normally took months to complete proceeded much faster as crews pushed themselves to the limit. One of the site managers explained that just like a phoenix, the mythical bird that rises from the ashes, so too would the Pentagon. The Phoenix Project, as it came to be known, adopted the slogan, quote, "Let's roll," end quote. The words spoken by one of the passengers on board hijacked United Airlines Flight 93 that crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Soon, Pentagon construction workers wore Phoenix Project jackets and adorned their hard hats with Phoenix Project stickers. May I have slide 18, please? As twisted metal and shattered concrete gave way to clean lines and a pristine look, two separate events marked key milestones in the reconstruction program. In April, construction workers held a topping off ceremony to celebrate the completion of the concrete work. First responders invited back to the Pentagon joined them to mark the occasion. On June 11th, workers carefully placed the last of 4,000 blocks of limestone facing on the building's exterior. This final piece, a charred fragment that survived the attack, had been inscribed with September 11, 2001. Sealed inside the wall behind it, a time capsule included letters from school children, patches and badges from police and fire personnel who had responded to the attack, a Phoenix Project patch, and a bronze box containing the names of the 184 victims. The blackened limestone panel is the only exterior remnant of the damage sustained on September 11th. May I have slide 19, please? 20 years on, the memories of September 11, 2001 still linger. Grieving families, military personnel, and civilian employees continue to pay tribute to those who died through a compelling memorial built on the Pentagon grounds. After the attack, family members, friends of the victims, and visitors to the Pentagon left letters, photographs, teddy bears, and American flags at a makeshift memorial near the crash site. Plans for a more permanent tribute also got underway. 2 acres of land outside the Pentagon's west wall near Flight 77's point of impact serve as a memorial site. Slide 20, please. The memorial itself features 184 cantilevered cast aluminum benches, shown here, inscribed with each victim's name, set above their own reflecting pools and lit from below. The architects arranged the benches in lines according to each victim's year of birth, from the youngest to the oldest, and in a pattern that marks the path of Flight 77. The benches are oriented such that visitors who read the names of the 59 victims on board the aircraft always look up toward the sky. Likewise, for the victims who worked in the Pentagon, the visitor's view always tracks to the building. A wall along the edge of the memorial begins at the height of 3 inches, in memory of 3-year-old Dana Falkenberg, and rises to 71 inches at the other end for the oldest victim, 71-year-old John Yemnicki. 85 maple trees add to the serenity of the space, culminating in a moving tribute to those who perished on that tragic day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lastman. Hopefully that did a great job for the students, kind of setting the stage for the scene at the Pentagon on 9/11, and also in the context of what happened on that day with the inclusion of the Twin Towers. So our panelists today are survivors of the terrorist attack on the Pentagon, and they include Captain Joseph Gradisher, retired, and Mr. Keith Walker. We really appreciate you sharing your story with us today, and we're going to begin with Captain Joseph Gradisher, who worked for the Office of the DCNO for Information Warfare. Thank you so much, Captain.
Thank you very much. At the time of the 9/11 event, I was on active duty as a Navy captain, and I was the...
Good morning, everyone. You are streaming live now from Fox, taking a look back as the Department of Defense does its part to commemorate 9/11 that took place 20 years ago. Now, also, while commemorating the events that took place on 9/11/2001, we are doing our part also here at Live Now from Fox. This Saturday, we are bringing you all complete coverage from 8 a.m. until 1 p.m., getting the personal perspectives from first responders, survivors, family members, and victims, family members of victims, and also witnesses of those tragic events. So I would like to welcome into the conversation Dennis Gleason, who is joining us from Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for joining us, Gleason. Now, you're joining us from Orlando, but during September 11th, 2001, you were actually a theater student in New York City. Can you walk me through the events of that day? I'm sure you woke up and went to class and thought it would be just a normal day.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. That day, I was a student at the Actors Studio Drama School. I was a directing student, and we were waiting to go to our classroom. We were not able to get in that day because James Lipton, our dean, was filming with Will Ferrell an episode of Inside the Actors Studio. And we were waiting outside, and a fellow student said to me, "Hey, Dennis, a plane just hit the World Trade Center. You want to come look at this?" And I said, "Why would I want to look at that?" And she said, "You never know. It might be a piece of history." So we walked down to the corner, and we could see smoke billowing. And as we stood there, we saw the second plane hit the World Trade Center. We had a very clear view. The students around me started panicking because we had no idea what was going on. And some of them actually had friends and co-workers who worked in that particular area.
A piece of history indeed. And Dennis, tell me, you saw the plane hit the building, the second plane. When did you realize exactly what was taking place? That this was not just a plane crash, but that our nation was under attack?
We actually really didn't know what was going on. Our cell phones were not working. We were sort of isolated there in the city. We didn't know what was affecting the rest of the world or the rest of the world. So we were told that class was canceled and we should start walking home. Well, we started walking and there was smoke everywhere. There were sirens everywhere. Our cell phones were not working. Cars were pulled over to the side of the road. People were lined up at payphones to try to contact someone to find out what was going on or to let people know they were okay. I had to walk all the way from 14th Street in the Village up to Times Square, 42nd Street. There was no subway. There was chaos everywhere. People were panicked. And it was there I went into a Toys R Us that had some TV screens in the lobby, and I saw really what was happening. I was also scheduled that night to have a play I was directing opening on Off-Broadway. One of my actors called me and said, "I'm not going on. This country is at war." And at that point, I knew that this was much bigger than just a small event in New York City. It had global ramifications, and we were indeed at war.
Dennis, I want to show you a few images of New York City before 9/11 and after the attack. Could you maybe give us a firsthand perspective? What was the city like? What was it like to live in New York after 9/11?
It was, on the one hand, very harrowing because we obviously saw the destruction and the National Guard in the subway every day. We saw the missing posters everywhere. It was very unsettling and very scary. And not only that day, but months afterwards and years afterwards, whenever we heard a siren, we would flash back to that moment, wondering if it would happen again. On the other hand, it was very inspiring to see how our city and our country came together. The ticker tape in New York City, Times Square, they would have the words to patriotic songs. When you went to a Broadway show, at the curtain call, the playwright would have a statement for the actors to read, extolling the virtues of America. Or if it were a musical, we all sang "God Bless America" along with at the curtain call. And what I tell my students is, never take for granted the freedom that we have in this country. Never take for granted that we could be the victim of an attack again. But most of all, try to remember the unity that country had at that time. We are way too divided right now, and we need to remember what's important, our fellow citizens and the freedom that we have.
That's a point that I think most Americans would agree on. Now, you briefly mentioned what it was like years later after 9/11. Let's bring it to the present moment. Currently, you are an educator teaching at multiple universities around the Orlando, Florida educators. So let's talk about how educators are revisiting what it means to teach those who may be too young to remember the events of 9/11. I hear that this is actually a part of your mission now.
Well, one of the things I teach is public speaking, and we have been talking about how you can use testimony and quote in your speech. And there's something called lay testimony. And I say, if you could find somebody who's actually gone through an experience, use that in your speech because it puts a face on the event. It makes it seem very real. And obviously, you reporters are doing this right now. You are talking to actual people who've gone through it. So anytime you can take an incident like this and use it in your speech and put a personal perspective on it, you should. But more than that, remember what this country stands for. Remember all the people who gave their lives that day for you to be able to sit in this classroom today and have an education. Remember all the first responders that lost their lives that day, as well as we pay tribute to all the emergency people right now who are helping us through the pandemic. When America needs help, Americans step up and help each other. And it's your job as well to step up and help each other when you can.
Absolutely. What a beautiful note to end things on. Dennis Gleason, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insight.
Thank you for having me.
All right, guys, again, on Saturday, 9/11, you can watch complete coverage as we commemorate and celebrate the first responders, victims, family members of victims, survivors of that very fateful day. 20 years later, again, you can watch it all right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, we know that thousands of 9/11 memorials are taking place across the country, so I do want to bring you all to Washington, D.C., Joint Base Andrews to be exact, where they are holding a commemoration service for 9/11 victims.
It was just unreal to think that these things were happening. But I was so proud of the men and women of the squadron, both the military and the civilians, and how they reacted. We stayed focused on our training. We stayed focused on our commitment to our plans and what we knew that we had to be prepared to do. And it was an incredibly professional response that they put forth. In the days and weeks that came following, we were asked to take a considerable risk, to be innovative with our thinking. We were asked to put as many aircraft on 24/7 alert as possible. That meant bringing beds into the squadron, turning office space into bedroom space. That meant dining facilities, delivering meals to the squadron so that we could remain on klaxon alert and be ready to respond if called on to do so. Many long hours, many canceled PCSs, many canceled TDYs, many canceled leaves, and the people of the squadron responded in a heroic manner. It was a time in my career when I was truly proud to be a part of such a professional organization. Some of the missions that we performed on that day, you have O plans and you always plan and you train to be able to execute, but when things actually happen, they don't always go according to plan, and that's what we learned that day. We had a number of missions other than our O plans that we were asked to perform. We had put 3 aircraft in a holding pattern at Woods Corner, right over here by Branch Avenue, and we just had them circle and wait for the call to come in. We got a call from then Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General Fogelsong, and he called the mission control desk directly, and I spoke with him, and he said he wanted to relocate the air staff away from the Pentagon. And we sent those 3 aircraft from the holding pattern of Woods Corner to the east terrace of the Pentagon, and before he could get out of his office and make it down to the east terrace, the helicopters were there waiting for him and the rest of the staff. Several weeks later, Doc Fogelsong was coming through Andrews to get on a jet to fly somewhere, and in his style, he unannounced stopped into the helicopter squadron, and I heard the mission control officer call the building to attention. I went out there to see what was happening. It was General Doc Fogelsong. He had stopped in to gather all of our personnel together and just say thanks for the job that they did on 9/11. He was particularly impressed with our response time and our ability to be there before he could even get out of the building. Other things that we were asked to do, in addition to our normal plans, as you can imagine, there was a need for a considerable amount of medical supplies at the Pentagon. We were asked to ferry medical equipment from Malcolm Grove, the medical center that was here, to the Pentagon. So ambulance after ambulance came to the flight line. We loaded hundreds of pounds of medical supplies onto helicopters and flew them down to the Pentagon to assist with the recovery that was taking place there. At the end of the day, when I look back at it and I think about the new normal that we had to establish, life was never going to be the same that it was on the 10th of September. It was forever changed for us in that squadron, as it was in every organization across the U.S. military. And through those long days and long nights, working many, many hours a day, many days of the week, sometimes every day of the week, in the days that came, I had occasion to be able to go back to the house for dinner and then come back to work. And on one occasion, several weeks after the attacks, I went to my house over on Columbus Circle here on base, and I got there just prior to 1700, and I heard the kids playing behind the house. We had a playground that was in the middle of the circle that backed up, and all the houses backed up to the playground. I heard the kids playing out there, and then I heard a pause and some silence as retreat sounded over the loud hailer system. So I came out of the kitchen and went to the sliding glass door where I could see what was going on in the back, and there were probably 12 or 14 kids out there, ages maybe 6 to 14 or so. And they had all stopped playing the pickup game of baseball that they were playing. They had turned toward the music, and they had put their hands on their heart. And I saw that, and in light of everything that was going on, I knew that we were going to be okay, and that we were going to get past this. And it was just, it was one of those moments where your eyes well with tears, and you know that these kids get it. They realize what's happened, and some of those young people are now in the military today. And I look out here at these young people, and I think of those kids that were on that playground and how they grew up to put on the uniform and stand a post the way that we did during my career. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and be able to tell a little bit about the story on that day. And thank you all for your time and for being here as well.
Thank you, Colonel Schaff, Lieutenant General Sasseville, and Colonel Ennis. Please welcome to the stage Lieutenant Colonel William Root from the 316th Wing. On the morning of September 11, 2001, the 1st Helicopter Squadron began a normal day. Crews woke up for alert, brief daily training flights, maintainers performed routine maintenance. No one suspected the world would change forever. On that day, the heli was called upon to execute its mission, one that has performed 24/7, 365 for over 50 years. Aircrew and aircraft not on alert that morning, rapidly ready for response. During the contingency response operations, utility helicopters provided immediate and invaluable airlift asset. Every mission-capable aircraft was loaded with doctors, medics, medical supplies. Speed and professionalism of the men and women of the 1st Helicopter Squadron was on display as all available assets rushed into action. Aircrew furiously launched into an unknown while the world grappled with a new reality. Aircrew departed Joint Base Andrews that morning, and the familiar horizon was significantly changed. The iconic skyline of our nation's capital was obstructed by smoke and flames, and America was under attack. While news, medevac, and police helicopters circled over downtown, our Hueys descended along low level along the Anacostia River. As they turned north on the Potomac, the growing smoke and flames silhouetted the National Mall. And finally, as they flew through the tidal basin, the devastating view of destruction at the Pentagon came into sight. Pilots identified the landing zones amidst the chaos and disarray, and after landing, they exited the aircraft to help the professionals on board unload its vital emergency medical supplies. After hundreds of pounds of supplies and personnel were offloaded, crews returned to Andrews to continue to provide continuous support to first responders. On September 11, 2001, the quiet professionals of the 1st Helicopter Squadron dutifully answered the nation's call and executed contingency response mission in support of the nation's capital. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the skies behind me as 4 UH-1N Hueys from the 1st Helicopter Squadron pass overhead.
Please welcome to the stage Major Tim Smith from the 459th Air Refueling Wing.
The attacks on September 11th didn't just strike targets. The attacks struck at the hearts and fears of the entire nation, and our unit was equally affected. Some members were speechless, some wanted to get those responsible, and some members felt great vulnerability. However, our members of the 459th felt as a result of the attacks, our unit did not shrink from this heinous challenge. Our citizen airmen responded to our nation's call militarily, and some even responded in their civilian capacities. As the attacks unfolded the morning of 9/11, Joint Base Andrews entered ThreatCon Delta soon after. And while the base moved to this higher threat condition, the 459th Operations Group and the 756th Airlift Squadron were actively transitioned to operational standing. Before the end of that day, the 756 had 2 complete crews in crew rests and an aircraft fully mission capable and ready to go. While the Pentagon was still burning but being brought under control by firefighters and first responders, 459th medical personnel entered that building as part of the post-attack response. Personnel provided aid and support to the injured and assisted in evacuations. In the days and weeks to follow, 43 members of the 459th Security Forces Squadron took on a voluntary activation to support the JBA host wing, the 89th Airlift Wing. And the squadron was later mobilized under Operation Noble Eagle in support of Homeland Defense and civil support missions. An additional 30 of the wing's members were called to active duty service for up to 2 years to support the host wing and fulfilled air-based ground defense functions, guard mount, entry control, flight line security, vehicle searches, perimeter security, and ATV and walking patrols. They also took part in law enforcement patrols, physical security, and anti-terrorism investigation. They manned the law enforcement desk. They filled flight chief, gate supervisor, director of battle staff, and operations officer positions. And their combat arms training personnel also performed support duties for the host wing. At the Pentagon, 459th Aerospace Medicine Squadron Airmen provided support to the Pentagon's De Lorenzo Clinic for 6 months. Meanwhile, the 756th Airlift Squadron deployed 4 members to Air Mobility Command's Tanker Airlift Control Center, where they augmented personnel assigned to the Homeland Emergency Response Cell. The 756 also took on AMC's Atlantic Express mission to free up AMC airlift assets for use in Homeland Defense, while also augmenting the 89th Airlift Wing to assist with the increased workload resulting from global war on terrorism commitments. And in the immediate months following September 11th, the 459 supported combat operations in Afghanistan by providing strategic airlift and aeromedical evacuation, supporting the processing and delivery of over 2 million humanitarian daily rations, and by assisting in the receipt of casualties at the port mortuary at Dover Air Force Base, Delaware. The 459th also participated in the transfer of captured Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters from Afghanistan to Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, and has participated in Operation Enduring Freedom from its beginning all the way through to its end. Now, ladies and gentlemen, turn your head to the sky as a 459th KC-135 Stratotanker flies above.
Please welcome to the stage Major Aaron Payomo from the 89th Airlift Wing.
In the wake of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, the 89th Airlift Wing played a critical role providing emergency response, command and control, and transportation for our nation's highest senior leaders. This continued in the days following, as the wing shifted to provide immediate support for the recovery effort. Most notably that day, the Presidential Airlift Group, flying the VC-25, also known as Air Force One, safely transported President George W. Bush back from Sarasota, Florida, diverting first to Barksdale Air Force Base, Louisiana, and then to Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, before returning to Joint Space Andrews that evening. This mission was pivotal in providing safety for the President of the United States, as well as the command, control, and communication necessary for our government during that horrific day. But the VC-25 was not the only 89th aircraft flying. The C-32, C-37, and the C-9 also played an important role in the wake of the 9/11 attacks. There were two C-32s flying on 9/11. One was transporting Secretary of State Colin Powell on an official visit to Peru, South America. After the attacks, Secretary Powell's return was delayed as all flights were grounded and America's borders were closed. Our C-32 safely returned him to Andrews the following day. The other C-32 was performing presidential support duties in Florida. This mission returned to Andrews immediately after President Bush cut short his visit to Florida. The 99th Airlift Squadron had only one mission on September 11th, which was a presidential support mission. However, their real impact came in the days following the terrorist attacks. On September 13th and 14th, the C-37 flew 5 missions transporting former United States Presidents Gerald Ford, George H.W. Bush, Jimmy Carter, and William Clinton to Washington, D.C.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are streaming a remembrance service honoring the victims and survivors of 9/11. Streaming from Prince George's County, Maryland, Joint Base Andrews to be exact. We will continue to listen into this service. However, we will take a quick commercial break.
Support to New York to survey the World Trade Center towers collapse. This crucially important mission was necessary for government officials to see the wreckage firsthand and allowed them to emphasize the monumental effort of support that would be required for New York in the following days, weeks, and months. The mission of the 89th Airlift Wing is to advance national interests by delivering diplomacy, safe, comfortable, reliable, connected, and protected. This was tested during 9/11, but for the 89th Airlift Wing, Sandbox Airmen were true to their heritage and worked as one synchronized team, enabling our country's senior leaders to withstand the shock and lead the nation through that fateful day.
Please welcome to the stage Lieutenant Colonel Michael Trujillo from the 113th Wing.
Good morning. The 121st Fighter Squadron, 113th Wing, DC Air National Guard, began training operations as normal on September 11th until word spread that a second aircraft had hit the World Trade Center. Authorized to launch multiple aircraft to patrol the airspace over the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. Pilots Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sasseville and First Lieutenant Heather Penny did not know what awaited them as they flew into the airspace, with only their aircraft and no live weapons. They knew they may have to give their lives in order to protect others from another hijacked airliner in the sky. Flight 93 never made it to D.C., having crashed in a field in Pennsylvania, but the pilots continued to patrol the airspace, changing the mission from intercept to sanitizing airspace. Later in the day, F-16s, now armed with live ammunition, escorted President George W. Bush aboard Air Force One back to the White House. Following those events, the alert mission was stood up on September 12th and operates 24/7, 365 days a year to ensure a no-fail mission of protecting the airspace over Washington, D.C. Turning your eyes skyward, you will see a pair of F-16s from the 113th Aerospace Control Alert Detachment executing that solemn responsibility today.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Root, Major Smith, Major Payomo, and Lieutenant Colonel Trujillo. This concludes our ceremony. Thank you for attending. We kindly ask that you expeditiously exit the tarmac as the flight line needs to be secured.
Guys, it looks as though we caught the ending of that ceremony from Joint Base Andrews there in Maryland doing their part to remember 9/11. Now we are on standby for another live event that we are getting from Washington, D.C. We do expect to hear from Secretary Blinken. He's hosting a 9/11 commemoration at 9 a.m. So stand by. We are streaming this all for you live right here on Live Now from Fox, taking a quick commercial break in the meantime. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, bringing you all a Live Now look from inside of the New York Stock Exchange there, as in as well as many places across the country doing their part to remember 9/11. We just witnessed a moment of silence from workers inside of the New York Stock Exchange. And we are here at Live Now from Fox doing our best to commemorate the fateful events of that day. I do want to bring you all a quick schedule of our upcoming live events. Any moment or so at 9 a.m. Eastern, we will bring you all a live event from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He is hosting a 9/11 commemoration ceremony. In the meantime, I do want to bring you all the latest from Fox 13 Tampa, as Fox owned and operated TV stations are honoring 9/11 across the country.
Two-decade push to avenge the wounds of 9/11, the terrorist attacks, led him to the most dangerous parts of our world.
As Fox 13's Evan Axelbank shows us, this veteran's journey began at ground zero, and for him, it was personal.
First, there was smoke. Then there was sound. But not even seeing made it real.
It's like trying to describe the trees in the Amazon.
On 9/11, Brian Stern was in the Army and based at the World Trade Center. He was one of thousands who ran for their lives.
I remember vividly looking behind me and not really understanding what I was seeing. My intellect couldn't quite grasp why there's a running wall of stuff.
He would spend weeks working on the pile.
And it still kind of smells kind of nasty.
He helped uncover millions of pounds of rubble and the remains of people who had been unlucky enough to be at work that day.
When we first started digging, the hope was to find a survivor. The team that I was with, we did not find any survivors.
He lives in Tampa now, but had grown up in New York.
Rage is probably an understatement. I remember wanting my pound of flesh.
He switched branches, joined the Navy, and was sent to war.
Afghanistan, for a complex place where tribal law is real and illiteracy is real and all these other things, it's a very, very, very close-knit society.
As America tried to get its arms around the threat it now faced, he was assigned to what he will only describe as counterinsurgency.
This is my Purple Heart.
He also helped with intelligence.
This is me and President Bush. This is me and former President Obama.
It was his job to gain the trust of locals.
You could ask a Taliban guy, do you hate me? And he would say, well, no, why would I hate you? You've done nothing to me. And I'd say, well, would you kill me? He'd go, oh, yes.
He learned early on what America only collectively learned a few weeks ago. Afghanistan is called the graveyard of empires for a reason. Its 40 million people have diverse perspectives of government and are linked by complex webs of allegiances. They make up for inferior firepower with knowledge of their land and with patience.
I've been all over the world, and I've never quite met a culture, at least in my career, that was anything like an Afghan. They're salty and gritty in a way that is hard for Americans to really understand.
Though the Americans were able to kill Osama bin Laden, shut down most of his terror network, and temporarily install a government, seeing the American investment end without a declaration of mission accomplished is hard for him.
There's a very good likelihood that some of the people in those imagery I have a relationship with one way or the other. So just complete and total sadness and horror and fear for them and their families.
Their fate lingers as he grapples with whether he can truly hold the pound of flesh he sought.
I know that the bad guys are really unhappy that they met me and my friends, and I know that the good people of Afghanistan were happy that we were there.
History has made for an eerie bookend.
Parallels that I'm seeing are so closely tied to 9/11, I can't quite escape it. Imagery of two Afghans falling to their deaths, right? I remember people jumping out of the towers.
Those images make the answer to the question, was it worth it, much more complicated. Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
You're streaming live now from Fox just after 9 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a live now look from New York, happening any moment now. We do expect Secretary of State Antony Blinken to host a 9/11 commemoration ceremony, and we are just getting these live images to our desk. An inside look from the New York Stock Exchange, also doing their part to commemorate 9/11. Let's go ahead and listen in.
All of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the big flash.
When I heard that noise, I kind of looked up and I saw smoke coming out. Right away, I knew something wasn't right.
Somebody came running in and said, "Don't go out there."
He says, "Oh, a plane just flew into the World Trade Center."
It was a day like this 20 years ago. The corner of Wall and Broad Street ready for another trading day. They came from all 5 boroughs and from neighboring states. They came that September morning with a purpose. They came as they had for over 200 years to our exchange. Thousands, traders and market makers, to keep the engine of capitalism turning. And then, at 8:46 a.m. that day, it all stopped. Nearly 3,000 souls lost. 10 from our exchange family, including Thomas Sullivan and Robert Sutcliffe. For us, the toll could have been worse. Ollie Howard, a member of our security team, oversaw the safe evacuation of our people from our offices in the World Trade Center South Tower. For Ollie's co-workers,
A very somber weekend ahead of us. Again, you are streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a look at a visual put together by the New York Stock Exchange. Workers and members just held a moment of silence to honor the victims. We're getting a lot of commemoration events taking place across the country, guys. So I do want to bring you all out to Washington, D.C. for an event hosted by the Department of Justice. Right now, Attorney General Merrick Garland is making a few remarks. Let's listen in.
Since 9/11, the Justice Department, we mark this anniversary by remembering that we evolve more successfully when we build on our core foundations. We do this by adhering to the values that the Justice Department represents. Chief among them, the rule of law, the pursuit of justice, and the protection of civil rights and civil liberties. The tree we are standing before is a living symbol of our values and our refusal to bend in the face of terrorism. It embodies our nation's spirit of hope and health and strength and resilience in the wake of the attacks. This calorie pear tree is a descendant of a tree at Ground Zero that became known as the Survivor Tree after standing through the terror attacks at the World Trade Center. Each year, the National September 11th Memorial and Museum gives seedlings from the Survivor Tree to 3 communities that have endured tragedy in recent years. In 2015, the department dedicated the planting of the Survivor Tree, the seedling from the Survivor Tree. The following year, Attorney General Loretta Lynch dedicated a commemorative plaque. And today, I am humbled to have the honor of announcing the permanent installation of this plaque. The plaque reminds us that the threats from foreign terrorists like those involved in September 11th is one we must constantly guard against. As I said yesterday, we rededicate ourselves at the Justice Department to doing all we can to protect the American people from terrorist attacks whether originating from abroad or at home, and in doing so in a way that is consistent with our values and the rule of law. What we must do, what we have done, is to learn from the past to better anticipate and prepare for the next threat and to seek to disrupt it. It is an awesome responsibility, but it is one we undertake together, and in that, it gives us strength. Thank you for all being here.
Everyone, thank you for coming out this morning. Thank you.
All right, guys, a very quick 9/11 remembrance event hosted by Attorney General Merrick Garland from Washington, D.C. We are still on standby for a few more live events. However, we are getting some incredible pictures from inside of the New York Stock Exchange, as they as well are honoring the victims, family members, and survivors of 9/11.
Good point.
Going to take a 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we return, we'll bring you all out to Washington, D.C., expecting a few remarks from Secretary of State Antony Blinken ahead of the 20th anniversary of 9/11.
Served both in the U.S. Air Force and Naval Reserve for 22 years and as counsel on the 9/11 Commission. It was both my duty and responsibility as an American and a New York native to be able to join others on the commission to tell the story of 9/11 as best we could, and of those we honor today who lost their lives, or those who continue to suffer the impact of these heinous attacks on their everyday existence. Before beginning our program, I would first like to ask that we stand and take a moment of silence in remembrance of all those who lost their lives and their loved ones still in mourning. Thank you. I hope that the voices we hear this morning will convey the many ways in which members of our community have been impacted by the 9/11 attacks on a personal level. On this day, like every year, we stand strong, we stand united. You will now hear several personal reflections. First, from Deputy Assistant Secretary Chris Gu from the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, followed by Ms. Shazar Turner, the President of Veterans at State, Ambassador Matthew Klimo, who was serving in the Pentagon on 9/11, and finally, our own Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. Deputy Assistant Director Chu, without further ado, please take the stage.
On the morning of September 11, 2001, a booming vibration shook the 26th Federal Plaza building in New York City, where I was having breakfast with colleagues from the Diplomatic Security Service New York field office. Special Agent Dean Simpkins, who was staring out the window, turned to us and said, "The World Trade Center is on fire." We looked in disbelief at the smoke pouring out of Tower 1 and paper sailing through the sky like confetti. We rushed back to the office to report what we saw to New York field office leadership and found the entire office trying to make sense of what just happened. Moments later, the assistant special agent in charge screamed into the office public address system to instruct everyone to evacuate the building immediately and assembled at a designated rally point. A second plane has slammed into Tower 2. The building staircase was crowded with federal employees, visitors, and contractors. Some struggled with the physical exertion of descending 34 flights of stairs, and friends and colleagues supported one another. Faces were tense, nervous, and unsure, with an occasional forced smile to calm oneself and colleagues. People filled the streets around the federal building. Most stood and stared at the two burning towers. A few sobbed quietly. Emergency vehicles raced toward the World Trade Center. Fire engines, police cars, ambulances. Heroes running toward danger without consideration of their own safety. I tried calling my wife and my parents, but I had no cell phone signal. As a law enforcement professional in the Department of State's Diplomatic Security Service and a native New Yorker, I was eager and anxious to join the rescue effort, but I felt helpless and angry standing on the street. I had just vowed inwardly to help repair and rebuild New York City when I watched in total disbelief as the first tower crashed onto the streets below. DSS leadership instructed me to leave the island of Manhattan and wait on standby for a week-long duty assignment to help at Ground Zero. I raced home to ensure my parents were safe, and I tried to locate my wife, who was working 1 block from the World Trade Center. She arrived home in the late afternoon, covered from head to toe in World Trade Center building dust. She barely escaped with a coworker during a harrowing evacuation on foot that took them across Manhattan and into Queens via the 59th Street Bridge. They embraced and cried at having survived, but my wife's coworker's brother, Mike, was not so fortunate. He was a New York City firefighter and one of those heroes who rushed towards the burning buildings before they fell. I served at Ground Zero a week later, along with 52 Diplomatic Security Service special agents who ended up joining the massive surge of first responders who rushed to assist the aftermath of the 9/11 terrorist attacks that destroyed the World Trade Center. My World Trade Center. 23 DSS New York field office agents and additional 2 support personnel worked alongside dozens of special agents from DSS satellite and field offices up and down the East Coast. Agents delivered gasoline to fuel generators, transported exhausted firefighters and doctors, and escorted emergency rescue equipment through tunnels closed to general traffic. DSS also expedited getting copies of World Trade Center blueprints from outside of the region to the site, transported Department of Energy and FEMA personnel to critical meetings, and delivered critical evidence to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force for analysis. And in December 2001, foreign dignitaries poured into New York City for the UN General Assembly, and every one of them wanted to pay their respects at Ground Zero and at local fire stations. Every stop brought back that terrible day and reminded me of those exhausted and grieving firefighters, police officers, and EMTs. Let us never forget the families of the over 3,000 victims, the 412 emergency workers who climbed those stairs with heavy shoulders and determined faces while others fled to safety, those DSS agents who volunteered at Ground Zero, and some of whom have become ill from toxic dust they inhaled, the survivors and witnesses like my wife who still can't talk about that day without choking up, and heroes like Mike. Let us never forget. Thank you. And now I'm honored to introduce Shazar Turner, the President of Veterans Estate.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Would it be possible to go to the ambassador next?
Certainly. Off mute.
Yeah, we could come back to Shazar if you're having some problems. But we have the ambassador. Would you like to speak next? Are you ready?
Of course, I'm
Great.
happy to.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, Undersecretary Jenkins, fellow diplomats and veterans, greetings from Ashgabat. 20 years ago, I was a colonel in the United States Army serving in the Pentagon as the executive assistant to General Richard B. Myers, the 15th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Among the harrowing sights and sounds and smells that linger with me to this day, there's one vignette that I want to share with you. It's not a story of despair, but one of the American spirit and determination that we in the State Department show every day when we go to work. At 10:50 a.m., slightly over 1 hour after Flight 77 slammed into the Pentagon, I was in the smoke-filled National Military Command Center, deep in the heart of the Pentagon. 6 of us were in a sealed skiff, including General Myers and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. President Bush had convened a conference call of key leaders in Washington. The president came on the line and he was sure-footed, confident, and unflappable. And I could remember well his exact words when he began to speak. He said, "I want everyone who could hear my voice to know that no faceless thugs will hold our country at bay. I want you to find out who did this. I want you to track them down, and I want you to destroy them." Someone on the conference call uttered a profanity about Osama bin Laden, but the president came right back on and said, "Now, wait a minute. First, get the facts. Second, clean up your language." It was the perfect retort. It broke the tension. We all laughed. But as the call went on, I began to feel lightheaded. I couldn't concentrate. I thought I might pass out. The admiral sitting next to me shook my arm and he said, "Listen, I'm an old submariner. I know what's happening. We need to get everyone out of here. There's no oxygen in the room. It's filling up with carbon dioxide." The admiral said he would look for an alternate command center where we could relocate everyone. And he asked me to find an air monitor to measure the oxygen levels. Well, I was an infantry officer. There may be air monitors in a submarine, but where to find one in the Pentagon? So like any good infantry colonel, I called for my captain, Chris Donahue. "Chris, go find an air monitor." And to my amazement, he soon returned with the Arlington County Fire Department air quality expert, who said that our oxygen levels were hovering around 16%, and at 13%, we needed to evacuate the building. He said, "You need to get out." I broke the news to General Myers and Secretary Rumsfeld, who conferred, and they said, "We cannot leave. The Pentagon is the symbol of America's military power." And then something remarkable happened. He turned to me and pointed at Chris Donahue and myself, and he said, "You two, get the word out. Tomorrow is a normal work day at the Pentagon. Everybody gets to work on time as usual." And that is the point of my remarks today. Let us remember not only 9/11, let us remember 9/12, the 12th of September, 2001, because quite simply, the day after 9/11, we got back to work with a renewed spirit of determination. President Harry S. Truman said, "America was not built on fear. America was built on courage, on imagination, and on unbeatable determination." We can have that spirit again today. We need that spirit today. Let that spirit of determination be what we hold to and what we take from this day of remembrance. That and the fact that life is a precious gift, and we ought to spend what time we have on earth in pursuit of a noble purpose. So on this day of remembrance, let us commit ourselves with that same determination we felt on 9/12 to that spirit of what we need to do to make our talent, hard work, and spirit build America. If we commit to those things today with that kind of determination, after the tragedy of 9/11, we will be living up to our own full potential. And finally, I hope that you recognize the name of that intrepid captain, Chris Donahue, now Major General Donahue, Commanding General of the 82nd Airborne Division, and the last American soldier to depart Kabul. Thank you for letting me join you today. Please come to Ashgabat. We'll be thinking of you today and always. God bless.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Shazar, are you able to connect now? I think you're still on mute there. Well, Shazar, if you can keep working on it, but for sake of time, I think we're going to move forward. I'd like to introduce, of course, our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken.
Morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for being here today. It is an honor to join today's speakers to mark the 20th anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks. I have to say to both the ambassador, to you, Chris, thank you for your powerfully evocative remarks. I think in different ways, both of you brought us back to that day, brought us back to what so many of us were feeling, and brought us back to a remarkable spirit that actually joined us and united us in ways that I think we can find inspiration in for every day going forward. We come together first and foremost, to honor the people we lost on that horrific day. Nearly 3,000 men, women, children in New York, in Arlington, in Shanksville. For their loved ones, the pain from the loss began on 9/11. They felt it every day since. Some members of our community lost family and friends that day. Our hearts go out to all of you. Every one of those losses sent ripples that radiated outward. The stories of those who died were told around the world. Restaurant workers on breakfast shifts, kids flying to Disneyland, firefighters and police officers who, as we all know, ran into the building after the planes hit. People from more than 90 countries lost their lives that day. Every one of them someone's child, someone's parents, someone's sibling, someone's friend. Chris Gu's account is so vivid and painful. For many of us, even if we weren't in New York or Virginia that day, even if we were on the other side of the world, it felt somehow deeply personal. And I think it still does. For those of you who were working at the State Department, the memories are just as vivid. Some of you were in the building that day. You evacuated and saw the smoke rising from the Pentagon. For a while, people thought that there could be a car bomb nearby, and DS agents made sure that everyone got out. You showed up for work the next morning, as we heard, not yet fully knowing what had happened or what would be required of you in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead, but ready to do whatever your country asked of you. Around the world, we saw people come forward to show their extraordinary solidarity and empathy. They congregated outside our embassies, consulates, praying, singing, crying. They left handwritten notes, flowers, candles, drawings, mementos. Outside our embassy in Sydney, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service left a helmet that their firefighters had signed for American first responders, and it read, "To all stations, come home safe." In Ethiopia, so many people left flowers at the base of the embassy's flagpole that pile of flowers rose a third of the way up the flagpole. Amid the hundreds of letters and signs left outside Embassy Berlin was a handwritten note that read, "Kennedy said, I am a Berliner. We say, we are Americans." As we saw that day, our allies and partners' commitment to us and ours to them is a sacred bond that goes much deeper than relationships between governments. It's a bond our peoples have built over many generations. 9/11 was, to understate, one of the darkest days in our history, but out of it also came these demonstrations of profound humanity, compassion, strength, and courage. Above all, it showed our remarkable resilience. It showed our capacity to defend the pluralism that has long been one of our country's greatest strengths, including by embracing our Muslim American brothers and sisters. It showed the risks that so many are willing to take to save the lives of complete strangers. So today we remember all of that and more. We've also come together today because, maybe more than any other event in our lifetimes, 9/11 shaped the trajectory of our country and how we engage in the world. It motivated an entire generation to pursue lives of service. Some became journalists, lawyers, human rights defenders. Others volunteered for the military. Hundreds of thousands went on to serve in Afghanistan. 2,641 service members gave their lives in that conflict, including 13 men and women who were killed in a terrorist attack a few weeks ago as we brought that war to an end. More than 20,000 of those service members were injured, many with invisible wounds. We're humbled by the sacrifices that they made, and we know that for veterans in particular, as I know Shazar Turner was going to tell us, this anniversary will be an especially emotional one, inspiring both pride, but also pain. September 11th also inspired a generation of people to join this institution, the State Department. Those new officers walked into this building, I think having some sense of how hard the work would be, how much we were up against, how vital it was that they succeed. But of course, a full appreciation for all of that came with time, came with experience, came with engagement. But from day one, they threw themselves into the challenges with total commitment. Looking around this department today, we can see how the attacks changed us and changed our diplomacy. Thousands of diplomats served in Afghanistan and Iraq and elsewhere in support of the war against Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. Thousands more served in new bureaus and roles that didn't exist before the attacks, like counterterrorism, conflict, and stabilization. Virtually every part of the department was mobilized in some way to play a role in preventing another 9/11. Critical work that many of us continue to this day. Cherished members of our Foreign Service gave their lives to these efforts. Today we honor them as well. Part of our job, part of our responsibility as diplomats is to perpetually reflect on how we engage with the rest of the world and to ask some very basic questions. Are we making our nation safer, more secure? Are we advancing our interests? Are we living up to our values? Are we focusing too much on some threats and not enough on others? Are we missing opportunities? We were asking those questions then. We have a responsibility to continue asking them now, to more effectively tackle the challenges that we face today, to try and see around the corner to the crises and challenges of tomorrow, to make sure we're doing all we can to deliver for our fellow citizens. Whether you were part of the team that was there when the attacks occurred, whether you joined because of those attacks, or whether you came here for some other reason altogether, what we all have in common is that deep down, we feel a calling to try to do right by our fellow Americans, to try to make their lives just a little bit more secure, a little bit more prosperous, a little healthier, with a little more opportunity. And we want to engage the world in a way that makes their lives and our lives and the world better. Wherever we serve, whatever the challenge or crisis, we've chosen diplomacy as our tool to make that world a little bit better. You have to be 20 years old to register for the Foreign Service Officer Test. So what does that mean? It means that starting tomorrow, the first volunteers born after 9/11 will start the process of becoming Foreign Service officers. I can't wait to welcome them to this community. They will help make the State Department even stronger, more diverse, and more ready to take on the challenges of our time. In hearing from Foreign Service officers and civil servants who were serving September 11th, one thing they often talk about is how, no matter how wrenching and terrifying those first moments and first days felt, they appreciated that they were in a place to do something about it. And it goes back to what Chris was saying. At first, I think so many of us had a feeling of helplessness. But then, that instinct that brings us together really clicked in. And we realized we could do something. And those of us in this community did do something. We appreciated that we were in a place to do something about it. We had jobs, they had jobs, where they could help their fellow citizens and their country in ways both immediate and lasting. That's an extraordinary privilege, and it's one that all of us in this department have right now as well. So on this day of all days, we remember that privilege and the responsibility as well as the opportunity that comes with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your words. Thank you for our other speakers, and to Shazar Turner, who wasn't able to speak. We also thank you for your service. And we also thank those individuals, our embassies overseas, who are also commemorating this day. I also want to thank all of you for coming and coming together today in service and remembrance. As we all return to work, let us hold the spirit of this day in our hearts and honor the memory of the fallen in our words and in our actions. That concludes our program. Thank you for your time and attention on this solemn day.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. That was the Department of State hosting a 9/11 commemoration ceremony. Some really heartfelt remarks from Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, as well as other members of the State Department. Here right now is a Live Now look at the One World Trade Center, standing tall and beautiful out there in Lower Manhattan. We are honoring the victims of the 9/11 attacks, not just in New York, everybody, but also in the Pentagon and the Pennsylvania area as well, where United Flight 93 did crash out there in Shanksville. We do have several vantage points of the grounds this morning. Here is another look at the heart of New York City near the 9/11 memorial, but just have to bring you back out to this beautiful shot of the One World Trade Center. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Nearing the 9:45 a.m. mark here on the East Coast, taking a Live Now look over the beautiful, tall One World Trade Center out there in Lower Manhattan. Again, stay with us all weekend long here on Live Now from Fox. We will have a full coverage of the commemoration events, not only happening out there in New York City, but out in our nation's capital as well at the Pentagon and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the United 93 flight did crash down. We've got several vantage points of beautiful New York this morning. Want to bring you this live now look at the city skyline out there. We also do have this look at the grounds of the 9/11 memorial out there in Lower Manhattan as well. So again, lots of different vantage points here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the falls out there where the towers once stood. We did have some somber remarks from a family who lost their brother earlier this morning. But again, here is a look at the One World Trade Center right now here on Live Now from Fox. We're continuing to bring you coverage from our owned and operated stations across the nation. 9/11 not only impacting New Yorkers or people in Washington, D.C. or people in Pennsylvania, but all across the nation. Let's get the latest from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team, who spoke with the LA Kings about what they remember about that day.
Oh, the September 11th attacks left a hole in the hearts of the LA Kings family. Kings scouts Mark Bavis and Garnett Ace Bailey died aboard United Flight 175. Their legacy, though, was never forgotten. Laura Diaz showing us how the organization honors their memories all these years later.
It's always been about, let's make sure we never forget.
Today, Luke Robitaille is president of the LA Kings, a retired hockey legend.
What a goal! The Kings win!
But back in September 2001, Robitaille, the player, learned that 9/11 would become a painful personal story for him and for the LA Kings. The events unfolding on live television.
When it happened, we were devastated because you never think you're going to have someone you know that's part of this when you watch it.
King scout Garnett Ace Bailey and Mark Bavis were aboard United Flight 175 from Boston. The plane hit the South Tower, taking everyone. 53-year-old Bailey, a former NHL star and Stanley Cup champion, had risen to director of scouting for the Kings.
Ace was tough. He was a leader. Ace Bailey took care of everyone, was the guy that, hugged everyone, made everyone laugh, remember everyone's name.
31-year-old Bavis had just started his scouting career with the Kings, but was already dazzling his bosses.
Mark, he was always thinking of coming up with new ideas, so it would have been interesting to see what he would have come up with.
There was one very special moment that did so much to help heal the hurt of the loss of Bailey and Bavis. It came with no fanfare, 11 years after 9/11, and with only a few photos. October 2012. After the Kings won it all, some of the team executives took the Stanley Cup to Ground Zero. They invited the families of Ace and Mark to join them. You can imagine the emotion that day.
So they had the idea to bring the cup there, and they brought both families. So Ace's wife is there and Mark's family's there. From the time that everyone took it there, they were really touched. It's never easy to go back.
We looked at images from Ground Zero with Luke Robitaille recently. There Luke is with sports executive Tim Leiweke in 2012. The two men tracing the etched names of their late friends with their hands at the Ground Zero Memorial.
When you go there and you see it, it's overwhelming. You start seeing all the names around, and you're looking, and it just seemed to be so many names. That's what I remember. When we saw Mark and Ace's name, it was like, just hit us.
The spirit of Ace Bailey lives on in a very quirky way. I don't think it's widely known that the team's sassy mascot Bailey is named after Ace. Turns out to be a perfect way to remember him.
What do we do with the mascot? It's important the mascot has a meaning. At the time, we were going to call the mascot Ace. But there was another mascot in Toronto, I think it was the Blue Jays, that was called Ace, so then we realized we couldn't do it. So we were lucky there was no mascot called Bailey, so we called it Bailey.
Life goes on for the LA Kings. It must. There's always a new season around the corner. And plans are being made to enjoy the ice rink here at the promenade at the Peninsula in Rolling Hills Estates. But it's touching to see the lengths this team has taken to keep the memories of their two scouts alive. For the last 20 years, every game, the players take the ice wearing helmets with the names Ace and Mark proudly displayed.
Every player that wears the Kings uniform, that puts on that helmet, should understand that these two guys were part of us, they're part of our family.
Wow, what a story. That was Laura Diaz reporting for us. In addition to the families making the trek to Ground Zero, some of the Kings team members have paid their respects there as well. And it's amazing to think about this, but many of the team members weren't even born in 2001. They're now the players on the Kings.
Well, I'm thinking of Luc Robitaille being a player back then and how much leadership he brings to that team with all of this insight and this knowledge and this memory. He can really tell the story to the younger guys about why Bailey matters so much.
Yeah, and by the way, Bailey's a great mascot.
Yeah,
so much
a lot of
fun if you're out there at the Kings
yes.
games. All right, so
Remembering 9/11 20 years later, Live Now from Fox has complete coverage for you all on Saturday, September 11th, tomorrow from 8 a.m. until 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're bringing you live events from across the country, anniversary ceremonies as they unfold. Coverage will continue after 1 p.m. with original content from Fox-owned and operated stations. Going to take a quick commercial break here. When we return, we'll have the latest from President Biden as he announces his most recent COVID-19 vaccine mandates, which could perhaps affect more than 100 million people. That story up after this.
Even as the Delta variant 19 talk to you about where we are in the battle against COVID-19, the progress we've made, and the work we have left to do. And it starts with understanding this. Even as the Delta variant COVID-19 has been hitting this country hard, we have the tools to combat the virus if we can come together as a country and use those tools. If we raise our vaccination rate, protect ourselves and others with masking, expanded testing, and identify people who are infected, we can and we will turn the tide on COVID-19. It'll take a lot of hard work. It's going to take some time. Many of us are frustrated with the nearly 80 million Americans who are still not vaccinated, even though the vaccine is safe, effective, and free. You might be confused about what is true and what is false about COVID-19. So before I outline the new steps to fight COVID-19 that I'm going to be announcing tonight, let me give you some clear information about where we stand. First, we've made considerable progress in battling COVID-19. When I became president, about 2 million Americans were fully vaccinated. Today, over 175 million Americans have that protection. Before I took office, we hadn't ordered enough vaccine for every American. Just weeks in office, we did. The week before I took office on January 20th of this year, over 25,000 Americans died that week from COVID-19. Last week, that grim weekly toll was down 70%. And then 3 months before I took office, our economy was faltering, creating just 50,000 jobs a month. We're now averaging 700,000 new jobs a month in the past 3 months. This progress is real. But while America is much better shape than it was 7 months ago when I took office, I need to tell you a second fact. We're in the tough stretch, and it could last for a while. Highly contagious Delta variant that I began to warn America about back in July spread late summer like it did in other countries before us. While the vaccines provide strong protection for the vaccinated, we read about and hear about and we see the stories of hospitalized people on their deathbeds among the unvaccinated over the past few weeks. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And it's caused by the fact that despite America having unprecedented and successful vaccination program, despite the fact that for almost 5 months, free vaccines have been available in 80,000 different locations, we still have nearly 80 million Americans who have failed to get the shot. And to make matters worse, there are elected officials actively working to undermine the fight against COVID-19. Instead of encouraging people to get vaccinated and mask up, they're ordering mobile morgues for the unvaccinated dying from COVID in their communities. This is totally unacceptable. Third, if you wonder how all this adds up, here's the math. The vast majority of Americans are doing the right thing. Nearly 3/4 of the eligible have gotten at least one shot, but 1/4 has not gotten any. That's nearly 80 million Americans not vaccinated. And a country as large as ours, that's 25% minority. That 25% can cause a lot of damage, and they are. The unvaccinated overcrowd our hospitals, are overrunning emergency rooms and intensive care units, leaving no room for someone with a heart attack or pancreatitis or cancer. And fourth, I want to emphasize that the vaccines provide very strong protection from severe illness from COVID-19. I know there's a lot of confusion and misinformation, but the world's leading scientists confirm that if you are fully vaccinated, your risk of severe illness from COVID-19 is very low. In fact, based on available data from the summer, only 1 out of every 160,000 fully vaccinated Americans was hospitalized for COVID per day. These are the facts. So here's where we stand. The path ahead, even with the Delta variant, is not nearly as bad as last winter. But what makes it incredibly more frustrating is that we have the tools to combat COVID-19, and a distinct minority of Americans, supported by a distinct minority of elected officials, are keeping us from turning the corner. These pandemic politics, as I refer to, are making people sick, causing unvaccinated people to die. We cannot allow these actions to stand in the way of protecting the large majority of Americans who have done their part and want to get back to life as normal. As your president, I'm announcing tonight a new plan to require more Americans to be vaccinated to combat those blocking public health. My plan also increases testing, protects our economy, and will make our kids safer in schools. It consists of 6 broad areas of action and many specific measures in each that each of those actions you can read more about in whitehouse.gov. Whitehouse.gov. The measures, these are going to take time to have full impact. But if we implement them, I believe, and the scientists indicate, that the months ahead we can reduce the number of unvaccinated Americans, decrease hospitalizations and deaths, and allow our children to go to school safely and keep our economy strong by keeping businesses open. First, we must increase vaccinations among the unvaccinated with new vaccination requirements. Of the nearly 80 million eligible Americans who have not gotten vaccinated, many said they were waiting for approval from the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. Well, last month, the FDA granted that approval. So, the time for waiting is over. This summer, we made progress through the combination of vaccine requirements and incentives, as well as the FDA approval. 4 million more people got their first shot in August than they did in July. But we need to do more. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people you care about, the people you love. My job as president is to protect all Americans. So tonight, I'm announcing that the Department of Labor is developing an emergency rule to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated or show a negative test at least once a week. Some of the biggest companies are already requiring this. United Airlines, Disney, Tyson's Food, and even Fox News. The bottom line, we're going to protect vaccinated workers from unvaccinated coworkers. We're going to reduce the spread of COVID-19 by increasing the share of the workforce that is vaccinated in businesses all across America. My plan will extend the vaccination requirements that I previously issued in the healthcare field. Already, I've announced we'll be requiring vaccinations at all nursing home workers who treat patients on Medicare and Medicaid because I have that federal authority. Tonight, I'm using that same authority to expand that to cover those who work in hospitals, home health care facilities, or other medical facilities, a total of 17 million healthcare workers. If you're seeking care at a health facility, you should be able to know that the people treating you are vaccinated. Simple, straightforward, period. Next, I will sign an executive order that will now require all executive branch federal employees to be vaccinated, all. And I've signed another executive order that will require federal contractors to do the same. If you want to work with the federal government and do business with us, get vaccinated. If you want to do business with the federal government, vaccinate your workforce. And tonight, I'm removing one of the last remaining obstacles that make it difficult for you to get vaccinated. The Department of Labor will require employers with 100 or more workers to give those workers paid time off to get vaccinated. No one should lose pay in order to get vaccinated or take a loved one to get vaccinated. Today, in total, the vaccine requirements in my plan will affect about 100 million Americans, 2/3 of all workers. And for other sectors, I issue this appeal to those of you running large entertainment venues, from sports arenas to concert venues to movie theaters. Please require folks to get vaccinated or show a negative test as a condition of entry. And to the nation's family physicians, pediatricians, GPs, general practitioners, you're the most trusted medical voice to your patients. You may be the one person who can get someone to change their mind about being vaccinated. Tonight, I'm asking each of you to reach out to your unvaccinated patients over the next 2 weeks and make a personal appeal to them to get the shot. America needs your personal involvement in this critical effort. My message to unvaccinated Americans is this: what more is there to wait for? What more do you need to see? We've made vaccinations free, safe, and convenient. The vaccine has FDA approval. Over 200 million Americans have gotten at least one shot. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us. So please do the right thing. But just don't take it from me. Listen to the voices of unvaccinated Americans who are lying in hospital beds, taking their final breath saying, if only I'd gotten vaccinated. If only. It's a tragedy. Please don't let it become yours. Second.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez back with you here on Live Now from Fox. Currently listening in to an In Case You Missed It segment. We wanted to bring you here President Biden unveiling his latest COVID-19 strategy, announcing that everybody who is part of a company that is features more than 100 people will be required to get vaccinated. This wasn't In Case You Missed It segment, but I do want to let you know we've got a news alert to bring you. We've got President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden at a school in Washington, D.C., expected to speak on the importance of COVID-19 safety protocols in schools. So let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Crescent moon. What moon do we have that's going to be coming up on Sunday? On Sunday, first quarter. Good. So, in talking about the moon and to capitalize on our curriculum, we decided to build a space launcher. And the space launcher, they have marshmallows, which represent our astronauts. And they had to design a space launcher to safely land the rocket onto the moon. And so they've done an awesome job designing during this particular lesson, and they would love to share some of their designs with you.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Can we say welcome to our
Super excited.
Yeah. What are you doing?
All right, everybody. It does appear that we lost that feed here on Live Now from Fox, but that is A-OK because we've also got another live event here coming to our Live Now from Fox desk. We've got calls to pass the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act. You can see New York Senator Chuck Schumer there, surrounded by first responders as well as other New York City lawmakers. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
Did not hesitate. Firefighters, police officers, medical, construction workers, volunteers, everyone rushed to Ground Zero, the Pentagon, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the crash site. Now it's time for Congress not to hesitate, but to also act for this emergency. We lost nearly 3,000 lives on 9/11, but in the nearly 20 years since the attack, the death toll continues to climb. According to a new report by the FDNY's World Trade Center Health Program, nearly 75% of the FDNY workers who worked on the toxic pile at Ground Zero now have some sort of long-term illness linked to their exposure to the toxic air. As we mark 20 years since that fateful day, we must remember that 9/11 isn't just in the past. It is something that these responders deal with and survivors every day as they suffer with illnesses that they got from that experience. Cancers, respiratory illnesses, mental health disorders. As a nation, we have a moral obligation to take care of the people who took care of us and those who care for them. We owe them a debt of gratitude, first and foremost, for what they did on 9/11 and in the days and weeks and months that followed. And secondly, because of the toxic lie The toxic lie our government told them that it was safe to work on the pile and breathe that toxic air. And then we sent kids back to school and employees back to school in the toxic air sites. That is why, in addition to addressing the funding shortfall of the World Trade Center Health Program, the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act makes minor adjustments in the bill to make it more effective, but also authorizes a program to develop a study on the impact of the 9/11 on those who were children in 2001. Specifically, the research would focus on the effects of the toxic exposure and psychological trauma on the more than 35,000 children who lived or attended school and daycare in the New York City disaster area in the aftermath of the attack. Our country made a promise after 9/11 to always be there for our firefighters, our first responders, the police, the EMTs, the workers clearing the pile, the survivors, residents, area workers, students who got sick or injured because of the toxins we said were safe when they were not. We kept that promise when we enacted into law the James Zadroga 9/11 Health and Compensation Act, again when we passed the reauthorization in 2015, and 2 years ago when we passed the Never Forget the Heroes James Zadroga, Ray Pfeiffer, and Louis Alvarez permanent authorization of the September 11th Victims Compensation Fund Act. All those acts show how determined the New York delegation and united we are in getting results for those that were injured from 9/11. Now Congress needs to pass the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act to ensure that the World Trade Center Health Program is there to provide the care that every survivor and responder needs and deserves. We know that we have had a very divided Congress recently, but we are all hopeful and determined that on this issue we will all be together. It will be bipartisan, we will be united, and we will be successful. Let's make sure these men and women never have to walk the halls of Congress again, demanding that we do the jobs we are supposed to do, take care of the people who take care of us. Remember, 9/11 must be more than a bumper sticker.
Right.
With that, I introduce our great leader, the majority leader of our country, the Congressional United States Senate, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, Carolyn.
And he will be followed by our other great Senator, Kristen Gillibrand.
Well, let me first thank you for the great leadership you've shown, Carolyn, and my great partner in the Senate, Senator Gillibrand, as well as Congressman Nadler and Pallone, and so many others who worked hard. Let me thank my brothers and sisters in the labor movement who are here, and as well as our brave firefighters, police officers, EMT people who are representing the many men and women who are brave. You know, we have many kinds of heroes. This is a very painful weekend because it's 20 years after 9/11, and every one of us thinks about it probably every 10 or 15 minutes during this weekend. And we have many types of heroes. The heroes who died that day. They were firefighters and police officers and first responders. They were average folks, people who worked in the kitchens, people who worked in the financial industry, people who worked in the government. They were heroes. They were average New Yorkers doing their work, doing their jobs, of many different backgrounds and races and creeds and colors and religions. Second heroes are the families who lost loved ones who we'll see tomorrow once again. They are heroes as well. They suffer to this day and will for the rest of their lives because of this vicious and brutal act. But of course, there's also a third type of heroes, and unlike the first two groups I mentioned, we cannot bring back the dead. But we can help the third types of heroes who rush to the towers, like soldiers do, rush to danger, regardless of the consequence, to help save others. These are heroes we can help. And for years, the people you've seen here, myself and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Clinton before her in the Senate, and Senators Maloney and Nadler, and so much of the New York delegation, and Peter King, thank you, in the House. And we've made it a passion to see that this third group of heroes at least gets both the compensation and health care they need, because their heroism should be acknowledged and appropriately rewarded. We cannot forget them. And so we thought the job might be done in 2015. It took us a long time, first to get the Congress to even recognize this problem. And first we had to do it for 5 years, because Tom Coburn, frankly, was blocking it as we were leaving home, I think it was for Christmas vacation in 2010. And we stayed in session, and he said, all right, I'll do 5 years. And then we came back in 2015 and made it permanent. But what we have found is the number of people sick and dying has greatly increased, and the costs of medical care, which we don't want to skimp on for one nickel, greatly increased. So we need more dollars now. That's what we need. The good news is we're in the middle of a reconciliation bill. So many of the intransigent can vote no, and we can still pass this bill. So many who have been intransigent on this issue can vote no, we still pass this bill. And I want to really give a huge amount of credit to my House colleagues who have worked with Congressman Pallone, who has agreed to put it in the reconciliation bill in the House. I am making a commitment here today that I will use everything in my power to get this in the Senate reconciliation bill as well, and I believe we will succeed in that effort. So that is what we need to do. Bottom line is, we owe these folks. They're suffering. They suffer bravely. So many of them we got to know and love. Ray Pfeiffer became a dear friend of mine before he passed away, with his courage and with his strength and with his modesty. He didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted to make sure other people who were in his position but not as far advanced along in their illness would live. That's all he wanted. He's importuning us on. And we will remember you, Ray, and the thousands of others who have perished from these diseases because of your bravery and your rushing to the towers at a time of danger. We will not forget you. And we will not just forget you by words, but by deed as well. Thank you.
Bravo.
My great colleague who's been the leader on this issue in the Senate, our great Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
Thank you, Chuck, very much.
Watch the steps.
Well, Senator Schumer.
All right, everybody, some powerful remarks from New York State Senator Chuck Schumer. He's saying we need to help our heroes and get them the medical aid that they need after suffering from health conditions while responding to the 9/11 attacks and in the weeks and years after at Ground Zero. I do want to go to another 9/11 related event that we've got here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting a live feed from the Pentagon holding an observance ceremony in remembrance of the 9/11 attacks out there in Washington, D.C. as well. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Nothing more than a first aid kit. She set up a triage area outside the Pentagon to care for dozens of her injured co-workers. And Army Lieutenant General John Van Alstyne, who set up a family assistance center at the Sheraton Hotel. In the midst of death and injury, there was duty and compassion. And I'm thinking of those among us today. You here, dedicated public servants like Bob Candido, the building manager today, Sajil Ahmed, who's worked IT issues here for so many years, and Dr. Kath Hicks, and so many thousands who were at the Pentagon on 9/11 and remained hard at work in the days after, providing for continuity in building operations, helping organize DoD's response to prevent more attacks. 20 years later, you have taken your place as this generation's leaders. And I'm also thinking of the Bourne sisters. Hannah Bourne was 3 years old, and her sister Heather was just an infant when they were rescued from the Pentagon Daycare Center on 9/11. Today, Second Lieutenant Hannah Bourne hopes to fly search and rescue missions for the Air Force, and Heather Bourne is a midshipman at the Naval Academy. 20 years later, the next generation of DoD and Pentagon leaders is rising to take our place. Following this terrible tragedy, we joined with Jim Lachek and the Pentagon 9/11 families to build a memorial, setting aside on this busy reservation a quiet and sacred space so that we will never forget. I also believe we have another 9/11 memorial, and that is you, a DoD community, a Pentagon family, military, civilian, first responders from different components with different jobs across jurisdictions, but firmly united across generations by a deeply personal dedication to our nation's defense, and with the resilience to rise up and to rebuild, to return and to move forward. You are the living 9/11 memorial, and your continued dedication and service sends a message to our nation and to the world. Here at the Pentagon, at DoD's headquarters, our mission continues, and we will never forget. And now it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General John Hyten.
So thank you, Mayor Donnelly, Madam Secretary, Governor, Leader Hoyer, Senator, distinguished guests. Most importantly, the survivors and family and friends of the fallen who suffered such a grievous loss 20 years ago. Thank you for being here this morning. This morning we come together as a Pentagon community, mindful that 9/11 has a special meaning to all who work in this building. We are mindful that we stand on sacred ground where 184 men and women, young and old, were taken from us when American Airlines Flight 77 struck the Pentagon at 9:37 in the morning. They were taken in a moment, taken with almost 3,000 more in New York City and Shanksville, Pennsylvania, in an unprovoked attack directed not just against the American people, but against our nation's guiding ideals of freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so we gather today and every September 11th to honor those we lost and to reinvigorate the strength of the United States as we continue to grieve and heal together. I was assigned to the Pentagon that day, but I was not in the building at the time of the attack. I was in the meeting down the road, but I still remember the shock and the anger that I felt that day. But I also remember the feeling I had on the morning of September the 12th, when coming off a bus with nobody else but soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, dropping me off in the middle of the 395, walking down the hill, walking across the fire hoses, through the triage center into a burning building to go to work, to start to figure out what we're going to do next, what we're going to do about what had just happened. I also think about what life was like on September the 10th, that beautiful day, that calm day, when the nation was at peace. And no one anticipated the attack that was about to come. But as we gather here 20 years later, we know that September 11th is different. It stands apart from other days. It is a day that our nation and our families, our friends, our country will never forget. But instead, it united our nation with a powerful resolve to rebuild and to combat those who threatened our values and way of life. Many who died that day imparted a legacy of self.
All right, everybody, we are getting a little bit of a mixed feed here, and that is because we've got President Biden and First Lady stepping up to the podium here at a school in Washington, D.C.
I can see,
yeah. They're going to be giving some remarks on COVID-19 protocols in schools. Let's listen in.
this week. So I taught virtually last spring like most of the teachers, and but I'm so excited to be back in person in school. So Principal Richardson, thank you for welcoming us here today. And Secretary Cardona and Mayor Bowser and Chancellor Farabee, thank you for joining us as well. And for families across the country, the school year, gosh, it always brings this sort of mix of emotions for all of us. All at once, we feel the anticipation of new classmates and teachers, the relief of not having to hear, I'm bored again and again, and the anxiety of juggling your family's complicated schedule. And that was all before the uncertainties of COVID. Now, like a cough can start your heart racing, and, because that a quarantine could send your kids home and upend your life once again. Parents, this is hard, but you're doing your best, and I want you to know that you're not alone. As a teacher for more than 30 years and a mom, I've seen that classrooms are so much more than places where our children learn math and reading. We've all seen it, when our kids make friends that last for years, when they learn to settle disagreements or find confidence when they try out for sports teams. And parents rely on schools too, heading to our own jobs or pursuing our education, knowing that our kids are in an environment that we can trust. And that's why I am so grateful for the educators who helped us through the last year. Right, Miguel? The cafeteria workers who spent long hours making sandwiches for hungry families. Teachers who retaught lessons at night for students who couldn't use their family computer during the day because maybe a sibling was on his or her class. Bus drivers drove Wi-Fi hotspots to neighborhoods with no connection. Counselors took call after call from parents in tears, just trying to juggle it all. When families needed help the most, educators answered the call. With all of my heart, thank you for being the heroes that we needed. Today, our administration is making sure that schools like Brooklyn have the resources and the support they need to bring students back to class where they belong. And we are going to partner with you because we can't always know what the future holds, but we do know what we owe our children. We owe them a promise to keep their schools open as safe as possible. We owe them a commitment to follow the science. We owe them unity so that we can fight the virus, not each other. As we move forward, it's going to take all of us, students and families, educators and local leaders, cities and states, coming together to make this school year the best it can be. Joe puts students, their families, the educators at the heart of everything his administration is doing to defeat and recover from this pandemic. And as a teacher myself, I couldn't be more proud to stand beside him. We are committed to working as hard for your children as you do. And now, it's my pleasure to introduce a young man who I know makes this school very proud. He's a hardworking student and the editor of the student-led newspaper, the Brooklyn Buzz. So please welcome Elijah Poole. Okay, Elijah. Oops. There we go.
Thank you, Dr. Biden. What an amazing honor it is to be introduced by the First Lady of the United States. As Dr. Biden stated, my name is Elijah Poole, an 8th grade scholar here at Brooklyn Middle School. Brooklyn Middle School is an arts integrated school located in District of Columbia Public School System in Washington, D.C. In March of 2019, our lives changed forever. I was thriving academically as a 6th grade scholar, involved in athletics and after-school activities. It was announced that we were going on a spring break due to the pandemic. What kid would not be excited to go on a early spring break? What was supposed to be 1 week turned into 18 months of virtual learning. I'm not gonna lie, that was really hard. Having to learn in a virtual setting, build relationships with new teachers, and keep my grades up, that was a lot for a scholar entering his 2nd year of middle school. However, I excelled and remained on honor roll, and even made new friends virtually. Despite my success in a virtual setting, I hoped to return to in-person learning for my 8th grade year, my last year as a middle school scholar. I'm excited to be back in school. However, having to wear a mask all day is a bit uncomfortable, but we know it's necessary for the health and safety of all students and staff. As a 13-year-old scholar, I was able to receive the COVID vaccination. A little birdie shared with me that Dr. Biden is terrified of needles. That's something we have in common.
That's true.
Yesterday, I found out I was selected to introduce the President of the United States of America. I questioned, why not me? I questioned, why me? How did I get selected for such an honor? Then I thought, why not me? I matured into a young black male excelling academically and socially here at Brooklyn Middle School. I am a black male living in America. I worked hard for this honor, and I'm genuinely grateful. At this time, it is my extreme honor to introduce the 46th President of the United States of America, President Joe Biden.
What an impressive young man.
Yeah.
You know, when I was your age, you're going to sit down, baby? You're going to stay?
Oh, yeah, we're going to sit down. I forgot.
No, you don't have to. Elijah, when I was your age in 8th grade, I wasn't a bad student, and I wasn't a bad athlete, but I tell you what, I could no more do what you just did than fly, because I used to talk like that. I stuttered, and especially when I had to do something in public or read aloud, and I am amazed when I see young women and men like you who can stand up and speak with such grace and ease. It's really impressive. Really, really impressive. Well, folks, this is not like the school I went to. When they said we were going to speak outside, I wondered, why the hell are we going up all these stairs? I thought we'd be out in the parking lot. I mean, for real. That's what I thought we were going to be. Elijah, thank you for the introduction. And Jill and I, along with Secretary Cardona and Mayor Bowser, are here because we want you to know how very proud of you and your classmates we all are. I also want to thank Principal Richardson. I was kidding him. I was saying, this school is really something else. And the way we talked about the interphasing of all the students and the social education that's taking place and how things are changing. And Chancellor Farabee, I told you, I think that's maybe the harder job than about anything I can think of. But thank you. You're doing a heck of a job. We know the start of a school year is an excellent time to mix anticipation and nervousness. And the pandemic adds to that mix of emotions. And I think about all the parents I've talked to since the start of this pandemic, worried about the loss of learning that their child, the missed opportunities their child is having because so many of them had to stay at home, all had to stay at home. But so many of them didn't have access to the internet, didn't have access to, they didn't have the equipment, worried about whether or not the school lunch program was going to still be available. So much anxiety. And it's not just academics. It's the friendship and the socialization that may be equally as consequential. You know, it's access to critical services like meals, school counseling, that helps the students stay physically and mentally alert. But I want folks to know that we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. We know what it takes to keep our children safe and our schools open. And we have the tools to do it. Last night I laid out a plan for the fall to beat this pandemic. And basically it has 6 parts. Vaccinate the unvaccinated. And thank you for getting the vaccination, and thank your parents for doing that. And 2 is to protect the vaccinated. 3 is increase testing and masking. 4 is to take care of people with COVID. 5 is to keep our economy going. And 6 is keep our children safe and in school, schools open. Now, any parent, for any parent, it doesn't matter how low the risk of any illness is when it could happen to your child. But we all know if schools follow the science, and they are here, and implement safety measures like vaccinations, testing, masking, then children can be safe in schools, safe from COVID-19. My plan does all these things. On vaccinations, it comes down to 2 separate categories. Children ages 12 and older, like Elijah, who are eligible for vaccines, and he got his. Children ages 11 and under who are not yet eligible. The safest thing you can do for your child 12 and older is get them vaccinated. That's it. Simple, plain, straightforward. Get them vaccinated. So parents, get your teenagers vaccinated. You've got them vaccinated for all kinds of other things, measles, mumps, rubella. For them to go to school, to be able to play sports, they've had to have those vaccinations. Get them vaccinated. COVID-19 vaccine is easy, it is safe, and it's convenient. And we'll work to bring the vaccine clinics to our schools as well. Mayor Bowser's done one heck of a job. No, you really have, Mayor. You're doing a heck of a job across the board. I really mean that. But you station clinics in about 20 school sites, including here in Brookline. You're going to continue through the month of September. So there's really no excuse to not be able to get vaccinated. It's not like it's so distant to do. You know, we're giving incentives to encourage children and families to get the shots. And look, they're African. 65% of the children ages 12 to 17 here in D.C. have gotten at least 1 shot, like Elijah. That's incredible. That's one of the highest rates in the nation for children between the ages of 12 and 17. And for students here at Brookline, once you all get vaccinated, you're in a special visit at the White House. I'm going to get in trouble with the Secret Service and everybody else, and I'm not sure how we're going to mechanically do it. But buses can get you to the White House, and if we can't get you all in one room, we'll be out in the rows, go out in the back there, and maybe let you fly the helicopters. And no, I'm only joking. I was just downstairs in the science class. It's amazing. You saw it, Mayor. Amazing. These kids are excited about building a vehicle that can land on the moon. I really mean it. And I asked them, I said, how many of you want to go to the moon? Everybody but one to go to the moon. I asked how many want to go to Mars, and I think they all raised their hand as well. But it's really, and they're excited about it. Now, the best way for a parent to protect a child starts at home. Every parent, every teen sibling, caregiver around them should be vaccinated. Children have 4 times the chance of getting hospitalized if they live in an area with low vaccination rates rather than high vaccination rates. It goes for the home as well. There's a high vaccination rate in the home, which significantly diminishes the possibilities. Now, if you're a parent of a young child, you're wondering when will the vaccine be available for them? I strongly support independent scientific review of vaccine usage for children under 12. But I've told them I will do everything within my power to support the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, on its ongoing efforts to do the science as safely and as quickly as possible. And our nation's doctors will keep the public updated on the process so parents can have a plan to give them the sense of what progress is being made. The vaccinations of our educators, today about 90% of school staff and teachers are vaccinated. We should have that at 100%. We're requiring vaccinations for teachers, where I have authority to require it, who work in U.S. government and educators in Head Start, which is a federal program, because it's funded by the federal government. But I'm calling on all governors to require vaccination for all teachers and staff. Vaccination requirements in schools were nothing new. They work. They're overwhelmingly supported by educators and their unions. Now, on school safety measures. In our American Rescue Plan, which we passed early on, we provided the funding for ventilation systems, cleaning and sanitizing services, and critical safety measures to significantly reduce the spread of the virus and protect our children and keep our schools safe. And we will do whatever it takes this school year as well, especially on increasing testing. We provided funding through the American Rescue Plan to implement testing in schools for teachers, staffs, and students, and that includes bus drivers as well. I want all schools setting up regular testing programs to make sure we detect and isolate cases before they can spread. I will mobilize American industry to produce nearly 300 million more rapid COVID-19 tests for distribution all around the country, including to schools that need them. You know, I'm going to use what we call the Defense Production Act that allows me to ensure that what we need made, we can ask the private enterprise to make them because they're of national interest. Where they're going to make these tests as quickly as possible. I'm going to use the Defense Production Act. My plan will also expand free testing that you can get at 10,000 pharmacies around the country. Walmart, Amazon, and Kroger's will sell at-home rapid tests at cost, which means it will cost, they're going to charge no more than it costs them to buy the test from the manufacturer. And that'll be the same way for the next 3 months. That's a discount of about 35%. About 35%. And this is important for everyone, particularly for a parent of a child not old enough to be vaccinated. You'll be able to test your child at home and to test those around them as well. And on masking, we know masks work. They are uncomfortable sometimes, and they get tired of wearing them. I understand. I really do. And I wear them in the White House. Under the CDC guidelines, every person in a school, teachers, staff, students, should be masked while indoors. To all the school officials trying to do the right thing by our children, I will always be on your side, no matter how much heat you're getting from outside. And let me close with this. I've often said that our children are the kite strings. They're all our children, not just our children, everybody's children. They're the kite strings that lift our national ambitions aloft. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We owe it to them to do everything we can to keep them safe in school, dreaming, learning, thriving, socializing, becoming good citizens. It means following the science, wearing a mask, getting tested, getting vaccinated. It means working together and looking out for each other, like they teach you in school. We can look out for each other. We can do this. I think you're going to have a great school year. I can see the enthusiasm, and if you just walk in the classrooms, there's real enthusiasm. I'm sure there were some classrooms I was in through school where anybody walked in and be, oh, here you go. Nah. But you've been really great. You really have. And Principal, you've done a great job here. You really have. And I think I hope everybody gets to see this. I wish I could take the whole nation around every one of these classrooms and see what's going on, because it's such a great example. So again, thank you. Have a great school year. And Elijah, I'm going to find out if I can find out when your football games are. I may want to try to figure out without 10,000 Secret Service agents to come and see you play a little bit. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Are calling your vaccine requirements an overreach? You are threatening to challenge it in court.
Have at it. Look, I am so disappointed that particularly some of the Republican governors have been so cavalier with the health of these kids, so cavalier with the health of their communities. We're playing for real here. This isn't a game. And I don't know of any scientist out there in this field that doesn't think it makes considerable sense to do the 6 things I've suggested. And, but you know, let me conclude with this. One of the lessons I hope our students can unlearn is that politics doesn't have to be this way. Politics doesn't have to be this way. They're growing up in an environment where they see it's like a war, like a bitter feud. If a Democrat says right, everybody says left. If Democrat says left, they say right. I mean, it's not how we are. It's not who we are as a nation. And it's not how we beat every other crisis in our history. We got to come together. And I think the vast majority, look at the polling data, the vast majority of the American people know we have to do these things. They're hard but necessary. We're going to get them done. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was President Joe Biden addressing a Washington, D.C. middle school on plans to keep students safe, encouraging parents to get their children who are heading to the classrooms vaccinated, as well as calling on governors to require that teachers get vaccinated as well. And when taking questions from the media, you heard the reporter ask, you know, are you really planning on challenging these governors? And President Biden said, have at it, saying COVID-19 is not a game. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
The brass band, although we wish you would. Don't stand in the way.
And we will say to anyone on the Republican side or the Democratic side that comes out against it, they're not welcomed in New York to come here and fundraise or meet or anything else. We are blocking the door to New York City and New York State. This is so important. Our delegation is united. We are determined, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, everybody, to get this through.
Let me say one other thing on this. Osama bin Laden did not have anything against the World Trade Center or against New York City or against New York State. He had it in for the United States. The attack was against the United States of America. The people who suffered live all over the United States of America, and it is the responsibility of everyone in this country to care for him who shall have borne the battle, as Lincoln said again. And for people, and we faced this from the time that we introduced the bill back in 2003. It's a New York problem. It's not a New York problem. It's a national problem, and it was because of an attack on the country, not on New York.
Oh my God! My hero is here, John Field. Bravo! I was going to call you and say, where were you?
Do you want to say a few words, John?
Come on up here. Come on, John Field, who has led the advocates for this cause, who lost half of his foot, who is a great guy. John Field, can you give us some comments, please?
We're going to get this done. Have a good day.
And that's more than he usually says.
A man of action, not of words. Listen, we've covered everything, including Osama bin Laden, so maybe we should call it quits.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good job,
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you again.
John, you're down here. I'm going to call you.
Thank
Where
you.
were you?
Yes. Good morning, America. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, we brought you back out to that event. You saw Senator Chuck Schumer as well as other New York lawmakers calling to pass the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act. Now, a little more background on this. They are saying that this would address a funding shortfall in the World Trade Center health program so that people with 9/11 related medical conditions can get the medical treatment they need and deserve. The measure would also set up a research arm to study the impact of toxic exposure and psychological trauma in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks. It would specifically study the more than 35,000 people who were children at the time and attended school or daycare programs near Ground Zero. Here is another live now look at one vantage point we have of New York City over our Fox News headquarters in the Big Apple right near Radio City Music Hall. We also do have this gorgeous vantage point of the One World Trade Center. As you can see, a lot of people taking today also to honor the victims of the 9/11 attacks. Be sure to tune into our Live Now from Fox coverage tomorrow, everybody. We are going to be airing all of the commemoration events from New York to Washington, D.C. to Pennsylvania. Our very own Rain Augustine, Andrew Kraft, as well as Stephanie Weaver out in Los Angeles, bringing you full coverage. We also ourselves, our very own Live Now from Fox team, have conducted several interviews with everybody you can imagine, first responders that were there that day, people that are still feeling the effects of health conditions, and just like you heard these New York lawmakers talking about. We also spoke with photographers, reporters that were there that day. So we'll be covering every angle you can imagine when it comes to commemorating the 9/11 attacks 20 years later. Many saying that it does not feel like 20 years. I do want to bring you some more segments from our Fox owned and operated stations across the nation doing their own coverage as well. Obviously, these attacks not impacting everybody just in that area, those impacted areas specifically, but around the entire nation. Let's get the latest from our Fox 13 Tampa team who spoke with a 9/11 veteran.
For a Tampa Bay veteran, the pullout of Afghanistan brought a bitter end to a two-decade push to avenge the wounds of 9/11. The terrorist attacks led him to the most dangerous parts of our world.
As Fox 13's Evan Axelbank shows us, this veteran's journey began at Ground Zero, and for him, it was personal.
First, there was smoke. Then there was sound. But not even seeing made it real.
It's like trying to describe the trees in the Amazon.
On 9/11, Brian Stern was in the Army and based at the World Trade Center. He was one of thousands who ran for their lives.
I remember vividly looking behind me and not really understanding what I was seeing. My intellect couldn't quite grasp why there's a running wall of stuff.
He would spend weeks working on the pile.
And it still kind of smells kind of nasty.
He helped uncover millions of pounds of rubble and the remains of people who had been unlucky enough to be at work that day.
When we first started digging, the hope was to find a survivor. The team that I was with, we did not find any survivors.
He lives in Tampa now, but had grown up in New York.
Rage is probably an understatement. I remember wanting my pound of flesh.
He switched branches, joined the Navy, and was sent to war.
Afghanistan, for a complex place where tribal law is real and illiteracy is real and all these other things, it's a very, very, very close-knit society.
As America tried to get its arms around the threat it now faced, he was assigned to what he will only describe as counterinsurgency.
This is my Purple Heart.
He also helped with intelligence.
This is me and President Bush. This is me and former President Obama.
It was his job to gain the trust of locals.
You could ask a Taliban guy, do you hate me? And he would say, well, no, why would I hate you? You've done nothing to me. And I'd say, well, would you kill me? He'd go, oh, yes.
He learned early on what America only collectively learned a few weeks ago. Afghanistan is called the graveyard of empires for a reason. Its 40 million people have diverse perspectives of government and are linked by complex webs of allegiances. They make up for inferior firepower with knowledge of their land and with patience.
I've been all over the world, and I've never quite met a culture, at least in my career, that was anything like an Afghan. They're salty and gritty in a way that is hard for Americans to really understand.
Though the Americans were able to kill Osama bin Laden, shut down most of his terror network, and temporarily install a government, seeing the American investment end without a declaration of mission accomplished is hard for him.
There's a very good likelihood that some of the people in those imagery I have a relationship with one way or the other. So just complete and total sadness and horror and fear for them and their families.
Their fate lingers as he grapples with whether he can truly hold the pound of flesh he sought.
I know that the bad guys are really unhappy that they met me and my friends, and I know that the good people of Afghanistan were happy that we were there.
History has made for an eerie bookend.
Parallels that I'm seeing are so closely tied to 9/11, I can't quite escape it. Imagery of two Afghans falling to their deaths, right? I remember people jumping out of the towers.
Those images make the answer to the question, was it worth it, much more complicated. Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
Once again, everybody, here is a live now look at the One World Trade Center shining in the New York sun on this Friday morning. It is September 10th. We are just a day away from commemorating the official 20th mark of the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center towers, the Pentagon, and when United Flight 93 unfortunately crashed near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We are just minutes away from passing things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. In the meantime, we did have Attorney General Merrick Garland speak in front of the Department of Justice Survivor Tree a little bit earlier. We caught the tail end of his remarks then, but I do want to bring you the beginning of those remarks here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I hope you guys have a great weekend. We will see you guys soon.
Morning to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the attacks of September 11th, 2001. It's an important time to be among friends and colleagues. That day is forever seared into all of our memories. The pain, the terror, the enormous loss, and also the incredible displays of courage. I'd like to start by honoring those who lost their lives on 9/11 and the many who died of 9/11 related illnesses since. Please join me for a moment of silence.
All right, everybody, it does appear that we lost that feed here on Live Now from Fox. I do think we have it back for you here. Let's continue to listen in.
Thank you. Nothing can change the profound way the events of September 11th affected us individually, as a department, and as a nation. Nothing we can do or say can replace the loss so many endured on that day. As we have changed as a nation, as a federal government since 9/11, the Justice Department, we mark this anniversary by remembering that we evolve more successfully when we build on our core foundations. We do this by adhering to the values that the Justice Department represents. Chief among them, the rule of law, the pursuit of justice, and the protection of civil rights and civil liberties. The tree we are standing before is a living symbol of our values and our refusal to bend in the face of terrorism. It embodies our nation's spirit of hope and health and strength and resilience in the wake of the attacks. This calorie pear tree is a descendant of a tree at Ground Zero that became known as the Survivor Tree after standing through the terror attacks at the World Trade Center. Each year, the National September 11th Memorial and Museum gives seedlings from the Survivor Tree to 3 communities that have endured tragedy in recent years. In 2015, the department dedicated the planting of the Survivor Tree, the seedling from the Survivor Tree. The following year, Attorney General Loretta Lynch dedicated a commemorative plaque. And today, I am humbled to have the honor of announcing the permanent installation of this plaque. The plaque reminds us that the threats from foreign terrorists like those involved in September 11th is one we must constantly guard against. As I said yesterday, we rededicate ourselves at the Justice Department to doing all we can to protect the American people from terrorist attacks, whether originating from abroad or at home, and in doing so in a way that is consistent with our values and the rule of law. What we must do, what we have done, is to learn from the past to better anticipate and prepare for the next threat and to seek to disrupt it. It is an awesome responsibility, but it is one we undertake together, and in that, it gives us strength. Thank you for all being here.
Everyone, thank you for coming out this morning.
And thanks so much to everyone that continues to watch with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is September 10th, 2021, as we get close to tomorrow's big day of 20 years since the September 11th attacks. Thank you again so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We will have coverage throughout the day right here, as well as, of course, tomorrow, bringing you all of the events as they are happening in real time, paying tribute to the victims and the first responders who gave the ultimate sacrifice that day, that terrible day that we all will remember and will never, ever forget. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here today as we will bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. You know, it's hard to believe that tomorrow is going to be the 20-year marker. When you think about 20 years in the making here and just how much has changed and that continues to change there, you know, from everything that we do now, going to a concert, going to, of course, the airport. Security has evolved and changed all around 9/11, and wow, it's just something to see throughout the years how that has all unfolded there. And then, of course, the Afghanistan war and all of the troops that paid the ultimate sacrifice there defending freedom as well. We will never forget any of them, as this has been a journey the last 20 years, and just last month, the end of the Afghanistan war, but it came with a price there with the 13 U.S. soldiers that were killed. So it was something that we will never forget, and the long-lasting effects of 9/11 will be forever, but we will never forget that as well. Taking a live look right now just outside of, well, that is where the two World Trade Centers used to stand there. It's a huge void, now a beautiful tribute to a building, to a place that is now, unfortunately, a graveyard for thousands of people. But people come from all over the world to pay their respects and see this beautiful monument and museum that they have there, and it's really spectacular to see. No doubt about it. And we will continue to always give you these updates in real time right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I do want to go out to the State Department. Earlier, they were doing a 9/11 tribute there. Let's listen.
And finally, our own Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. Deputy Assistant Director Chu, without further ado, please take the stage.
On the morning of September 11, 2001, a booming vibration shook the 26th Federal Plaza building in New York City, where I was having breakfast with colleagues from the Diplomatic Security Service New York field office. Special Agent Dean Simpkins, who was staring out the window, turned to us and said, "The World Trade Center is on fire." We looked in disbelief at the smoke pouring out of Tower 1 and paper sailing through the sky like confetti. We rushed back to the office to report what we saw to New York field office leadership and found the entire office trying to make sense of what just happened. Moments later, the assistant special agent in charge screamed into the office public address system to instruct everyone to evacuate the building immediately and assembled at a designated rally point. A second plane has slammed into Tower 2. The building staircase was crowded with federal employees, visitors, and contractors. Some struggled with the physical exertion of descending 34 flights of stairs, and friends and colleagues supported one another. Faces were tense, nervous, and unsure, with an occasional forced smile to calm oneself and colleagues. People filled the streets around the federal building. Most stood and stared at the two burning towers. A few sobbed quietly. Emergency vehicles raced toward the World Trade Center, fire engines, police cars, ambulances, heroes running toward danger without consideration of their own safety. I tried calling my wife and my parents.
We're going to get back out to the State Department here for this touching tribute, but I do want to go to a live event that is happening right now in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. 9/11 ceremony is underway right now.
We believe one way to achieve this is with our annual Flight 93 Heroes Award. It has been so inspiring to see all of the nominations we have received from across the country this summer. Our focus was on acts of heroism in the 2020 calendar year. These were nominations of people who courageously and without a second thought put their lives in peril to save others. Some were healthcare providers who worked tirelessly through the pandemic. Others made split-second life and death decisions to save others. Our 4 final panelists all showed incredible bravery and put someone else's well-being well above their own safety. Just listen to their stories. On September 9th, 2020, while living in Waterbury, Connecticut, Justin Gavin saw a mother and 3 children driving in a car that had caught on fire. He jumped into action, rescuing all 4 before flames completely engulfed the vehicle. When he told reporters afterwards what was his biggest fear, he said the biggest fear was he wouldn't be able to get them all out safely and in time. Terry Ingram was photographing eagles in Bellevue, Nebraska on January 9th, 2020, when he witnessed a car plunge upside down into a freezing pond. He ran into the icy water and pulled 3 men out of the vehicle as it sunk underwater. Terry said afterwards that God puts people in places for a reason. And I believe Terry is with us today. Terry, could you please stand? Thank you, Terry. Savad Johnson was walking along the Detroit River with his daughter on August 21st, 2020, when he saw 3 girls struggling in the water, screaming for help. The off-duty Detroit firefighter jumped into the river and swam towards the girls. Authorities believe he got caught in a rip current and died. The girls were all saved. Fittingly, the Detroit Fire Department has named a fireboat after Savad. And Savad's family is with us today. Would you please stand? Thank you. Red Tate witnessed a truck strike a car, then plunge down an embankment in DeKalb County, Georgia on November 27th, 2020. Red rushed down the embankment and pulled a young man out of the car. Moments later, the vehicle exploded into flames. "I'm not a hero," Red said afterwards, but the police and the driver's family disagree, and they say that is exactly what he is for his fearless rescue. Determining a recipient for our award was not an easy decision. I want to thank the review panel, which included the members of the Flight 93 family, Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial Board members, and representatives from the National Park Service and the National Park Foundation. You were extremely helpful in helping us to make a decision. And now it is my great honor to announce the recipient of the first annual Friends of Flight 93 Heroes Award. Savad Johnson of Detroit, Michigan. Just as those on board Flight 93 made a quick, harrowing decision to take action, so did Savad, and he paid with his life. The Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial want to recognize him with this award and will help share his story with the world, just as we seek to share the stories of the Flight 93 passenger and crew members. I invite the Johnson family to come forward and join me, along with the Flight 93 family members, Emily and Chris, to accept the first ever Flight 93 Heroes Award. Now it is my great honor to introduce Jamal Johnson, Savad's brother, to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to give a special thanks to Donna Gibson and the Friends of Flight 93. This is a tremendous honor, and we thank you for recognizing my brother and sharing his story and making a connection to the brave actions that these people, these selfless heroes, took that day. It's on behalf of the Johnson family, with the exception of one, his eldest daughter, Kendall Johnson, who wasn't able to make it, but with good reason. She just started her freshman year in college, and we're very proud of her for that, but none of us more proud than her dad. You know, it's my firm belief that heroes aren't taught and that heroes don't seek, but they are innately born as such. And to be put into this category of the people, of the heroes of Flight 93, is such a tremendous honor because they acted selflessly. And through their brave acts and altruistic behavior, they put their lives on the line to save others. And being a second-generation firefighter myself, my brother followed my dad, and then I preceded them both. And 9/11, thank you. 9/11, it has a very special place in my heart because I just celebrated my 19th anniversary. September 9th, 2002 is when I became a Detroit firefighter. Thank you. And I would tell you that I'm sure my dad would tell you if you asked him, to raise my brother was an absolute joy. Maybe not me so much. But as a brother, he was a class act. He was definitely a protector, a teacher, and an inspiration. As a father, he was loving, caring, patient, doting, and most of all, he was grateful. He often referred to his two daughters as his two whys, why he strived to become a better person. And I can stand here and tell you, year over year, that is exactly what he accomplished. You know, it's really breathtaking to be put in this category. And I know my brother would be honored to work with any of the nominees here. You know, he was a very humble man. He often would get citations, and we would feel like just another citation, eh? And he would even forget sometimes to tell us he was being honored. And when asked, he would just say, well, I was just doing my job. And that's who he was. That's who he is. And just thinking about how he led the way for me and for others on the job, inspiring us all. You know, we've always been very proud of him, and we're still proud of him. But it's tough, I'll admit that. It's only been a year, and it's been a rough one, but thank God I have family and friends, and we know that we have others out there like him who act as our guardian angels. You know, he would have taken this opportunity to say that he loved teamwork and he loved working with others. And he would have had it no other way but to share the recognition of this reward with all the other nominees here. One who wasn't mentioned was Matthew Fromm, who was the guy who jumped in and helped him bring the girls to safety. And we want to thank the other nominees. We salute you. I'll simply conclude by saying, even though our family members will be missed, I hope we can find solace in the time we did have with them and what they did for us and they did for others. May they be an example and a shining light for who we should strive to become. I'll end it in saying, they were who they were, and who they were heroes. And may we always remember to never forget. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jamal. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Ed Sheehan, and what a privilege it is to be here with all of you this morning on these hallowed grounds as we join together with his family to honor and salute Savad Johnson. As a board member of the Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial, I am so pleased to be part of the inaugural Flight 93 Heroes Award ceremony. Savad Johnson's actions help to remind all Americans and those watching across the globe of the remarkable bravery shown by the 40 passengers and crew members on board United Flight 93. The Flight 93 Heroes Award will now become a way for us to tell that story year after year, connecting the heroic actions of 9/11 to stories of heroism all across this nation today and tomorrow. Stories like Savad's. I'm here today not only as a Friends board member, but also in my capacity as the president of the Pennsylvania Society. For more than 120 years, the Pennsylvania Society has brought together Pennsylvanians from all walks of life to honor achievement, to recognize greatness, and to contribute to charitable causes benefiting the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are the oldest organization of its kind in the nation, with members all across Pennsylvania and around the world. Pennsylvania and Flight 93, and certainly the families of those who were on board the airplane, will always have a special and unique bond. And so the leadership of the Council of the Pennsylvania Society has committed for the first 5 years of the Flight 93 Heroes Award to present a contribution to the honoree in the amount of $5,000. It is the Pennsylvania Society's way of honoring Savad Johnson and his family and thanking them for reminding all of us what selfless sacrifice looks like and the importance of Flight 93's story. The Johnson family has told us they intend to establish a trust for Savad's daughters, Kendall and Hayden, as well as giving a portion to charities of their choice in Savad's honor. That is simply outstanding and wonderful. Thank you so much. So now I'd like to invite Bill, Ebony, Jamal, and Hayden to come forward on Savad's behalf. Thank you.
Jamal, your words were so touching. Thank you. And thank you, Ed, and thank you to the Pennsylvania Society for their incredible support of the Flight 93 Heroes Award and the Johnson family. I would like to take a moment to thank key organizations for assisting the Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial in many ways. First, our Flight 93 families have taken their grief and channeled it into something awe-inspiring as you look around this memorial. Also, the Shanksville area community. I live very close by, and so I know how people here embrace the Flight 93 families from that tragic day onward. We feel a real sense of responsibility to them, the memorial, and its hallowed grounds. Many thanks to the Richard King Mellon Foundation for their vision and financial support of Flight 93 Heroes Award. I'd like to recognize two of their leaders, Director Sam Raymond. Sam, do you want to stand up? Thank you. And Senior Communications Officer Tim Reeves, who's in the back. Thank you, Tim. Thank you both for being such tremendous partners. And when I talk about partners, many times you'll hear me talk about the partnership with the National Park Service. We could not ask for better partners to work and to team up with this terrific memorial. At this time, I'd like to introduce Stephen Clark, Superintendent of Flight 93 National Memorial, to come and say a few words.
Young man, you are one tough act to follow. Those words were absolutely beautiful. And you know, folks, I'd like to have just a show of hands, please, if anyone has been to the Tower of Voices within the last 48 hours. Okay. I urge you all, as you exit this very special place, to make that right turn and to embrace the Tower of Voices, a 93-foot high concrete structure containing 40 wind chimes. And I'll tell you something. Sometimes folks may be thinking, gosh, this wind is really aggravating. It's going into the microphone, and man, I just wish this wind would stop. But I'll tell you something. Your brother, that wind is coming from the northwest, from Detroit. Look at that flag, ladies and gentlemen. He's here with us. There's no question. And just like brothers, daughters, sons, moms and dads from the families of Flight 93 who share their pride and passion, and they hurt because they miss them. But what unites everyone is how they lived. And again, sir, what you said was absolutely brilliant. It truly, truly was. A final thought about heroism. There's that wind. 6-foot by 10-foot flag. Heroism is a word that I believe personally is overused. Sports figures, other individuals in our society, they're heroes. Folks can think what they wish. To me, when you really analyze what's going on, like he did, like Savad did, understanding, I'm not just going to sit back and let something unfold. I'm being thrust into a situation that isn't normal. Something is happening. And if I don't act, one or several could die. That's what these stories are all about. The Friends of Flight 93 with this Heroes Award, when I first heard about it in the spring, I mean, within seconds, this is brilliant. Why? Because it is exactly what the 40 did on United Airlines Flight 93 on September 11, 2001. Exactly. Putting themselves in harm's way, not knowing what the outcome was going to be. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this special place. I urge you to reflect on this story and appreciate this great nation and that northwest wind. And really, really come to know and embrace this special place known as Flight 93 National Memorial. So once again, Johnson family, Dad, everyone, God love you all, and thank you for being here. Thank you all.
Thank you, Steve, for those.
We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you all for coming today and for your interest in helping us to recount the story of Flight 93. If you know a hero in your community, we encourage you to visit www.flight93friends.org to nominate them for next year's Flight 93 Hero Award. This concludes our annual award appreciation event. If journalists have questions about the award for the Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial Board members or family members, or the Johnson family, we will be available near the podium after the event. I also personally want to invite you all to attend our annual Luminaria ceremony here this afternoon, well, this evening at dusk. We are so pleased that the Johnson family will be participating in our ceremony this year. Each year, we light a Luminaria candle for each of the 40 passenger and crew members. Family members, friends, and guests each carry a lantern to the Wall of Names. The Johnstown Symphony will provide musical component of the Luminaria ceremony this afternoon. Thank you again for being here today, and I appreciate all of your support of the Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial and this memorial. Thank you.
That was a tribute there in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the final resting spot for the Flight 93, almost 20 years to the day there. We are getting closer, of course, to that anniversary. You're watching live right here on Live Now from Fox, and we invite you to join us tomorrow for special coverage as we remember 20 years ago, 9/11. There we'll have full coverage for you for all the events that are happening in New York City, in Washington, D.C., and of course, right there in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Please join us as we'll also have touching tributes from across the country as well, and even family members speaking about their loved ones during this very, very hard anniversary, one of the darkest days in American history. And we'll honor all of the first responders and, of course, all of the victims that died 20 years ago. Please join us on Live Now from Fox for a special coverage event remembering 9/11, 20 years. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. And a look here at New York City, right outside of Fox News World Headquarters on this September 10th, 2021. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Coming up in just a little bit, we are expecting the White House COVID-19 response team. They will be speaking just a day after President Biden issuing those new vaccine mandates for federal workers as well as for businesses that employ more than 100 workers to be vaccinated. So we will hear from them and their thoughts as well. The CDC. Also, we want to learn a little bit more about booster shots. All of that in the mix coming up in the next couple of moments right here on Live Now from Fox. Live look right now as we look in New York City, One World Trade Center there. A beauty of a shot right there. A little closer up right there showing the symbol of what was lost and what we rebuilt in the wake there of a horrible, horrible day in our history. We will never forget, and we will continue to showcase tributes and remembrances throughout the day, and of course tomorrow as well. So please join us for special coverage tomorrow, remembering 9/11, 20 years in the making. Their complete coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern. We will have it all for you, so stay right here with us as we provide you with that coverage tomorrow. It will be very, very special indeed. While we do wait for the White House COVID-19 response team, let's get out to a little bit showing you of the State Department tribute that they had for 9/11.
Anthony Blinken.
All right, and as soon as that's happened, we do have that live event here, COVID-19 response, coming up. We'll play that tribute out a little bit later.
Stepping back, the more transmissible Delta variant is driving a surge in cases, and this remains a pandemic of the unvaccinated. We know that vaccinations are the best way to beat this pandemic. That's why from day one, we've been working tirelessly to get shots in arms. And we have made significant life-saving progress. Safe, effective, and free vaccines are readily available to everyone. Nearly 75% of the eligible Americans, those 12 and older, have gotten at least their first shot. And now over 177 million Americans are fully vaccinated. That's up from just 2 million when the president took office. And the pace of vaccinations has picked up. 14 million people rolled up their sleeves and got their first shot in August, 4 million more than in the month of July. Thanks to the success of our vaccination program and the resources provided by the American Rescue Plan, we are in a much stronger position than when the country experienced case surges in the past. But we have more to do. The president's action plan builds on the work we've been doing since day one of his presidency. It's aggressive, it's comprehensive, and it'll drive additional progress this fall by getting more people vaccinated, keeping schools open and our economy growing, and decreasing hospitalizations and deaths. Getting more people vaccinated is the cornerstone of this plan. After President Biden announced vaccination requirements for federal workers in July, hundreds of small, medium, and large businesses, healthcare systems, colleges and universities, school districts, and state and local governments have stepped up to follow his lead and adopt requirements covering tens of millions of Americans. Yesterday, the president dramatically expanded the reach of vaccination requirements, requiring through a rule OSHA is developing that all businesses with 100 or more employees ensure every worker is either fully vaccinated or gets tested at least one time a week. Requiring all workers in most healthcare settings that receive Medicaid or Medicare to be fully vaccinated. Requiring all federal executive branch employees and all employees of federal contractors to be fully vaccinated, and requiring all Head Start educators and teachers and staff of all federally run schools to be fully vaccinated. So from private sector employees to healthcare workers, to educators and teachers, to federal employees and contractors, the president is covering over 100 million workers with vaccination requirements. 100 million workers, that's 2/3 of all workers in America. And the president's vaccination requirements are becoming the standard for American workers across the country. Vaccination requirements have been around for decades for diseases like polio, smallpox, and measles. They're widely supported, and importantly, they're proven to work. We know that private and public sector institutions that have adopted vaccination requirements have seen significant increases in their vaccination rates in short order. That's why, since the president addressed the nation last evening, you've seen a chorus of public and private sector institutions all come out in support of the president's plan. The American Medical Association and the National Nurses Union endorsed what they called the president's robust plan. The Business Roundtable, which represents more than 200 businesses that employ a total of 20 million workers, welcomed the president's announcements. And the Republican governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, also applauded the president's plan. Vaccination requirements will help make employees, workplaces, and communities safer and help accelerate our path out of the pandemic. In addition to vaccinations, the president's plan calls for more testing. Testing allows us to quickly detect cases and prevent outbreaks. That's why, as we accelerate the pace of vaccination, the president's plan also ramps up the availability of testing across the country by using the Defense Production Act to accelerate the production of rapid tests, by investing $2 billion to procure 280 million rapid point of care and at-home COVID tests, by expanding the reach of the free pharmacy testing program to 10,000 local pharmacies around the country, and by sending 25 million free at-home tests to 1,400 community health centers and hundreds of food banks. Walmart, Amazon, and Kroger will also sell at-home testing kits at cost for the next 3 months. Together, these steps will ensure that every American, no matter their income level, will have easy access to convenient tests. As we boost vaccinations and increase testing, we're also doing everything we can to keep kids safely in school. Earlier this morning, the president, the First Lady, and Secretary Cardona visited a middle school here in Washington, D.C. to see firsthand the steps the school is taking to ensure kids are safe and in the classroom. They're doing what works, including vaccinations, masking, and testing. We have provided all schools throughout the country over $130 billion through the American Rescue Plan to implement these very strategies. There is simply no excuse for failing to do so. This isn't about politics, it's about protecting our kids. And as the president has made very clear, we stand with the school district leaders, educators, and parents who are doing right by kids, and will take on those who are standing in the way. Last, we continue to support states and improve care for those who get COVID. Since July, our whole of government COVID-19 surge teams have worked to support 18 states as they battle Delta, deploying nearly 1,000 personnel, including doctors, nurses, paramedics, and hundreds of critical supplies like ventilators and ambulances to support strained health systems. And importantly, shipping over 1 million doses of life-saving monoclonal antibody treatments. Yesterday, the president announced additional actions, including doubling the number of military health teams deploying to hospitals around the country and increasing the average weekly pace of shipments of the life-saving monoclonal antibody treatments by another 50% in September. I want to close with this. From day one, the president committed to the American people that he would marshal a wartime effort to lead us out of the pandemic. That's exactly what he's done. The aggressive actions he outlined yesterday build on the progress we've made and will accelerate our path out of the pandemic. With that, over to Dr. Walensky.
Thank you, Jeff, and good morning. Let's begin with an overview of the data. Our 7-day average is about 136,000 cases per day, and our 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 11,750 per day. Our 7-day average of daily deaths continues at over 1,000 per day. As the president said yesterday, we are working across the federal government and across the Department of Health and Human Services to turn the corner on this pandemic. Today, I want to share with you the ways that CDC continues to be actively engaged in this work. As you have heard me say before, we must do all we can to protect our children and to keep them safe in school for in-person learning. We know what we need to do, and CDC has provided clear, evidence-based guidance for schools to follow. This includes universal masking of students, teachers, staff, and visitors to schools, regardless of vaccination status, making sure that schools work to improve ventilation, implementing school screening testing programs, and making sure that those who are eligible are vaccinated. And we have resources and toolkits to implement these measures. CDC stands ready to provide technical assistance for schools and jurisdictions who request our help. Over the past 2 weeks, I've shared with you data from CDC and our public health partners that demonstrate the important role of vaccination in protecting children. Communities with higher vaccination rates have lower reported emergency department visits and hospitalizations for children with COVID-19, even children who cannot be vaccinated themselves. The president's actions to increase vaccinations among teachers and in the community and to financially support schools in upgrading their protections will help keep our children safe and our schools open. CDC is also working hard with so many of you and so many of our partners to make sure that all eligible Americans are vaccinated. We continue to study and report on vaccine effectiveness and vaccine safety. Today, we will publish a study in the MMWR that looks at COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths in 13 states and offers further evidence of the power of vaccination. In this study, over 600,000 COVID-19 cases from April through mid-July were evaluated and linked to vaccination status. Looking at cases over the past 2 months when the Delta variant was the predominant variant circulating in this country, those who were unvaccinated were about 4.5 times more likely to get COVID-19, over 10 times more likely to be hospitalized, and 11 times more likely to die from the disease. As the president reiterated yesterday, and as we have shown study after study, vaccination works. CDC will continue to do all we can do to increase vaccination rates across the country by working with local communities and trusted messengers and providing vaccine confidence consults to make sure that people have the information they need to make an informed decision about vaccination. The bottom line is this: we have the scientific tools we need to turn the corner on this pandemic. Vaccination works and will protect us from the severe complications of COVID-19. It will protect our children and allow them to stay in school for safe in-person learning. Thank you. I'll now turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I'd like to spend a couple of minutes talking about variants, which have recently been the subject of some discussion and concern. This slide shows the selected SARS-CoV-2 variants with the lineage determination on the right, the B and the C, and the new WHO Greek letters on the left. We're going to focus for the next minute or so on the Delta variant. Next slide. As you can see from this slide, this variant has become extraordinary in its ability to dominate among the isolates in the United States and worldwide. Note that in June, just a few months ago, it comprised about 13% of the isolates, whereas now it is about 99% of the isolates. This becomes relevant when one thinks in terms of other variants that are becoming of interest to people. Next slide. I refer specifically to the Mu variant, the B.1.621, and the C.1.2, which is yet to get a Greek letter determination. Very quickly, next slide, let's take a look at the Mu variant first. It was identified in December of 2020. It was detected first in South America, and it accounts for a large proportion of the isolates, for example, in Colombia. The reason it was brought to attention, it had a number of mutations that were of interest. But when you look at the effect of antibodies against these mutations, it is not a matter of alarm in that although it diminishes somewhat the protection, it falls well within the range of Delta and Beta. But importantly, only 0.5% of the isolates in the United States are mu. And if you look at the lower right, you can see how Delta in blue dominates over Alpha in orange and completely dominates over mu in green. Next slide. Again, the C.1.2 variant, first noted in South Africa, is not seen at all yet in the United States. And again, if you look in the lower right, the Delta dominates the Beta, which was the original variant that was in South Africa. And again, the C.1.2 variant is not seen in the United States. Next slide. So the bottom line of all of this, the prevalence of the mu and the C.1.2 variant is extremely low in the United States, 0.5% for mu and nothing for the C.1.2, because the Delta variant continues to dominate. As always, we will continue to closely monitor these and other emerging variants. But the most important thing we can do to protect against any variant, be it Delta, mu, or C.1.2, is to get vaccinated, which has always been our predominant message. I'll now hand it over to Dr. Murthy.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Fauci. As you've heard from all of us already, the Delta plan that the president announced yesterday is going to be pulling on every lever the federal government has to respond to the virus. And helping more people get vaccinated is one of the key strategies in this plan. We've always known that in order to do that, we have to help people feel confident that getting vaccinated is the right choice for them and for their families. And when it comes to making important choices, we know that all of us often look to each other, to our family, to our doctors, to our neighbors and friends and work colleagues. And that is why several months ago, we announced that we were building the COVID-19 Community Corps, which was intended to help mobilize trusted voices so people could get information from sources they traditionally rely on. This Community Corps will be more important than ever in the months ahead. Now, since we started in the spring, the Community Corps has picked up a lot of momentum. Today, there are more than 15,000 members strong, representing over 6,000 organizations in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. They include doctors and nurses, teachers and ministers, friends, and neighbors. In addition to the grassroots work they do in their communities, they've also come together from time to time on calls to hear the most up-to-date information about the COVID-19 vaccines, to learn about new developments in the COVID-19 response effort, and to also share best practices for their outreach. Just this week, President Obama came to speak with the Corps and shared his appreciation for the community organizing work that they're doing, knocking on doors, making phone calls, texting friends, and reaching out to folks in their community. I want to share some of the ways that our COVID-19 Community Corps members have been helping people to get vaccinated. First, we've seen extraordinary efforts in Native and rural communities, which are often located much farther from large hospitals and other healthcare providers. The nonprofit Partners in Health has engaged the Navajo Nation and other rural communities through mobile vans, phone calls, radio ads, and door-to-door canvassing. In South Central Texas, Cuero Regional Hospital developed a campaign called What's Your Why that helps people share their motivations for getting vaccinated. And organizations in Kentucky, at the University of Kentucky and St. Clair Medical Center, have worked with local partners from schools to churches, small businesses, to help people share encouraging messages about the vaccines across the Appalachia region. They've hired healthcare workers who connect folks not only to COVID-19 vaccines, but also to preventive screenings, resources to help manage chronic disease, and information about childhood immunizations, which many kids have fallen behind on during the pandemic. These are just a few of many examples where the COVID-19 vaccine outreach effort has been a bridge to broader healthcare access. The second area I'd like to highlight is the work our Community Corps partners are doing with parents and youth, especially as kids go back to school. The organization Immunize Nevada recently hosted an all-day back-to-school vaccination event. In Texas, the group Vax Together Austin has hosted more than a dozen free vaccine clinics this summer, many of them at local schools. One of their recent events, called Back to School Shots, vaccinated 225 people. I want to emphasize that every single vaccination is a win. It's one more person protected against the Delta variant. And all of these conversations that our community core members have been having, even those that don't end in vaccination, are essential to this effort. We've learned also that you don't have to have a degree in medicine or public health to have these conversations. For example, one of our standout community leaders is 12-year-old Ayan Moledina, who recently hopped on his bike and ventured out into the Texas heat to hand out flyers about COVID-19 vaccines. He said, "My bike broke down many times, but I persisted and finished all my deliveries." We're so grateful for Ayan and for everyone who has reached across boundaries of age, race, religion, and neighborhood to help people get vaccinated. These stories are the direct result of an ongoing investment in the power of local trusted voices to reach fellow Americans. It's a strategy that works. And I'm so grateful for all that Americans have done, all the doors they've knocked on, the phone numbers they've dialed, and ultimately the lives they've saved. It's going to be more important than ever that we continue these efforts as we work to defeat Delta and end this pandemic for good. Thanks for your time, and I'll pass it back to Jeff.
Well, thank you, doctors. Let's open it up for a few questions.
All right. First question, and please keep your questions very short as we're limited on time. Brenda Goodman at WebMD.
Hi, I'm just wondering about the timeline for implementing the president's plan, especially the emergency rule at OSHA. How long is that expected to take, and how long will it be enforced? And then also, what is the ultimate goal of this new plan?
Well, I think in terms of the ultimate goal, it's to accelerate our path out of the pandemic, to get as many people that are not vaccinated as soon as possible, to safely keep our schools open, our economy continuing its recovery, and to decrease the number of hospitalizations and deaths from COVID. The Secretary of Labor will oversee the rulemaking process with OSHA. We anticipate that that'll come across the coming weeks, and then will be implemented for all employers above 100 employees. The need to get vaccinated or tested a minimum of once per week. Next question.
All right. Next question, Lauren Hirsch at the New York Times.
What is the punishment for companies that do not abide by the vax or test rule?
So this again applies to companies with greater than 100 employees. And if a workplace refuses to follow the standard, the OSHA fines can be quite significant. Enforcement actions can include fines up to $13,600 per violation. Next question.
Monica Alba, NBC News.
Thank you so much, guys. The question is, once boosters do become available in 10 days or so for those who got Pfizer as expected, what will be the standard for fully vaccinated? Will it be 2 doses or 3 doses for those federal workers and contractors in particular, for whom the 75-day clock starts ticking as of yesterday?
Dr. Walensky.
Yeah, thank you, Monica, for that question. We have posed and will pose that question to our advisory committee on immunization practices. Currently, fully vaccinated is 2 doses of Pfizer and Moderna or a single dose of J&J. I anticipate over time that may be updated, but we will leave that to our advisors to give us some recommendations.
Next question.
Let's go to Josh Wingrove at Bloomberg.
Hi there. Thank you very much. Can I just ask broadly, yesterday was focused on employees, essentially. Many of the deaths are still among the elderly, who of course have the highest vaccination rate, but are still bearing the brunt. What, if anything, can you do, or are you considering doing, to try to fuel vaccinations among that sliver of older folks who haven't gotten the shot? And separately, have you ruled out whether you would ever do a vaccine requirement or testing requirement for domestic flights, or is that something that could still be possible in the future? Thank you.
Dr. Murphy, do you want to start with the first question on the group that's 65 and older, where vaccination rates are quite high, but obviously you want to drive them even higher? Dr. Murphy?
Yeah, that's right. Well, thanks, Josh, for the question. You know, it's important folks know that we've got over 90% of seniors with one dose of vaccine, more than 80% who've gotten fully vaccinated. That's good progress, but we want to get as close to 100% as possible. I do think to continue to extend the protection seniors have, that the boosters will likely be helpful in the end. That's one of the reasons we came together as a medical team from the Department of Health and Human Services and laid out that plan last month, which will be contingent on FDA and CDC guidance. But we're also continuing through our community core efforts to reach out to seniors. We know that every senior matters in terms of getting them vaccinated. That's a potential life saved. And so the vast network of community organizations, which include doctors and nurses, faith leaders, and other community organizations, has been absolutely essential in doing that outreach. And we're going to continue to do that in the months ahead.
Josh,
Jeff, if I might just
Please.
add to that, the mandatory vaccination for our long-term care facilities, for our dialysis centers, for places where these elderly people often interact in our healthcare workforce, we've seen that makes a difference. And so I anticipate that'll make a difference as well.
Thank you, Dr. Walensky. So Josh, on the second part of your question, which I believe was about airlines, first, the vaccination requirements that the president laid out yesterday will affect about 100 million American workers. That's 2/3 of all workers. So we're taking strong action on vaccination requirements. And we believe that workplaces are a very efficient and effective way to ensure that people get vaccinated or at minimum get tested one time per week. And verifying in the workplace that someone is vaccinated does not place an ongoing burden on vaccinated people. As to travel, we're taking further action, as you know, to double the fines for non-compliance of masking on airlines. So that's a TSA action that was announced yesterday. And overall, I think we have a very strong track record that shows we're pulling available levers to acquire vaccinations, and we're not taking any measures off the table. Why don't we do one more question, Kevin?
Last question, Sasha Pezenik at ABC News.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my question. For Jeff, as much of the COVID response has been in states' hands, I'm curious how you'll enforce the new mandates that President Biden has now put forth. If we're seeing that so many GOP governors already have pushed back. And then for Dr. Walensky, do you have an update on what percentage of people in the hospital are unvaccinated? Last we heard, your overall estimate was about 97%. If there's any update on what the new estimate might be, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
But Dr. Walensky, you want to do the second part?
Yeah, I will just say that this, of course, changes over time and by jurisdiction. As we have more and more people vaccinated, and with the Delta variant and seeing waning, we are seeing more people in the hospital who have been vaccinated. But what I want to reiterate here is it's still well over 90% of people who are in the hospital are unvaccinated. And as our MMWR states and I highlighted, we still have more than 10 times the number of people in the hospital who are unvaccinated compared to vaccinated.
Yeah.
Jeff, can I add one broader point once you're done?
Please. No, please.
Well, I just wanted to say to the broader questions, about seniors and kids and how do we protect them, these measures that the president announced yesterday, particularly with regard to workplaces, are a really important part of actually protecting seniors and kids, even though they may not be in the workplace in larger numbers. And here's why, because we know that the key to reducing transmission is getting more people vaccinated. And even if you're young and relatively healthy and you're not worried about the consequences to yourself, you could pass the virus on to other people. And that's why this collective responsibility we have as a society to make sure we are not only taking care of our own health, but reducing the chances we pass the virus on to somebody who's more vulnerable. That's why this is so important. And that's what the efforts that the president announced yesterday will help us do: reduce transmission, protect lives, and protect our children as well.
I think it's a good transition to the last part of the question, which is from day one, the president has been clear that COVID, the pandemic, is a public health issue, not a political issue. And that's how it's been addressed. And the president has been clear that he will not hesitate to take strong actions like he did yesterday to protect workers and the American people and accelerate our path out of this pandemic. We know that vaccination requirements work. We see significant increases in vaccination rates at companies, healthcare systems, universities that implement vaccine requirements. When Tyson's Food announced to its employees that they would need to be vaccinated no later than November 1st. At that point, only 45% of the workforce at Tyson's was vaccinated. Now that number is over 72%, with many weeks to go. At United Airlines, when they announced the vaccination requirement a few weeks ago, since then, more than half of its unvaccinated employees at United have now gotten vaccinated, and they still have weeks to go before their deadline. So vaccination requirements work. And that's why so many organizations have come out in support of the president's plan that he announced last evening. As I mentioned, the Business Roundtable, the American Medical Association, and importantly, local on-the-ground public health officials have applauded the president's plan. So let me also remind you that it is vaccination requirements are the current standard employed by so many corporations. The president's actions will accelerate that number of companies across the board for employers over 100. And that includes Fox News, which already has that vaccination requirement in place to keep its own employees safe. So thank you for today's briefing, and we look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.
As that wraps up, we will take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again to all our viewers from across the country and around the world that continue to join us today on this Friday. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Let's go out right now. This was interesting. So the former president, Barack Obama, coming together with the U.S. Surgeon General to talk about COVID-19 vaccine. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
On the hope that in times of important choices, when questions and concerns come up, that we don't always just have to look to our government for solutions. We can look to each other. We can look across the dinner table, around our block, in our workplaces, in our houses of worship. We can look to the people that we trust in our communities. And back in the spring, when we were beginning the task of vaccinating our nation, we wanted to bet on that belief that the people around us, the people we trust, would be incredibly important engines in getting us to the finish line and making progress and ultimately in saving lives. And that's why this community core represented an investment in the power of local trusted voices to reach their fellow Americans. And that's what you've all done. And that's why I'm so grateful to you for today, because from the very beginning of this movement, we've embraced everyone. And this movement has been made up of doctors and nurses and teachers and ministers, friends and neighbors, and you've only picked up momentum since we got started. We began with a handful of individuals and organizations, but today you are more than 15,000 members strong. We represent over 6,000 organizations in all 50 states and the District of Columbia in the Community Corps. And when I think about this community, I don't just think about those numbers, but I think about specific organizations and individuals that we've talked to on calls like this, that we've held up and called out in White House press conferences over the last few months. Organizations like the UFW, United Farm Workers Foundation, which has helped to vaccinate thousands of farm workers and their families. I think about Parents Together, a parent-led organization that's helped us engage hundreds of thousands of parents online about their vaccine questions and concerns. And I think about St. Clair's Medical Center and Partners in Health, two organizations which are working so hard to make sure that we reach rural and Native communities and to make sure that vaccinations can serve as a bridge to broader healthcare access beyond COVID-19. But I also think about young people, like the 12-year-old Ayan Moledina, who's with the American Muslim and Multi-Faith Women's Empowerment Council. And Ayan has been venturing out in Austin, Texas, to hand out flyers about COVID vaccines and to start conversations with neighbors. And he's been persisting, as he notes, even in the Texas heat, and even when his bike breaks down. What an extraordinary story. And just a reminder of just how powerful this movement is. You know, at the end of the day, despite all the numbers and stories we have, we'll never be able to fully count all the phone numbers that you've dialed and the doors that you've knocked on and the people that you've texted and the events that you've planned. But more than that, we'll never know the number of lives you've saved. But make no mistake, you have saved lives. But it's not all that you've done. You've also reminded us that as a nation, we are more than the 300 million people who happen to live in the same regions. We're instead connected by roots that run deep and wide. As much as we pride ourselves on individual effort, our destinies really are intertwined, and we do better when we look out for one another. You've reminded us of that. One of the enduring lessons of this pandemic is that we fundamentally need each other, and that's especially true during moments of crisis. We can be a powerful source of healing in each other's lives. And the challenge we face now, and that we will face in the months ahead, is how do we enshrine this lesson into our way of life, into how we approach big problems, whether that's COVID-19 or climate change or the mental health crisis in America. In your efforts these last few months, you've proven how far we can go when we step up for each other. And in doing that, you've represented the spirit of America at her best. So I want to thank you for all the service you've provided to your communities and to our country. And I'm now honored to introduce you to someone who's been a leader in this COVID-19 Community Corps movement. China Lloyd joins us from Young Invincibles, an organization that empowers and mobilizes young adults to act on behalf of public health. I'm so excited for all of us to hear from China, and I'll turn it over to Eric to introduce her.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murthy. And it's just wonderful to have China here and the Young Invincibles program represented. China Lloyd is the West Program Coordinator for Young Invincibles. In this role, China is primarily responsible for leading young adult healthcare outreach that includes COVID-19 prevention and vaccination. She's currently at California State University, Northridge, where she majors in public health and minors in civic and community engagement. She's been part of the Young Invincibles network since she was a freshman in college and a participant in their Young Advocates Leadership Development Program. We're so grateful and lucky to have China here today. China, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you so much for having me here this afternoon. It's such an honor. As you know, my name is China Lloyd, and I manage the health outreach for Young Invincible West Office. Under the guidance of our Executive Director, Kristen McGuire, our office is currently partnering with the LA County Public Health Department to educate young adults 18 to 34 years old on COVID-19 prevention and outreach and health insurance literacy. Just last month, our office, in partnership with the Office of Long Beach, Vice Mayor Rex Richardson, and Arts for LA, we created a public health mural. It's called Thrive 90805. It's located in North Long Beach. This vibrant mural depicts community members of all races and ages working together while wearing masks and sporting Band-Aids on their recently vaccinated arms. The event featured cultural performances, music, health fairs, and our young adult leaders contributed to COVID-19 prevention and the vaccine information to community members as well as PPE. So Long Beach Health Department administered 60 vaccines and 300 rapid tests during this event. This was a huge success for our office because it demonstrates how partnerships with local government and local community organizations can be impactful in our communities. A recap of our day is on our social media at Young Invincibles if you do want to see it. Recently, our office has continuously worked to find creative ways to attract young adults and reach out to them to educate them on COVID-19 outreach. We've hosted weekly text banks where we reach out to 2,400 young adults in priority locations a month. With the help of our young advocates, we started a website. It's called don'tmissoutla.org. We highlight young adults who have gotten a vaccine and they give their testimonials on why they decide to get vaccinated. We answer common questions on COVID-19 and we help people find testing locations. Young adults have designated and distributed laptop stickers. So we've given out different laptop stickers to different young adults, and they have the QR code to our website so they can find out information about COVID-19. And we've distributed and gathered out these stickers at dorms and local young adult gatherings. We've also hosted Twitter chats. We've had IG lives and listening sessions to get young adults' perspective on California reopening, but also to get their perspective on the vaccine rollout and accessibility when it first became available. We've reached over 1,000 young adults through our digital efforts. These conversations were insightful. Many young adults had their different perspectives on how they felt about the vaccine. We met young adults, many were vaccinated, but some weren't. But many of the ones who were not vaccinated told us that they would be willing to get vaccinated if their universities, campus housing, or jobs had made it mandatory. So that was very insightful to us to see what made them, what would push them to get vaccinated. And then just lastly, I want to say that leading this work, it's been very important to me. As a young Black woman, I can totally understand vaccine hesitancy and mistrust. And that's why it's been important to me that I lead this work to help spread positive and accurate information. I'm proud to say that YI is now gearing this work that started in Los Angeles to go across the country. So I'm very excited about that.
Thank you so much, China. Let's turn it back over to Dr. Murthy to introduce our special guest for today.
Great. Thank you so much, Eric. And thank you so much, China. Hearing your story makes me so proud of this movement and so proud of this generation of young people who've really already demonstrated their commitment to support and empower their communities in times of crisis. Just really appreciate you sharing with us today. And it's now my honor to introduce our special guest, someone who has built quite a few movements of his own, President Barack Obama. President Obama has been one of our nation's most powerful champions of the COVID-19 vaccine. And through his work to advance equity in health and to address climate change and education and a host of other concerns, he has reminded us time and time again that you don't have to be in office to serve the public. We all have the choice to serve wherever we are. On a personal note, I have President Obama to thank for the last decade of my life. It was he who inspired me to go into public service and to become an advocate when it came to healthcare. It was he who gave me the opportunity to serve as Surgeon General during the Obama administration. And as I told him one of the first times we met, it was he who was also indirectly responsible for me meeting my wife, Alice, who is the love of my life and with whom we have now 2 beautiful children together. So many thanks to you, President Obama, for all of that, for being with us today to inspire our COVID-19 Community Corps. President Obama, over to you.
Well, it is great to see you, Surgeon General, and it is wonderful to listen to the amazing work that's being done. And look, my job here is pretty simple, and that is on behalf of the American people to say thank you. The COVID Community Corps hasn't been around that long, but this amazing assortment of people from so many different walks of life, people who are involved in healthcare, people who are involved in business, students and young activists like China, community leaders, clergy, all of you have come together because you recognize that we have still an extraordinary challenge in front of us. COVID has been a devastating disease. It has taken the lives of so many of our loved ones. It is a worldwide pandemic, but it has been in some ways particularly severe in the United States. And the good news is that we have been able to get through the first phase of it. And because of the extraordinary advances of science and the investments of so many researchers and people working on this, we now have a set of vaccines that are extraordinarily effective. And the challenge has been, how do we make sure that everybody avails themselves of this, this vaccine regimen, that if it doesn't always prevent you from getting COVID, does prevent you from, or makes it far less likely that you are going to be sick in a really severe way, hospitalized, or potentially die. And obviously, since the vaccine's been introduced, we have made some progress, but we still have a lot more progress to make. And that's where all of you have come in. Just listening to China and all the different mechanisms of outreach that she's been engaged in made me think about my daughters, who are roughly the same age as China. And the one thing that I can tell you as the father of a couple of daughters, one who just graduated from college, one who's still in college, is, let's face it, they're much more likely to listen to their peers than they are sometimes to their dad or their mom or their grandparents. And not only that, but their grandparents and their moms and their dads may be more likely to listen to them than they are to Barack Obama. And so what the basic concept around the COVID Conservation Corps is based on is the notion that people want to hear from people they know. They want to hear from people they trust. They want to hear from people who they have relationships with. They want to hear from people who they consider peers, and they feel as if understand some of the challenges they're going through and why they might be hesitant to get vaccinated. And you guys over the last several months have proved concept. You've been able to reach 6 million people. You have reached 3 million adults who were vaccine hesitant. And that's an extraordinary track record. And because of the work you're doing, people's lives are being saved. You may not always know right away who it is that is impacted by your message, but it's making a difference out there. And this is more vital than ever, obviously, because, as all of you are aware, we now have a Delta variant that is substantially more contagious, and it is particularly deadly and particularly scary for folks who have not yet gotten their vaccinations. And so, if we can make a big push over these coming months, then more lives are going to be saved. And the quicker we're going to be able to, approximate normal life. And with kids now going back to school, some people going back to offices, there is the risk that the Delta variant spreads faster, but there's also the possibility that people are paying attention and they feel a sense of urgency. And if they just happen to hear from somebody they trust, like you, they may go ahead and decide to get a vaccination that up until this point, they've been hesitant to get. So my main message is just keep doing what you're doing. And I know that sometimes it can be frustrating, sometimes it can be lonely. As somebody who got his start as a community organizer when I was about China's age, and I'd be knocking on doors and organizing community outreach programs, and nobody'd show up, and people'd say no thank you, and sometimes folks would say worse to you. And, you'd get a little discouraged sometimes and feel like you're pushing a boulder up a hill. But, trust me, it's having an impact. It's making a difference. And you are creating ripple effects in your, towns, in your counties, in your communities, in your cities that are going to spread and widen. And if you persuade one person to get vaccinated that maybe was a little hesitant, I think it's fair to say that now their entire orbit, their entire circle of people are going to start thinking, well, if John got vaccinated because he talked to China, well, maybe I should too. And that's how we're going to make progress. So thank you for the extraordinary work you guys are doing. I could not be prouder of you. I am looking forward to doing everything I can to be right there alongside you guys as we go out there and we beat this disease.
Thank you so much, President Obama. It's so great to have you, and we're grateful for the time you spent with us.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
Spare, so everyone stick around. I'm really excited about this next speaker because it's just a treat to have President Obama, but he's here because of people like China. He's also here because of people like Dr. Hussein Lalani. Dr. Hussein Lalani is an MD, MPH, and he's a primary care doctor at Brigham and Women's Hospital. And he's also a research fellow with the Program on Regulation, Therapeutics, and Law in the Division of Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacoeconomics, and he's the co-founder of This Is Our Shot, a national grassroots campaign that elevates the voice of healthcare heroes to build vaccine trust and combat misinformation for a COVID-free world. So grateful to have him here today. We're now going to turn it over to Dr. Hussein Lalani. Dr. Lalani, turn on your camera and let's hear from you.
Thanks so much, Eric. It's really an honor to be here and really appreciate the opportunity to share our story on behalf of hundreds of hardworking healthcare providers around the country at This Is Our Shot and Vacunate Ya, our sister campaign in Spanish. I want to start off by sharing a story of one of my patients, Isabella. Isabella is a hardworking certified nursing assistant who works at a local nursing home caring for seniors and disabled individuals. She's a Latina in her 40s, and she loves her family and her 3 children dearly. She loves them so much that she prioritizes their health and happiness over her own, even if it means that she struggles to manage her own type 2 diabetes. A few months ago, I saw her in my clinic after she had a kidney infection. The infection was so severe that she spent 5 days in a local hospital receiving treatment. This was a major wake-up call for her, as she could not stand being away from her kids for so many days. She emerged stronger with the newfound perspective that she wanted and needed to care for herself, to be able to care for her loved ones. During this visit, we talked about the COVID vaccine. She shared that her father had gotten COVID and that she feared that she was high risk for a poor outcome because of her advanced diabetes. She was offered the vaccine at work and she actually declined because she felt confused and conflicted. "Doctor, I don't know what to believe," she said. "I hear these reports on TV and read messages on WhatsApp and Facebook that worry me." As I looked into her eyes, I saw the look of fear. She was worried about whether the vaccine was safe and whether the side effects would harm her. Just as she finished speaking, tears emerged from her eyes, slowly dripping down her face, with even a few hitting the ground. She was overwhelmed, and this conversation was helping her to break free. "What do you think?" she said. "Is it good for me?" I bit my lip under my mask, grabbed a box of tissues and consoled her, validating the emotions that she felt. We were in a safe space, and I was fortunate that she was comfortable sharing this with me. In that moment, we discussed the safety of the vaccine and how safety was most important for both of us. I shared how the vaccine had undergone rigorous clinical testing and how millions of Americans had been safely vaccinated. But more importantly, I shared my personal vaccination story with her, including the side effects I felt afterward. I told her that I supported her goals to protect herself and ultimately her family, and reaffirmed that vaccination would keep her safe. Ultimately, I left the choice to her because I knew that acknowledging her agency in making this decision was really important. Near the end of our conversation, she said, "You know what? I'm ready. How do I sign up?" With a smile across my face, I nodded and had her registered to receive the vaccine in our clinic downstairs on the same day. It turns out, though, when she went downstairs, Isabella started to feel nervous and ended up going home instead of getting the vaccine. Nevertheless, I did not give up on her. I knew the vaccine could be the difference between her being healthy and caring for her children versus being hospitalized with COVID. She scheduled a follow-up appointment with me and she asked several additional questions. "Dr. Lalani, I hear that vaccinated people are still getting COVID. Should I still get the vaccine?" I focused on trying to build our empathetic connection and reassured her. After all, she was right. Some vaccinated people are getting mild COVID infections. Vaccines are also nearly 100% effective at saving her life and preventing hospitalizations. Knowing this made all the difference for her that day. And on May 5th, Isabella decided to get her first dose of the vaccine. You know, Isabella's story is one that I'm reminded of frequently. She, like many patients and people, are in tough positions, often bombarded with misinformation on social media, paired with legitimate questions and uncertainty about what to do, even at this point in the pandemic. Most patients trust what their primary healthcare providers say when it comes to the vaccine. And this speaks to the power that doctors, nurses, and pharmacists have in the lives of patients. Yet each conversation is unique and some are incredibly challenging. I'm really honored to work alongside our phenomenal team of healthcare heroes at This Is Our Shot and Vacunate Ya, our sister campaign. And we stay up to date on the latest misinformation, leveraging the power of social media to provide quality information from trustworthy sources on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Clubhouse. We also offer vaccine conversation trainings to healthcare providers and community members to have more effective vaccine conversations using the latest evidence. And we've trained over 1,200 individuals, most recently working with the California Department of Public Health. I believe that together we can do this. I just want to thank everyone here, encourage you to join us on social media, and let's turn the tide together and beat COVID, one conversation at a time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lalani. It's so great to hear your story and the incredible work This Is Our Shot and Vacunate Ya are doing around the community. So now we're so lucky to have time with Dr. Murthy, with Dr. Lalani, and with China to take some more questions from folks. I've seen some questions in the question box. If you have questions and you want an answer from Dr. Murthy, from Dr. Lalani, from China, please go ahead and type them in the question and answer box, and we'll try to get to as many as we can with our remaining time. And so I'll just go ahead and start this up, and I will be sending questions to each of our panelists. But to begin with, I actually have a question that's coming from Ayan Moladina, who is 12 years old. And she asks that, I'm a volunteer for the American Muslim and Multi-Faith Women's Empowerment Council, and I'm the VP Ambassador Training and Activation for Teens for Vaccines. In states like Florida, there are no minor consent laws allowing minors to get vaccinated without parental consent. If parents are anti-vax, but the teen is ready to get vaccinated and they can't, how can people in these types of situations get the life-saving resources that can get us out of this pandemic? Why don't we start with Dr. Murthy? Any advice for Ayan?
Well, thanks, Eric. And Ayan, I'm so glad you asked that question, and how nice to have you on this call. You've inspired all of us with the advocacy and education you're doing in Texas. This is a challenging situation. There are some states where, a minor can go on their own and get a vaccine without parental consent, but there are others where that is not possible. And we know that there are individuals, young people who want to go out and get a vaccine. They're under the age of 18, but they don't necessarily have their parents' consent. This is a situation where engaging with your doctor actually can be quite helpful because having your doctor be not only a source of information, but an advocate for you, somebody who can also speak to your parents talk to them about the power and importance of vaccination is extremely important. You may also find that in your school that there may be teachers and school administrators who may be willing to also engage with parents as well to help them understand that vaccinations for those who are 12 and above are not only good for their individual health, but they're a good way to ensure that our kids have a better chance at staying in school. And I know that all parents want their kids to be able to, but the vast majority of parents want their kids to be able to go to school and to stay in school. So I appreciate how challenging it is for young people who want to get vaccinated but are minors and require parental consent in some states. But don't forget that in your doctor and in your community of educators, you have people who can be advocates, who can be folks who can speak to your parents, who may be able to help them understand that there's science behind these vaccines. It's good for protecting our kids, and it's also a really helpful tool for helping our kids get back to their way of life.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. Dr. Lalani, China, is there anything you might add to flesh out that answer and in your experiences on the ground?
I totally agree with Dr. Murthy. Just the pediatricians are an incredibly powerful resource, and they know how to navigate many of these challenging conversations among many in your arsenal. So certainly I hope you and your teens have a strong relationship with your pediatrician, and definitely talk with them and let them help you help yourself and your family.
I really appreciate the work you're doing right now. I will say, like, that's very inspiring. And, you know, I hope that you continue this great work. As of right now, I don't have as much information because the population I work with is 18 to 34 years old. But I will say, you know, backpedaling what everyone else said, and also just saying, like, I do think that in terms of people who were parents were anti-vax and stuff like that, continue having those conversations, educating. I know it can be hard. Like former President Barack Obama said, like, you know, people tell you things when you're out here speaking to people. Continue to have these conversations to get people more comfortable, especially when it comes to vaccine hesitancy. But yeah, like I said, as of right now, I'm kind of working on 18 to 34 years old. So I haven't had experience yet with that population.
Thank you, China. Well, actually, maybe I'll turn this next question first to you. There's a question from Trenton Barfield. He asks, what's the best way to motivate people to get vaccinated whenever they're in disbelief? When you've encountered people in your work, what's the best way to motivate them that you've experienced?
Good question. So honestly, it's about, for me, it's about meeting people where they're at. Public health perspective, from what I've just been learning in my classes and just from experience, I meet people where they're at. I kind of see what exactly is they are nervous about, so I can be able to give them the information that they're looking for. I tell, you know, I'm here, I'm vaccinated, I'm fine. That's a common one, is people think they're going to get COVID or they're going to get sick, right? So being able to counter and give information. I share my story as proof. I share other experiences. This is why I highlighted other young adults who were got vaccinated. And then also it's about also meeting them where they're at. Like for some people, some young adults, many of us in the summer, we want to get out, right? Nobody wants to be in a house no more. You know, everyone's sick of being there. So a lot of them, I met them where they were at. You want to go out? You want to be safe? This is the tool we have. This is, you know, this is what we have right now. You want to worry, you know, not worry about having to catch COVID and being out here in these streets, you're going to have to get vaccinated, right? Like, you know, I always, like, I meet them where they're at, or what, you know, I see what prioritizes them. For, like, you know, former President Barack Obama said, like, some people trust their peers more than their parents. If you're offering groceries to young adults, not to say all young adults won't want it, but many won't. If you say you want to go out to festivals and you need to get vaccinated, I think you can see where I'm going here. They're going to want to get it. So, like, I feel like I meet them where they're at, but I also see what are their interests. What do young adults want? You know, we always think about what people who are outside of the, I hate to say outside of young adult range, but kind of meeting them where they're at, countering that information, sharing highlights. I tell them I'm vaccinated, I'm Black, I'm vaccinated, I trust science. You know, I understand being hesitant, but like science we have all this great tool, this resource. And so I just keep countering them with information. I've had people who they were not going to get vaccinated, but just by being able to speak to them and talk to them, and also like, don't belittle people, just like, you know, being able to have conversations with them. I've had friends who didn't want to get vaccinated. It's just about having those conversations. And like I said, bring up things that they like. What do you want to do that you know you're going to need this vaccine for?
And I love the empathy, the listening without judgment. Dr. Lalani, what else have you been seeing in your experience with This Is Our Shot and Vacunate Ya for the best way to motivate people to get vaccine when they're in disbelief?
Thanks so much for that question. China shared some amazing, really advanced communication techniques. And I think for us, and I really agree with a lot of what she said, it does come down to listening first and understanding where people are. Like she said, meet them where they are. We really think that an alignment of safety is important. Everybody wants to be safe, and they want to know that what you're suggesting or talking about is also safe for them. And ultimately help them find a reason to get vaccinated. And that's the part of finding a common goal, whether it's a concert or going to a movie theater or a specific event that may require it, or just something that gives them that additional assurance. But after you've kind of had that conversation, we also think it's really important to acknowledge their agency in making that choice, allow them to make the decision. And like we said, not belittling them, forcing them, being negative, and stoking them with fear. And also keeping the line of communication open, because they may have questions, they may want to talk with you again, and making it easy for them to reach and get back in touch with you to discuss it a little bit more is important. And of course, if and when they decide to get vaccinated, let's make it as easy as we can. There's some really great tools out there. I think the one I like the best is having folks text their zip code to Get Vax or to Vacuna. It's a great resource that we've heard about here through the Community Corps, and it really helps people to find the resource. The vaccine is, if and when they're ready. So we call it the 353 method. So, but happy to share more resources about that from our website and help folks, because I really do think these conversations are at the crux. And I'll just say one last thing, the word anti-vax gets thrown around a lot, and some people may indeed be anti-vax, but a lot of folks just are hesitant and have questions. And so I think it just really goes back to taking that extra time and listening and not labeling folks before we really know what it is that they believe.
Thank you so much. I want to keep moving to questions, and this one I'll first direct to Dr. Murthy. This question's from Mike Dean. He asks, colleges and universities have been hesitant to support peer-to-peer outreach on campus in my state because they don't feel it is their job. What would you tell a college president about why it is important to support these efforts to boost campus vaccination rates?
Well, that's a great question from Mike. Well, I think when it comes to the well-being of our students, that's everyone's job. The folks on campuses and universities, and even those outside of universities, we've got to make sure that our young people are protected. And I think we have a long history in our country, especially in universities and in high schools as well, of peer education programs actually being a powerful tool in that regard. We know that, as China said earlier, that sometimes people will trust their peers more than they will their parents or other influencers in their community. So we know that peers have power, and to use that power at a time where it's important to keep people safe and also to ensure that the college community can stay together, that feels very much is sort of part of the responsibility that all of us have. See, the thing about a pandemic like COVID is that it's not one person's job or one entity's job to address the pandemic. We actually only get through these pandemics if everyone steps up and asks the question, what can I do to help move us forward? There's a very important role for government, for example. And you've seen government playing a role in helping create and produce and scale up the distribution of the vaccine. You've seen government playing a role in other places as well, when it comes to testing, when it comes to doing research and sharing research with the broader community. But government alone can't solve this problem. And university presidents alone or employers alone can't solve the problem entirely. What we've learned from the Community Corps is that it's when people who are trusted talk to one another. It's when you hear from people that you trust and believe in, that we see a difference really being made. And for a lot of folks, that's going to be their peers. I'll lastly just say this, consider also the upside. During a moment of crisis, when communities come together around a difficult, challenging issue like vaccinations, that can actually help tighten the bonds between the community. It gives them common purpose. It can help strengthen really the bonds between individuals on campus. When I began my career in service, it was building a peer education program on around HIV, through which young people in colleges would speak to other young people in the United States and later in India about how to prevent the spread of HIV and how to become ambassadors to their community. And I will tell you that in addition to getting out valuable information about HIV, the sense of connection that those activities built between the young people who participated in them, both the people who were the teachers, if you will, the educators, and those who were the recipients, that was a very, very powerful bond. So at a time where universities are trying to think of both how do you keep your people safe, but also how do you rebuild community, turns out peer education programs can be a powerful solution and a way to address both.
China, you're on a campus right now still, or dealing with the campus. What advice, maybe you've already given advice to your college president, what advice would you add to what Dr. Murthy just mentioned?
As of right now, through my work, I've noticed many college campuses, more than just presidents, many of them have gotten someone who's supposed to be coordinating COVID-19 outreach in terms of getting vaccinated, because like for my school, we have a September 30th deadline for all the students to get vaccinated. So I agree with that. Even through my work, I've reached out to campuses just to personally collaborate with them on like COVID-19 outreach, like vaccine clinics and stuff like that. Giving helping students and people having access to getting vaccinated. And also UCLA even has like a vending machine with test kits. So I'm definitely with Dr. Murthy on that. I definitely think that is helpful, being able to reach out. And then many, like I said, many campuses, they're hosting clinics. So good collaboration opportunity is a good way to reach young adults and stuff. So that's been a lot of my main work this summer, because a lot of college campuses have been trying to reach populations on getting vaccinated.
Thank you so much, China. Dr. Lalani, there was a question here from Veronica about the best way to utilize social media to reach communities, specifically underserved communities. But I think it's interesting. I know your team has been thinking a lot about how to use social media to reach people, but also to combat misinformation. Would you mind talking a little bit about that and some of the learnings you have?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, thank you so much for that question. People spend an average of 2.5 hours a day on social media. And so certainly they consume a lot of information that way these days. And some of it is good information and some of it's not so good. The things that we've learned about social media through the campaign in particular are that, each of us has a platform and we have a following on the various platforms that we use, whether that's Facebook or Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Clubhouse. And what's helpful is for you to find the platform of your choice that you utilize most effectively and often to communicate effective information. So that may be different for each of us. And then to do so in the communities, meeting people where they are digitally. So just like we talk about meeting people where they are in person, in conversation, that happens digitally as well. And just like China shared as well, I mean, we at This Is Our Shot and Vacuna Te Ya have noticed, it's those smaller group settings in Facebook. It could be, your cycling group that you're part of. It could be another religious group that you're part of, your church community on Facebook that you interact with. It could be on TikTok, specific influencers that you follow, people who are doing cool things that you like. And it's different on Instagram and a little bit different on Twitter as well. And so, but when you're on these platforms, sharing information that's high quality, using graphics and pictures is incredibly compelling. It also helps with the social media algorithms to have something that is visual. It helps boost it up and getting that information out there. And if you're looking for quality information to share, going to trusted sources and liking, retweeting, sharing that information can be really helpful. So, we encourage you to check out the content that we produce as well at This Is Our Shot and Vacunate Ya. If you like it, feel that it's helpful and informative, feel free, but just use your own voice. That's what's most important. People connect with that ingenuity, and using lives can be another really great way. So Instagram Live, Facebook Lives, to share information and keeping it short and sweet. So typically under 60 seconds keeps people's engagement, but it's incredibly powerful. Same with, Insta Reels, to really communicate information quickly. And it doesn't have to take very long, but integrating it into the normal flow of your day and activities that you're already doing that may have direct connection to the world around us and to vaccination in some form or fashion, since so many things that we do are impacted by it or directly affected by it, is a great way to engage in social media. So we'd love to continue to do that with you and elevate the work that you're doing as well. So I hope some of those tips are helpful, but persistence over time and really putting the content out there will certainly help a lot.
That's a great set of tips. And I would just add for folks, I think if you're hearing a lot of those words, TikTok, Clubhouse, Insta Live, Reels, and you have a lot of question marks coming up in your brain, I don't want you to be afraid and think there's nothing you can do. As Dr. Lonnie mentioned, if you're comfortable on one of those platforms, try it. If you're not, I think this goes back to the peer-to-peer question. Find, a younger person on your staff, on your team, a student, maybe you have a young person in your life through your family. I always say the best, if you want to get great at social media, find the people who are most conversant in it. And that tends to be younger folks. And so empowering them on your staff or your team is a great way to do that. China, I'm curious if you have any other feedback about how to use social media to effectively communicate around vaccinations.
I love social media. We love social media. I think what you just said is exactly what the executive director had did to me in terms of, I had brought up, I was like, can we do TikToks? Just like, I see those. So I definitely grab someone younger if you're a bit confused about the different social medias, especially I feel like a lot of social medias have gotten just popular since the pandemic and everyone being in, but social media is a great tool. I loved everything that y'all said. It's a really great tool. We use social media to give out accurate and timely information. I make sure that I follow a lot of public health different pages, so I'm able to share out and accurate information about the vaccine or just COVID-19 in general. We use common language that young adults like to use to promote the information that we're trying to share and educate others. We may have a TikTok coming soon. No promises, but we may have one coming soon. But I just think that social media is a very great tool to use in terms of like you said, short reels. If you just want to clarify a certain, anything that's going on with the vaccine or just any type of information, if you just want to give information, social media is a great tool to come in handy to really help. And like you said, young adults are always on social media. It's like where many young adults get their information. And since we, I know we're going outside more, but since, the pandemic, social media is just how people communicate with each other in general. So you can find us on social media. We've done IG lives as well, and those were very popular. We had young adults come up and give their information or their perspective on getting the COVID-19 vaccine, or talk about why they decided to do it, and those got a lot of views because young adults like them. And also I feel like during the pandemic, a lot of people who may not be considered young adults started getting on social media because it was something to do. If you are interested in our IG lives, we have them at Young Invincibles. But yeah, we love social media. I love everything that y'all said. That made me so happy.
Thank you, China. You're making us happy. This next question I'm going to direct to Dr. Murthy. It's a question from Lynn, and she asked, I have a question. I've been asked if there's a difference in the vaccine formula between the third vaccine and the booster. My understanding is that the third vaccine is the same as the first two vaccines. The booster vaccine has a slightly different formula to help fight the variants. Is this correct?
So Lynn, it's a really good question. And there was discussion early on when the mRNA vaccines in particular, the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines were being developed, that they could more quickly be adjusted and modified down the line if that was required based on new variants that arose. But it turns out that the the third shots, if you will, that Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson have tested and are in the process of getting to the FDA, that these are actually the same vaccine as the version that people got in the beginning. And the reason it's the same and not different is because it appears that with the same vaccine, you can actually boost protection to a higher level. And in fact, in Israel, as the government recently published, they are seeing some significant now improvements in people's protection using a third dose of Pfizer, the same formulation that people got for the first 2 doses. So it is the same vaccine, but from what we've seen so far, and the FDA again was going to weigh in and sort of give its formal and full thorough analysis, of these third shots. But the companies certainly believe that they are getting a enhanced protection with a third dose of the same vaccine.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murthy. This has just been a fantastic conversation. I think we've hit most of our questions. I'm going to do one more and then maybe give each of our panelists a chance to say any parting words of wisdom to our COVID community core members who've joined us today. And I'll let everyone answer this question. This is coming from Eve, and she says that a lot of hesitancy now is based on myths and disinformation. How can we better target people spreading disinformation on a national level? How can we make sure that we're debunking and pre-bunking myths and disinformation before it comes out? Dr. Lalani, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. And Eve, thank you for asking that question. It's a challenge. It's a tremendous challenge. The incentives at the moment for spreading misinformation and disinformation financially benefit those who are doing it. And we know from the Center for Countering Digital Hate's recent report that on the disinformation dozen, that about 65% of all the anti-vaccine content is produced by 12 individuals. Personally, I think, as Dr. Murthy was saying, there's different roles for different people. For you as a trusted messenger, obviously continuing to share quality information and not engaging with the false information is critical. That's something that we can do. But I think our governments and our agencies have a role as well to play here, and really thinking hard about how do we ensure that people have the freedom of speech, but do not necessarily have the freedom of reach, especially when it's harmful. And banning the accounts of those 12 individuals is something that has been talked about, and it could be a very effective way at eliminating anti-vaccine content from social media. Certainly that's not something that I control, but maybe Dr. Murthy and others can talk a little bit about efforts and considerations from the government level and others to really hold social media companies accountable, and also individuals accountable for their words and their behavior, because it is really harming people. And we've seen that, unfortunately, recently with ivermectin, as you probably are aware as well, with an increase in calls for poisonings as misinformation has been spread on this topic. And so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Dr. Murthy, I know obviously you issued a Surgeon General's advisory about misinformation. Do you want to speak a little bit to Eve's question?
Yeah, well, Eve, first, thanks for asking that question. It is certainly showing up, misinformation, in all of our lives. And if we're not seeing it on our social media feeds, we're probably hearing it from our friends and potentially from family members. I know I certainly am. I answer questions all the time from parents and other family members who are seeing misinformation on WhatsApp threads and other text threads that are coming from family here in the United States and around the world. So this is a profound challenge. I think the problem is that, and what's really different now compared to before, is that even though misinformation has been around forever, particularly because we have technology platforms that connect all of us and allow us to share information so easily, the speed and the scale, but also the sophistication with which this misinformation is spreading has really scaled up in an extraordinary way. And it almost feels impossible to keep up at times. But that's why in the advisory that we issued last month, what we did is we laid out actually a number of actions that all of us can take to help slow the spread of misinformation. And it will take all of us. It's not one group alone that's going to tackle this. But as individuals, one of the things that we can do is we can think about what we choose to share online, and we can raise the bar for what we share. before, for example, we share some information, an article, a news story, we can ask ourselves, is this coming from a scientifically credible source? Now, sometimes you're not sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell. But the bar should be, if you're not sure, don't share. Because this is a moment where it's so easy to share misinformation because it gets disguised again with great sophistication. We also know, in addition to what individuals can do, that the tech companies themselves, especially those that support these social media platforms that run search engines, et cetera, they have a huge role to play here. And I would say a huge responsibility that they have to take on to frankly, reduce the harm of what is taking place and what's being distributed on their platforms. And in the same way that it would be unacceptable for Dr. Lalani or for me to run a hospital and that was providing care for all kinds of conditions, but it had an incredibly high rate of line-associated infections or other hospital-acquired complications, we wouldn't say that that was right to do. In the same way, I think it's important for today's technology platforms to look at the services they're providing and to recognize that there's significant harm that's coming alongside some of the good services they're providing, and to take responsibility for addressing those harms, and to do so in a way that's transparent by sharing data and information with the public so independent researchers can analyze it, can assess what works, what doesn't work, and how much misinformation is spreading. And if they don't do that, I think it's going to be hard for everyone else on their own to really get a hold of this misinformation.
And welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox as we continue on right now on the 1 o'clock hour. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you on September 10th, 2021, just a day before the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. You're taking a live look right now at a tribute in the memorial there at the One World Trade Center memorial, and take a look there. This once stood one of the towers that was knocked down almost 20 years ago today. So tomorrow, of course, we will be providing you with full coverage right here on the Live Now from Fox. You could go to LiveNowFox.com to see all of the streaming services that we provide to you. But 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, we will be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, really showing you highlights and live events from the memorials and remembrances that are happening in New York City, D.C., and of course, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, as well. What we'll do right now, show you a tribute that happened earlier today at the State Department, honoring those that worked in the federal government that didn't make it on September 11th.
Finally, our own Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. Deputy Assistant Director Chu, without further ado, please take the stage.
On the morning of September 11, 2001, a booming vibration shook the 26th Federal Plaza building in New York City, where I was having breakfast with colleagues from the Diplomatic Security Service New York Field Office. Special Agent Dean Simpkins, who was staring out the window, turned to us and said, "The World Trade Center is on fire." We looked in disbelief at the smoke pouring out of Tower 1 and paper sailing through the sky like confetti. We rushed back to the office to report what we saw to New York Field Office leadership, and found the entire office trying to make sense of what just happened. Moments later, the assistant special agent in charge screamed into the office public address system to instruct everyone to evacuate the building immediately, and assembled at a designated rally point. A second plane has slammed into Tower 2. The building staircase was crowded with federal employees, visitors, and contractors. Some struggled with the physical exertion of descending 34 flights of stairs, and friends and colleagues supported one another. Faces were tense, nervous, and unsure, with an occasional forced smile to calm oneself and colleagues. People filled the streets around the federal building. Most stood and stared at the two burning towers. A few sobbed quietly. Emergency vehicles raced toward the World Trade Center. Fire engines, police cars, ambulances, heroes running toward danger without consideration of their own safety. I tried calling my wife and my parents, but I had no cell phone signal. As a law enforcement professional in the Department of State's Diplomatic Security Service and a native New Yorker, I was eager and anxious to join the rescue effort, but I felt helpless and angry standing on the street. I had just vowed inwardly to help repair and rebuild New York City when I watched in total disbelief as the first tower crashed onto the streets below. DSS leadership instructed me to leave the island of Manhattan and wait on standby for a week-long duty assignment to help at Ground Zero. I raced home to ensure my parents were safe, and I tried to locate my wife, who was working 1 block from the World Trade Center. She arrived home in the late afternoon, covered from head to toe in World Trade Center building dust. She barely escaped with a coworker during a harrowing evacuation on foot that took them across Manhattan and into Queens via the 59th Street Bridge. They embraced and cried at having survived, but my wife's coworker's brother, Mike, was not so fortunate. He was a New York City firefighter and one of those heroes who rushed towards the burning buildings before they fell. I served at Ground Zero a week later, along with 52 Diplomatic Security Service special agents who ended up joining the massive surge of first responders who rushed to assist the aftermath of the 9/11 terrorist attacks that destroyed the World Trade Center. My World Trade Center. 23 DSS New York field office agents and additional 2 support personnel worked alongside dozens of special agents from DSS satellite and field offices up and down the East Coast. Agents delivered gasoline to fuel generators, transported exhausted firefighters and doctors, and escorted emergency rescue equipment through tunnels closed to general traffic. DSS also expedited getting copies of World Trade Center blueprints from outside of the region to the site, transported Department of Energy and FEMA personnel to critical meetings, and delivered critical evidence to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force for analysis. And in December 2001, foreign dignitaries poured into New York City for the UN General Assembly, and every one of them wanted to pay their respects at Ground Zero and at local fire stations. Every stop brought back that terrible day and reminded me of those exhausted and grieving firefighters, police officers, and EMTs. Let us never forget the families of the over 3,000 victims, the 412 emergency workers who climbed those stairs with heavy shoulders and determined faces while others fled to safety. Those DSS agents who volunteered at Ground Zero, and some of whom have become ill from toxic dust they inhaled. The survivors and witnesses, like my wife, who still can't talk about that day without choking up, and heroes like Mike. Let us never forget. Thank you. And now I'm honored to introduce Shazar Turner, the President of Veterans Estate.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Would it be possible to go to the ambassador next?
Certainly.
Yeah, we could come back to Shazar if you're having some problems. But we have the ambassador. Would you like to speak next? Are you ready?
Of course, I'm
Great.
happy to.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, Undersecretary Jenkins, fellow diplomats and veterans, greetings from Ashgabat. 20 years ago, I was a colonel in the United States Army serving in the Pentagon as the executive assistant to General Richard B. Myers, the 15th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Among the harrowing sights and sounds and smells that linger with me to this day, there's one vignette that I want to share with you. It's not a story of despair, but one of the American spirit and determination that we in the State Department show every day when we go to work. At 10:50 a.m., slightly over 1 hour after Flight 77 slammed into the Pentagon, I was in the smoke-filled National Military Command Center, deep in the heart of the Pentagon. 6 of us were in a sealed skiff, including General Myers and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. President Bush had convened a conference call of key leaders in Washington. The president came on the line and he was sure-footed, confident, and unflappable. And I could remember well his exact words when he began to speak. He said, "I want everyone who could hear my voice to know that no faceless thugs will hold our country at bay. I want you to find out who did this. I want you to track them down, and I want you to destroy them." Someone on the conference call uttered a profanity about Osama bin Laden, but the president came right back on and said, "Now, wait a minute. First, get the facts. Second, clean up your language." It was the perfect retort. It broke the tension. We all laughed. But as the call went on, I began to feel lightheaded. I couldn't concentrate. I thought I might pass out. The admiral sitting next to me shook my arm and he said, "Listen, I'm an old submariner. I know what's happening. We need to get everyone out of here. There's no oxygen in the room. It's filling up with carbon dioxide." The admiral said he would look for an alternate command center where we could relocate everyone. And he asked me to find an air monitor to measure the oxygen levels. Well, I was an infantry officer. There may be air monitors in a submarine, but where to find one in the Pentagon? So like any good infantry colonel, I called for my captain, Chris Donahue. "Chris, go find an air monitor." And to my amazement, he soon returned with the Arlington County Fire Department air quality expert, who said that our oxygen levels were hovering around 16%, and at 13%, we needed to evacuate the building. He said, "You need to get out." I broke the news to General Myers and Secretary Rumsfeld, who conferred, and they said, "We cannot leave. The Pentagon is the symbol of America's military power." And then something remarkable happened. He turned to me and pointed at Chris Donahue and myself, and he said, "You two, get the word out. Tomorrow is a normal work day at the Pentagon. Everybody gets to work on time as usual." And that is the point of my remarks today. Let us remember not only 9/11, let us remember 9/12, the 12th of September, 2001, because quite simply, the day after 9/11, we got back to work with a renewed spirit of determination. President Harry S. Truman said, "America was not built on fear. America was built on courage, on imagination, and on unbeatable determination." We can have that spirit again today. We need that spirit today. Let that spirit of determination be what we hold to and what we take from this day of remembrance. That and the fact that life is a precious gift, and we ought to spend what time we have on earth in pursuit of a noble purpose. So on this day of remembrance, let us commit ourselves with that same determination we felt on 9/12 to that spirit of what we need to do to make our talent hard work, and spirit build America. If we commit to those things today with that kind of determination, after the tragedy of 9/11, we will be living up to our own full potential. And finally, I hope that you recognize the name of that intrepid captain, Chris Donahue, now Major General Donahue, Commanding General of the 82nd Airborne Division, and the last American soldier to depart Kabul. Thank you for letting me join you today. Please come to Ashgabat. We'll be thinking of you today and always. God bless.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Shazar, are you able to connect now?
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
I think you're still on mute there. Well, Shazar, if you can keep working on it, but for sake of time, I think we're going to move forward. I'd like to introduce, of course, our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken.
Morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for being here today. It is an honor to join today's speakers to mark the 20th anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks. I have to say to both the ambassador, to you, Chris, thank you for your powerfully evocative remarks. I think in different ways, both of you brought us back to that day, brought us back to what so many of us were feeling, and brought us back to a remarkable spirit that actually joined us and united us in ways that I think we can find inspiration in for every day going forward. We come together first and foremost to honor the people we lost on that horrific day. Nearly 3,000 men, women, children in New York, in Arlington, in Shanksville. For their loved ones, the pain from the loss began on 9/11. They felt it every day since. Some members of our community lost family and friends that day. Our hearts go out to all of you. Every one of those losses sent ripples that radiated outward. The stories of those who died were told around the world. Restaurant workers on breakfast shifts, kids flying to Disneyland, firefighters and police officers who, as we all know, ran into the building after the planes hit. People from more than 90 countries lost their lives that day. Every one of them someone's child, someone's parents, someone's sibling, someone's friend. Chris Gu's account is so vivid and painful. For many of us, even if we weren't in New York or Virginia that day, even if we were on the other side of the world, it felt somehow deeply personal, and I think it still does. For those of you who were working at the State Department, the memories are just as vivid. Some of you were in the building that day. You evacuated and saw the smoke rising from the Pentagon. For a while, people thought that there could be a car bomb nearby, and DS agents made sure that everyone got out. You showed up for work the next morning, as we heard, not yet fully knowing what had happened or what would be required of you in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead, but ready to do whatever your country asked of you. Around the world, we saw people come forward to show their extraordinary solidarity and empathy. They congregated outside our embassies, consulates, praying, singing, crying. They left handwritten notes, flowers, candles, drawings, mementos. Outside our embassy in Sydney, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service left a helmet that their firefighters had signed for American first responders. And it read, "To all stations, come home safe." In Ethiopia, so many people left flowers at the base of the embassy's flagpole that pile of flowers rose a third of the way up the flagpole. Amid the hundreds of letters and signs left outside Embassy Berlin was a handwritten note that read, "Kennedy said, 'I am a Berliner.' We say, 'We are Americans.'" As we saw that day, our allies and partners' commitment to us and ours to them is a sacred bond that goes much deeper than relationships between governments. It's a bond our peoples have built over many generations. 9/11 was, to understate, one of the darkest days in our history, but out of it also came these demonstrations of profound humanity, compassion, strength, and courage. Above all, it showed our remarkable resilience. It showed our capacity to defend the pluralism that has long been one of our country's greatest strengths, including by embracing our Muslim American brothers and sisters. It showed the risks that so many are willing to take to save the lives of complete strangers. So today we remember all of that and more. We've also come together today because, maybe more than any other event in our lifetimes, 9/11 shaped the trajectory of our country and how we engage in the world. It motivated an entire generation to pursue lives of service. Some became journalists, lawyers, human rights defenders. Others volunteered for the military. Hundreds of thousands went on to serve in Afghanistan. 2,641 service members gave their lives in that conflict, including 13 men and women who were killed in a terrorist attack a few weeks ago as we brought that war to an end. More than 20,000 of those service members were injured, many with invisible wounds. We're humbled by the sacrifices that they made, and we know that for veterans in particular, as I know Shazar Turner was going to tell us, this anniversary will be an especially emotional one, inspiring both pride but also pain. September 11th also inspired a generation of people to join this institution, the State Department. Those new officers walked into this building, I think, having some sense of how hard the work would be, how much we were up against, how vital it was that they succeed. But of course, a full appreciation for all of that came with time, came with experience, came with engagement. But from day one, they threw themselves into the challenges with total commitment. Looking around this department today, we can see how the attacks changed us and changed our diplomacy. Thousands of diplomats served in Afghanistan and Iraq and elsewhere in support of the war against Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. Thousands more served in new bureaus and roles that didn't exist before the attacks, like counterterrorism, conflict, and stabilization. Virtually every part of the department was mobilized in some way to play a role in preventing another 9/11. Critical work that many of us continue to this day. Cherished members of our Foreign Service gave their lives to these efforts. Today we honor them as well. Part of our job, part of our responsibility as diplomats is to perpetually reflect on how we engage with the rest of the world and to ask some very basic questions. Are we making our nation safer, more secure? Are we advancing our interests? Are we living up to our values? Are we focusing too much on some threats and not enough on others? Are we missing opportunities? We were asking those questions then. We have a responsibility to continue asking them now, to more effectively tackle the challenges that we face today, to try and see around the corner to the crises and challenges of tomorrow, to make sure we're doing all we can to deliver for our fellow citizens. Whether you were part of the team that was there when the attacks occurred, whether you joined because of those attacks, or whether you came here for some other reason altogether, what we all have in common is that deep down, we feel a calling to try to do right by our fellow Americans, to try to make their lives just a little bit more secure, a little bit more prosperous, a little healthier, with a little more opportunity. And we want to engage the world in a way that makes their lives and our lives and the world better. Wherever we serve, whatever the challenge or crisis, we've chosen diplomacy as our tool to make that world a little bit better. You have to be 20 years old to register for the Foreign Service Officer test. So what does that mean? It means that starting tomorrow, the first volunteers born after 9/11 will start the process of becoming Foreign Service Officers. I can't wait to welcome them to this community. They will help make the State Department even stronger, more diverse, and more ready to take on the challenges of our time. In hearing from Foreign Service Officers and civil servants who were serving September 11th, one thing they often talk about is how, no matter how wrenching and terrifying those first moments and first days felt, they appreciated that they were in a place to do something about it. And it goes back to what Chris was saying. At first, I think so many of us had a feeling of helplessness, but then that instinct that brings us together really clicked in, and we realized we could do something. And those of us in this community did do something. We appreciated that we were in a place to do something about it. We had jobs, they had jobs, where they could help their fellow citizens and their country in ways both immediate and lasting. That's an extraordinary privilege, and it's one that all of us in this department have right now as well. So on this day of all days, we remember that privilege and the responsibility, as well as the opportunity that comes with it. Thank you very much.
And we'll be right back with more coverage, live now from Fox. And we welcome back everyone here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here today as we continue to bring you live coverage from across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. When there's breaking news, of course, we bring that to you as well, all in the mix. We're going to go out to New York right now as we'll have a lot of tributes and remembrances going on today and especially tomorrow with the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks here. But we want to go out to New York City because earlier today, congressional members were calling for a bill that would help first responders with healthcare needs some 20 years later. Let's listen.
Because of the toxic lie. The toxic lie, our government told them that it was safe to work on the pile and breathe that toxic air. And then we sent kids back to school and employees back to school in the toxic air sites. That is why, in addition to addressing the funding shortfall of the World Trade Center Health Program, the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act makes minor adjustments in the bill to make it more effective, but also authorizes a program to develop a study on the impact of the 9/11 on those who were children in 2001. Specifically, the research would focus on the effects of the toxic exposure and psychological trauma on the more than 35,000 children who lived or attended school and daycare in the New York City disaster area in the aftermath of the attack. Our country made a promise after 9/11 to always be there for our firefighters, our first responders, the police, the EMTs, the workers clearing the pile, the survivors, residents, area workers, students who got sick or injured because of the toxins we said were safe when they were not. We kept that promise when we enacted into law the James Zadroga 9/11 Health and Compensation Act, again when we passed the reauthorization in 2015, and 2 years ago when we passed the Never Forget the Heroes James Zadroga, Ray Pfeiffer, and Louis Alvarez permanent authorization of the September 11th Victims Compensation Fund Act. All those acts show how determined the New York delegation and united we are in getting results for those that were injured from 9/11. Now Congress needs to pass the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act to ensure that the World Trade Center Health Program is there to provide the care that every survivor and responder needs and deserves. We know that we have had a very divided Congress recently, but we are all hopeful and determined that on this issue we will all be together. It will be bipartisan, we will be united, and we will be successful. Let's make sure these men and women never have to walk the halls of Congress again, demanding that we do the jobs we are supposed to do, take care of the people who take care of us. Remember, 9/11 must be more than a bumper sticker.
Right.
With that, I introduce our great leader, the majority leader of our country, the Congressional United States Senate, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, Carolyn.
And he will be followed by our other great Senator, Kristen Gillibrand.
Well, let me first thank you for the great leadership you've shown, Carolyn, and my great partner in the Senate, Senator Gillibrand, as well as Congressman Nadler and Pallone, and so many others who worked hard. Let me thank my brothers and sisters in the labor movement who were here, and as well as our brave firefighters, police officers, EMT people who are representing the many men and women who were brave. You know, we have many kinds of heroes. This is a very painful weekend because it's 20 years after 9/11, and every one of us thinks about it probably every 10 or 15 minutes during this weekend. And we have many types of heroes. The heroes who died that day. They were firefighters and police officers and first responders. They were average folks, people who worked in the kitchens, people who worked in the financial industry, people who worked in the government. They were heroes. They were average New Yorkers doing their work, doing their jobs, of many different backgrounds and races and creeds and colors and religions. Second heroes are the families who lost loved ones who we'll see tomorrow once again. They are heroes as well. They suffer to this day and will for the rest of their lives because of this vicious and brutal act. But of course, there's also a third type of heroes, and unlike the first two groups I mentioned, we cannot bring back the dead. But we can help the third types of heroes who rush to the towers, like soldiers do, rush to danger, regardless of the consequence, to help save others. These are heroes we can help. And for years, the people you've seen here, myself and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Clinton before her in the Senate, and Senators Maloney and Nadler, and so much of the New York delegation, and Peter King, thank you, in the House. And we've made it a passion to see that this third group of heroes at least gets both the compensation and health care they need, because their heroism should be acknowledged and appropriately rewarded. We cannot forget them. And so we thought the job might be done in 2015. It took us a long time first to get the Congress to even recognize this problem. And first we had to do it for 5 years because Tom Coburn, frankly, was blocking it as we were leaving home, I think it was for Christmas vacation in 2010. And we stayed in session and he said, all right, I'll do 5 years. And then we came back in 2015 and made it permanent. But what we have found is the number of people sick and dying has greatly increased, and the cost of medical care, which we don't want to skimp on for one nickel, greatly increased. So we need more dollars now. That's what we need. The good news is we're in the middle of a reconciliation bill. So many of the intransigent can vote no and we can still pass this bill. So many who have been intransigent on this issue can vote no, we still pass this bill. And I want to really give a huge amount of credit to my House colleagues who have worked with Congressman Pallone, who has agreed to put it in the reconciliation bill in the House. I am making a commitment here today that I will use everything in my power to get this in the Senate reconciliation bill as well, and I believe we will succeed in that effort. So that is what we need to do. Bottom line is, we owe these folks. They're suffering. They suffer bravely. So many of them we got to know and love. Ray Pfeiffer became a dear friend of mine before he passed away, with his courage and with his strength and with his modesty. He didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted to make sure other people who were in his position but not as far advanced along in their illness would live. That's all he wanted. He's importuning us on. And we will remember you, Ray, and the thousands of others who have perished from these diseases because of your bravery and your rushing to the towers at a time of danger. We will not forget you. And we will not just forget you by words, but by deed as well. Thank you.
Bravo.
My great colleague who's been the leader on this issue in the Senate, our great Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
Thank you, Chuck, very much.
Watch this step.
Well, Senator Schumer couldn't have said it better. It's been a long 20 years. And this weekend is a weekend of great sorrow and sadness, of memory and of loss. But it also is a moment to memorialize and to recognize those who were our heroes, our first responders, who never gave up and never gave in. So many who have sacrificed their time, their effort, and unfortunately far too many have also sacrificed their lives. I remember 9/11. I was living in Manhattan at the time, and my apartment happened to be on 39th Street. And it was a very, very high tower, over 50 floors. And you could see the smoke emitting from ground zero for weeks after 9/11. And when you went anywhere downtown, you could smell the acrid smoke, and you knew that that smoke was toxic. But our first responders did their jobs anyway. The EPA at the time lied to them under George Bush and said the air was safe. The air was not safe. It was crushed metal and glass and electronics and building materials. It was a toxic sludge that is now affecting people, and people are losing their lives. Senator Schumer's right to recognize Ray Pfeiffer and those who came to Washington. As you remember, our first responders with John Field and John Stewart, and our firefighters and our police officers, our community members and our first responders walked the halls of Washington for months, for years, and never gave up. And Ray is a perfect example, because on the first day of his advocacy, he was walking. Years later, he had a cane. Years later, he had an oxygen tank, and finally, he was in a wheelchair. We memorialized Ray Pfeiffer and the loss of a great man, and he just represents the thousands of others who fell before him and who are still fighting after him. And so we know how important making sure these resources are there. As Senator Schumer and Congresswoman Maloney said, we need additional resources because the cost of inflation for medical expenses is far higher than the normal cost of inflation. We also need more resources because the percentage of first responders and family members who are now contracting diseases has escalated. In fact, I've seen a statistic that said, I think 3/4 of the firefighters who served on 9/11 are now ill. 3/4 of the firefighters. More firefighters, more police officers have died since 9/11 than on 9/11, which is another sobering number. So I just want to thank my colleagues here who have led the charge from the very beginning. Their extraordinary efforts to get the resources that we need. I want to thank Senator Schumer, who has never lost sight of this challenge from the first day. Never did he drop the ball, never did he hesitate to act, and never did he hesitate to get this done. So I want to recognize everyone here today and everyone who will continue to fight for these resources. This is why we are members of Congress. This is why we serve, to serve those who need our voice, our support, and our help. And that includes all of us and our 9/11 responders and family members today.
My partner in this and a co-sponsor and chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the great Jerry Nadler.
Thank you, Carolyn. It's hard to believe it's 20 years already since 9/11, but the effects of 9/11 will go on for many, many years, for the entire lifetimes of people who were there. And most of what I was going to say has been said, so I'm not going to repeat it. But let me say a couple of things. We have an obligation. I've often said, Lincoln put it best when he said, we have an obligation, we must care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan. And that means not just, it certainly means the firefighters and the police officers and the first responders who rushed in. It means the people who worked on the pile. It also means all the residents of downtown Manhattan, all the people who work downtown. And they were victims not only of the terrorists, they were victims of the United States government. They were victims of George Bush and Pataki and Giuliani, who systematically lied to them. Who systematically lied to them. 2 days after the attack, Christy Todd Whitman held a press conference to say the air was safe to breathe. There was no data at that time. Some of us got together with private environmental groups and started doing testing, and we found that it was not safe. And yet they continued to lie. And the EPA said they would clean up the outdoors, but no one would clean up the indoors. And all those apartments and all those office buildings were completely laden with all the toxic dust. And that was never properly cleaned up, certainly by government. They disobeyed the law. The National Contingency Plan, which is part of the law, makes clear what the obligations of the federal government are in a situation like this. They had just done it in Tanner, Montana a week earlier, where they cleaned up the indoors and everything from a release of toxins from, I forget what it was from. But they refused to do it. And because of them, because of the terrorists and because of the actions of the government, for years, people are sick, and more people are going to get sick, 3/4 of the firefighters. And the fact of the matter is that people worked on the pile without respirators. How could you have people working on the pile without respirators for weeks, knowing what that would do? So we have a terrific moral obligation. And Congress, it was back in 2003, I think, that Carolyn and I and Peter King introduced the bill that became the Zadroga bill to provide for the funding for the World Trade Center Health Program and for the funding.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
And then Chuck said what has happened thereafter. But the funding must be secured so that people don't have to worry about it anymore. I mean, they'll worry about the health consequences, but don't have to worry about the financial costs. You must get this funding. I am very glad that it's in the reconciliation bill. It is our moral obligation, and we will do it.
My other co-sponsor and co-lead is our new congressman. He took the place of the great Peter King, who worked with us so effectively, is Congressman Andrew Garbarino. Thank you for joining us, Andrew.
Thank you. Excuse me, Jerry. It's amazing that it's been 20 years tomorrow. I was a senior in high school, and I did not think I would be here today talking about this. I have to thank my colleagues in both the Senate and the House for putting this program together. This wouldn't exist if it wasn't for them, and I have to thank my predecessor, Congressman Pete King. If he did not fight for all those years in the House for our first responders, for this program, it wouldn't be here. So I'm happy to take the torch from him to lead this fight, to make sure that this program, which our first responders, all of them who were on the pile that day, all of them who went in the days and weeks after, who did breathe this toxic air, we need to make sure that this program is properly funded. We need to make sure that people get the treatment that they need and they deserve. I have friends that were on the pile that day. One of them, he's here. He has stomach cancer. He got that 5 years ago. He's had surgery here in this hospital behind us. He's doing better now, but we need to make sure that in 5 years from now, he can still get the same care that he gets today and that he's taken care of. It is imperative that this funding happens. I'm proud to be the Republican lead, but I'm proud to say we have Republicans right now from 8 other states that are co-sponsoring this bill, and I expect more to get on. This is an issue that we can be unified on, and I'm happy to be the Republican lead on it, and I'm going to make sure that my colleagues know on the Republican side how important it is and make sure that they get behind it as well. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
I can say with great commitment that we would never have been successful in passing this massive entitlement bill, several of them, without the strong support of the labor movement in New York City, New York State. It became a cause of the national labor movement of our country, representing labor in all forms. Everyone was behind it. Is Mario Cilento, president of the New York State AFL-CIO, speaking for all the labor workers who came and walked Congress. So many of them worked at the pile. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you. First, I want to thank all of our elected officials who are here today on behalf of the 2.5 million members of the New York State AFL-CIO, on behalf of the entire organized labor movement in the state. Each and every one of you are leaders in the truest and the purest sense, and I thank you sincerely, really, all of you. Look, for the last 20 years, the most common phrase associated with the attacks on September 11th have been, "We will never forget," right? We can all agree on that. We will never forget, most common phrase used. Fine, it's appreciated, it's appropriate, but unless there are deeds and actions behind it, we can all agree also that they're just words, they're empty rhetoric. Over the past 2 decades, most of the time, when those words are uttered, they are in conjunction with an opportunity to repay the debt that we all have to those first responders, to those heroes. Today marks the next opportunity to repay that debt. You know, there have been successes. It has been outlined here extensively. funding, legislation, putting these programs together. That is what gives meaning to that phrase, we will never forget. So we have to secure this funding, A, to keep our word to those heroes that we all made, the obligation that we had and that we have 20 years hence to, in fact, get the funding. Two, to maintain the meaning behind that phrase, we will never forget. And last and most importantly, so that we can have the health care that these responders, their survivors, our heroes deserve. The sentiment behind that phrase grows every year. And that's a great thing, right? Because we want to hold on to it. And it's 20 years later. 20 years from now, the sentiment will be even stronger. The key is keeping the meaning behind that phrase, we will never forget. And the only way we do that, the only way we can even begin to consider repaying a small fraction of what we owe them, is by securing funding and making sure they're healthy moving forward. So I thank all of you for working with us in the labor movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. And representing, is John Field here? No. Not yet. Okay, Liam Guilfoyle and Tom Riley from the Uniform Fire Officers Association. And I see the great Jake Lamonda is here. Where are you, Jake? He just retired. Come on up here. You're our hero. Come on up here with us. Okay.
Jake.
He's retired. You guys got to go do the work.
You got to do the work.
It's his last hurrah.
Come on, Jake.
Thank God.
How are you,
Senators,
Jake?
how are you?
You're the best. Love you.
Bravo,
Thank you.
Jake.
Well, this was a little unexpected for me. Some of you don't know, but I have retired from the UFOA, and you know, they have a great board. But we've fought, and I'm standing alongside our New York electeds. And when we needed them, they stood as tall as the towers that fell. And without them, we could not have delivered the health care that the government should be pouring money into this. Because on that fateful day, the first responders ran to those towers because we were under attack. We were attacked on our home soil. And I'm so grateful for Mario, leadership in the AFL-CIO, and all of our elected leaders, because without them, our loved ones could not have been provided for, and the health care could not be given to our fallen sick. And I can say nothing but thank you. And I know the UFA and the UFOA, they'll continue doing this most important work on behalf of our members. Thank you so much.
Give me a fist bump.
Okay.
Here you go, buddy.
Thank you. I want a hug from you. Thank you.
Oh, God. And representing the UFA is President of the Uniform Firefighters Association is Andrew Ansbro. We lost 343 firefighters on 9/11, a terrible, painful loss, and we've lost many, many more since then. Andrew Ansbro, head of the UFAA, the Twin Tower of New York.
Thank you. 20 years ago, today, I was up in 58 Engine, 3/4 of a mile north of here in Harlem. And I was recently assigned there. It was probably my 6th 24 hours working. 24 hours later, I was getting off work, and the call came in to go down to the Trade Center. I rode down there with 7 other members of the company. We lost Lieutenant Bobby Nagel down there. And in the weeks and months that followed, as we looked for him and everybody else, I met a cop outside, Bob Alexander. And Bob ended up becoming a fireman. I ended up working with him years later in the Marine Division. And Bob and I walked the halls of Congress 5 years ago. And Bob was dying of brain cancer. And he was hoping that his dad would go first, because his dad was also dying. It was a horrible experience having to travel around with a dying friend to ask Congress to fund health care to take care of him and his father. He got his wish and his father went first. He went shortly afterwards. It's a horrible thing to do, to have to go to Congress hat in hand and ask people to get on board with funding health care for people that did all they could and gave all they could for this country and this city 20 years ago. I'm asking that anyone that isn't on board to sign on this bill and get the proper funding behind this bill so that we don't have to do that, so that I don't have to get sick fire.
We're going to take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox.
that they should be getting anyway to take care of them in hospitals like this. 3/4 of New York City firefighters that were around that day, that were around working on the pile, are now sick in some way, shape, or form. I have mild lung issues. I had skin cancer, cut off my face. I consider myself extremely lucky. There are firefighters in the building behind me right now who aren't so lucky, and we're losing two a month to cancer. And every firefighter that doesn't have a serious cancer knows that their next medical may show they have it, and they're going to need funding for treatment to keep them around for their families as long as we can keep them. And I ask that anyone that hasn't signed on to this or approved this, to please do it. Don't make these guys have to get down there again, walk in the halls in their last days to make people do what's right. So thank you.
Well done.
Bravo, thank you. The story of 9/11 is a story of many people, and speaking today for the survivors is Mariama James. Mariama.
Mary, could you spell your name for us?
M-A-R.
Thanks again so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We truly appreciate it here on this Friday, the day before September 11th. And we should also mention here that we will be playing content really a lot today. And of course, tomorrow we're having special coverage on the 20th anniversary of September 11th. You see the coverage there starting at 8 a.m. Eastern, going all the way until 1 o'clock there, with everything that is happening across the country, but specifically the remembrances in New York City, in D.C. area, and then, of course, in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. So we'll be providing you full coverage tomorrow. We invite everyone to come and watch. You could get all the details of where to find us on LiveNowFox.com. We have so many different ways you can consume our product right here. Let's continue on right here. Let's go out to a live event happening right now in New York City. This is a 9/11 security briefing that is happening right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Safer as a country, and we do so because of the partnership that we have built over those many years. We share information, we share and provide equipment, expertise, and talent and dedication towards a common goal, the safety and security of the American people. I'm very proud to be a part of that partnership and to stand with all of the tremendous leaders here who share that mission and who share that goal. It is my privilege to introduce to all of you Governor Hochul.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for traveling here for this weekend to share with us this occasion. The weather here today just reminds us of what it was like exactly 20 years ago, a spectacular day of bright blue skies, a day of great possibilities. And we all know what happened when the terrorists decided to threaten New York City, because we are the beacon of freedom. We are the place that has the Statue of Liberty in our harbor. So we continue to be a threat to all freedom-hating individuals around the world, and we're aware of that. And that is why your presence here today signals the cooperation which has been ongoing for years and years. And I thank you for your leadership, as well as the leadership of the entire Obama administration. I'm also here to lend support to our mayor's efforts and the incredible NYPD, and to let them know that we are ushering in a new era of collaboration. And I believe that that is going to give our mutual constituents, the city of New York and throughout the state of New York, a sense of confidence that we will leave no stone unturned to protect the individuals we have pledged to represent. So it was important that I come here in person to thank the leadership, to thank commissioners, the individuals who are working round the clock to identify and potentially thwart any threats that could be, perhaps because we're a vulnerable weekend. We have identified this as a vulnerable weekend. But I stand here after having a very detailed briefing, and I thank the analysts and the individuals. Again, they work unseen heroes. They're in buildings like these all over in cooperation with our state police and our state resources to make sure that people can sleep better tonight and the next night and the next night. That's what this is all about. I just want to alert New Yorkers, you will see increased presence. We've deployed more resources for the Port Authority, the MTA. You'll see more people. You'll see individuals with long arms. You'll see them looking a little bit militarized. But the idea is to let anyone know that you mess with New York, there'll be consequences. And I want to let them know that we feel very confident at this very moment, after assessing our threats, that we'll be able to handle the events of this weekend and welcome people from around the world to come to this place of reflection, to think about what it means and how New York came back after that horrific day, those horrific events. 20 years later, we never forget, but we go forth into the future, steeled in the conviction that yes, we were knocked down, but we are never out. Whether it's a terrorist attack, whether it's the pandemic, don't bet against New Yorkers. And Mayor de Blasio, I thank you for the leadership you continue to show, the partnership, the hand you've reached out to me since the infancy of my administration, which is now 2.5 weeks old. And I know there's much more we can do together. So thank you, and to your incredible team.
Thank you so much, Governor. Governor, you're right that this time of year, all of us who live through this, we see a beautiful September morning and we feel that pull at our hearts. And we all remember that morning. You're right, it started with promise. And then our world's changed and so many were lost. And I at this moment, I'm feeling those who were lost. I remember in the hours and days after, every neighborhood, my neighborhood in Brooklyn, a firefighter lived just walking distance from me who I knew, lost that day, who had gone back into work even though his shift was over because he wanted to save lives. We lost the daughter of my son's pre-K teacher at a school in our neighborhood. We lost the son of one of the union leaders who I worked with closely in the fire department. We lost so many people. It's personal for us. And 20 years later, we feel it just as sharply, which is why we are resolved. We say never again. We're resolved to ensure that terrorists never can perpetrate such an act in this city again, which is why in the months and years after 9/11, this city took it upon ourselves to protect ourselves and built up an extraordinary counterterrorism capacity. But what was really necessary was the partnership the governor talks about, and that also developed, especially in recent years, with our federal and state partners, and that has made a profound difference. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you. Your partnership and the partnership of all federal agencies is one of the reasons we are safe. Governor, thank you. Your leadership and your agencies working seamlessly with the NYPD. And I want to affirm at this hour, the most important thing I can say to all New Yorkers, there are no specific and credible threats directed against New York City at this time. And the NYPD is watching, not daily, not hourly, minute by minute, with extraordinary intelligence gathering and counterterrorism capacity, which we have built up in recent years, because even though it's 20 years later, we see threats all over this world directed at us. And we see challenges that are homegrown as well. So we are watching, the NYPD is watching constantly, and I would say to anyone who's concerned about striking the right balance, we all want to strike that balance in our society to make sure our rights, our liberties are protected at all times, but we also have a mission to protect the lives of every single New Yorker, and the threats are real. They are real and they are consistent, which is why we have to be vigilant. So I'll turn to Commissioner Shea in a moment, but just I want everyone to understand. You will see, the governor is exactly right. You're going to see a lot of presence, but not just at Ground Zero. I want to emphasize this to everyone who is listening. You're going to see presence all over the city. We do not regard Ground Zero as the only potential target tomorrow. We are going to protect the entire city. Again, no specific and credible threats directed against New York City at this time. Massive resources will be deployed to protect all New Yorkers and our visitors. And we are watching constantly. We've learned some powerful and painful lessons. But one thing I want to say as I introduce Commissioner Shea is the NYPD has shown us time and time again its amazing ability to protect New Yorkers, to sense where the danger is, to get there first, to stop the threats before they happen. And I want to thank all the men and women of the NYPD for what they have done for all of us. This is a day to remember their immense contributions. With that, Commissioner Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you took my opening line a couple times, and that is correct. There are no specific and credible threats to New York City. But we also understand the time that we're living in, and I join the mayor in thanking the governor and thanking the secretary for coming here and lending support, and to stand united that we will do everything possible to protect New Yorkers, and that's really the most important message of the day. Men and women of the police department will be out there not just this weekend, but every day. And that goes from the analysts, such as the brilliant analyst that just gave us a presentation upstairs, but to the civilian members of this department, to the police officer on the beat, whether it's at Ground Zero or Brownsville, Brooklyn, and certainly our counterterrorism assets. So we will be out there not just today, not just this weekend, but every day to make sure that New Yorkers are safe. The message is it's a beautiful weekend. Come out, enjoy. And I'll leave you with this. We have a saying in the police department to never forget. It's hard to believe that it's been almost 20 years from that day. I can tell you that it would be impossible to forget. We're reminded of every time we walk out the front door of this building, when we see a plaque on the wall. We're reminded of it every single day when we think of our 23 heroes that passed away that day and the hundreds that have passed away since. If anything, that strengthens our resolve. So please keep them and their families in your thoughts and prayers. God bless America.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a few questions. Bill Neidhart's going to call on folks. We got to be able to see you, Nicole.
Well, there's certainly a lot of events going on, Nicole. As you know, we have the Mets are going to beat the Yankees tonight at Citi Field, first and foremost. We have a little tennis tournament going on at the U.S. Open. We have the sacred ceremonies that are going to take place, not just at Ground Zero, but all over. We have a very resilient and strong counterterrorism overlay that is, I'm not going to get into the numbers, but I think we all know it is thousands of uniformed and civilian members overlaid with bomb detection, overlaid with long guns, as the governor said, and that should reassure people, not alarm people. We're going to have bomb detection in our vaporweight dogs and many, many other things. The message is clear. New York is safe. Come out and enjoy the sights. But as always, this is a shared responsibility, and we've said that 100 times, whether it's about counterterrorism or whether it's about just general quality of life or crime. So if you see something, this is a team effort, and it's been touched on many times today. This isn't about the NYPD. It's the New York City Police Department. It's the New York State Police. It's our federal partners. It's our local partners. But most importantly, it's about you, anyone watching this. And we need anyone that has any information or sees something out of the ordinary. You're right. It probably is nothing. Call us and let the experts verify and vet that. I'm sorry?
Can you guarantee?
I absolutely guarantee the safety of the city tomorrow. Come out and enjoy New York. It's the greatest city in the world.
Any areas people should avoid, and also Department of Homeland Security talk about sharing equipment and what equipment if we can get into that.
I'm not going to get into specifics, but we cannot do this alone. So whether it's support and grants from the federal government, whether it's communications and the information that flows, and it's not just about the federal government. If you think of all the incredible task forces and men and women that we have, uniform and civilian, our Joint Terrorism Task Force, which is comprised of multiple local, state, and federal partners. It's that collaboration that goes on behind the scenes. You know, we don't gear up for September 11th, the week of September 1st and on. This goes on literally every day, not just in this city, but in cities across America and across the globe.
And are there any places to avoid?
Are there any places to avoid? Well, it's New York City, so there's going to be the normal traffic, etc. We'll be posting any advisories on NYPD News.
So allow me to echo what the Commissioner articulated very, very clearly. There is no specific credible threat to the homeland arising from any terrorist organization or terrorist individual. And we work together to ensure that we are watching the flow of information very carefully, not just domestically, but around the world. And in response to the question with respect to equipment, let me say, because the Commissioner spoke about the partnership so aptly, we have an Urban Area Security Initiative grant program that is administered by FEMA that distributes money to equip and empower local police departments to ensure the safety and security of the people of their respective states. New York is a significant beneficiary of that UASI, as it's known, grant program, and we're proud of the partnership that we enjoy.
Has the nature of the threat increased as a result of events overseas?
So, in actuality, the threat landscape has evolved over the last 20 years. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, our focus was on the foreign terrorist fighter, the individual who sought to penetrate our defenses and enter the United States and do us harm. Over the ensuing decade or so, the threat evolved and it became the homegrown violent extremist, the individual already resident in the United States who was radicalized by an ideology of a foreign terrorist organization. Over the last few years, that threat again has evolved, and we are focused on the domestic violent extremist, the individual who is radicalized by an ideology of hate or false narratives spread on social media or other online platforms and is drawn to violence because of that. As the threat evolves, that doesn't mean that the prior iteration of that threat has disappeared, but rather we see a rise in prominence of a new threat. And we keep our eye and our focus, our energies, and the extraordinary talent of the people in uniform who dedicate their lives to the safety and security of American residents. It is because of them that we watch all of the threats.
All right. Good. Good. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Those were the updates regarding security measures for tomorrow. Obviously, there is a lot of it, not only because it's the 20th anniversary, but there has been a lot of security in New York City and surrounding areas ever since September 11th. 2001, and we've been detailing some of those security measures this past week as well, right here on Live Now from Fox, just showing you and reminding you of just how much life has changed since those terror attacks that forever changed the way of life for us. Think about when you go to a concert right now, or if you go to the airport, everything really, so many different facets of life has changed because of September 11th there. So we will never, ever forget and continue to honor those that are no longer with us and that paid the ultimate sacrifice, including the first responders there. Just another reminder, everyone, that we will have complete coverage tomorrow on remembering 9/11, 20 years. The complete coverage starting at 8 a.m., going all the way to 1 p.m. Eastern. You can find it on LiveNowFox.com. We have so many different outlets for you to check that out. So let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Happy Friday to you as we continue to give you the top stories and headlines from across the country here. We're going to go out to Chicago, where the police have just started a news conference. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
We're here to announce the Chicago Police Department's efforts in going after gangs and doubling our efforts to stem carjackings in the city with precision deployments of the community safety team. This is part of our strategy to continue our focus on gangs, guns, and drugs, with an emphasis on people, places, and behaviors that drive both violence and public disorder in our neighborhoods. The precision deployment of the Community Safety Team, or CST, entails the following: a Community Safety Team precision deployment to Area 1 homicide, a CST precision deployment to the carjacking task force, a CST precision deployment to gang investigations, CST precision deployment to our narcotics division, maintaining a community safety team citywide, a community safety team area 1 through 5, deployment to focus on specific neighborhood violence and public disorder in our neighborhoods, and finally, a community safety team intelligence work group focused on our data-driven deployments and investigations. We'll have several comments today from various people on our leadership team. First up will be Bureau of Detectives Chief Brendan Dinahan. Next will be Deputy Chief Gilberto Calderon, then Deputy Director Elena Gottridge, followed by Deputy Chief Daniel O'Shea, and then I'll come back for a few questions.
Hi, Brendan Dinahan, Chief of Detectives. As the superintendent mentioned, he's adding 40 community safety officers to the hijacking teams, and that's specifically to help the detectives with these hijacking cases. So we talk a lot about hijackings, and the detectives are doing a great job along with all the officers. It's not just these 40 officers. Every time a hijacking occurs, obviously the beat officers respond, and the district officers with all the technology. We talk about these situational rooms and our license plate readers. So really, it's the entire police department is always working on these carjackings. But as the superintendent mentioned, he's adding 40 additional bodies to precisely focus on carjackings. And currently, year to date, there's been 948 arrests for carjackings, and then more importantly, 223 for vehicular hijacking. And that's a pretty big increase from last year. It's a 69% increase from the arrests last year, which were 132. And then if you look back to 2019, there were 83 arrests. So when you compare it to 2019, it's a 169% increase. And the reason this is important is because the detectives working with the state's attorney's office have to get that highest charge for vehicular hijacking in order to hold these people accountable in a court of law. So these additional officers, as the superintendent mentioned, are going to help focus on this, and then working with, they're going to talk about our gang teams and the criminal networks, because a lot of these individuals carjack cars, they commit robberies, and working very closely with our partners in criminal networks will help kind of solidify and bond these our units together to solve some of these crimes. So I'll pass it over to Deputy Chief Calderon at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gilberto Calderon. I am the Deputy Chief of Gang Investigations. As the Superintendent Brown just mentioned, we're going to move in a big picture with a total holistic strategy approach to get rid of gangs, guns, and drugs to drive the violence in our communities. Our gang investigation unit will focus on high-level investigations, aiming at taking down criminal organizations that drive the gun violence throughout our city. The strategy will work hand in hand with our new gun unit that has just been implemented a few months ago that are focusing on gun traffickers, straw purchasers, who are providing firearms to the drivers of violence that are committing violent acts in our communities. But dismantling these violent gangs is just one step in our strategy. We're also committed to developing partnerships, stronger partnerships, with our neighborhoods affecting gang members that are in our communities. We're going to be able to take our officers that are going to be formed into new oriented sustainability teams who will close hand in hand with our communities that are being affected by gun violence. These teams, these officers are going to be working with the community to sustain those neighborhoods that are being affected by gun violence after we take these gang members off the street. And what they're going to do, they're going to work hand in hand with our faith-based organizations, our outreach organizations, our aldermen, our businesses, so that we can find methods and we have honest communication with our neighborhoods to see what we can come up with solutions to maintain and keep those neighborhoods safe. I will turn it over now to Director Elena Goodrich.
Good afternoon. I'm Elena Gottridge, Deputy Director of Prosecutorial Strategies and also the new gun investigation teams. Chicago police are moving to a holistic strategy. Our number one priority is to keep our community members safe. Oftentimes we think of shooting victims and homicide victims as statistics, as the numbers that we read in the newspapers every Monday. That's not how we work, and that's not how we operate. Everybody is a life lost or a life diminished. All of those people are members of our communities. To that end, our strategy is to use complex narcotics investigations, complex gang investigations, and complex gun investigations to target the traffickers and the most violent gang members to dismantle those operations from the top down. We are moving away from the mass incarceration policies of the past and being more strategic and thoughtful with our investigations. The new strategies you'll hear about today, as Deputy Chief Calderon stated, will work hand in hand and collaboratively with the work already being done by the gun unit. The gun unit, as you've heard before, is targeting the high-level offenders, those that are perpetuating the violence in our city, the straw purchasers and the gun traffickers. They are the ones providing these weapons of mass destruction to our communities. Since we announced the gun investigation teams, we have already investigated dozens of straw purchasers and traffickers. We have recovered guns from people with revoked FOID cards. Some of those revocations were due to domestic violence convictions, sex offense convictions, and violent convictions. Those are guns that were taken out of the hands of people that should not have had them and preventing future stories about people shot and or murdered. Those guns included assault rifles, shotguns, and pistols. We're confident that with this new holistic strategy, we can build off strategies that worked in the past and really take our policing to the next century with our main focus being the community. I will turn it over to Deputy Chief O'Shea.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dan O'Shea. I'm the Deputy Chief of the Narcotics Unit. So the mission of the Narcotics Unit is to support, obviously, the Chicago Police Department's commitment to protect the lives, property, and rights of all people, and to maintain order and enforce laws impartially. So the Narcotics Unit is going to focus on a strategic, proactive, investigative strategy to continue and intensify intelligence-based complex narcotics investigations against drug trafficking organizations that are engaged in violence in our communities. The battles over drug selling corners and customers is a major driver in parts of our city. Oftentimes, innocent people are the victims of this violence. So by dismantling these drug trafficking organizations, the Narcotics Unit can provide the community with safer streets and put a dent in the opioid epidemic that's ravishing our city. And just a little backstory on that, I know it hasn't been in the spotlight, but according to the Chicago Department of Public Health website, 467 people have died from opioid overdoses in the first half of 2021. So that's an average of about 20 people a week. And we hope to make a significant impact in people's lives with this strategy. Thank you.
Before we take questions, I just want to make sure we got the top line right. We're going after gangs. That's the top line for this presser. We're going after gangs. And I said what I said. We're going after gangs. And we're going to do it constitutionally. We're going to make sure we don't violate anyone's rights. But gangs are out of control in this city. And we're going after them to hold them accountable. And with that, I'll take a few questions. Yes. So you don't have to take too much time to find out the answer to your question. If you live in the city of Chicago, if you talk to anyone living in a neighborhood inundated with violence, you would immediately find that answer. Gangs contribute to not only the violence in a significant way, but also the public disorder. Again, the question is well taken, but it's a little bit of we know what the problems are in this city, and it's high time we said gangs are a significant scourge to the safety of our neighborhoods, and we're going to use every resource we have to take these criminal networks down.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
So can I address this in a longer answer? One is, yes, the gangs are structured much different than they maybe were in the 1990s, but that shouldn't prohibit us from going after them. There are apparent gangs still like the 1990s, so there are some gangs that are structured in similar ways than they were in the 90s with clear leadership. Then there are other gangs that are in factions of a parent gang. And then there's another level, there's a third level, tertiary groups who are crews and maybe factions of the faction of the gang, and likely have internal conflicts with their parent gang. And so yes, it's a very complex system. And the complexity of these criminal networks really leads us to being more data-driven, intelligence-led, both deployments around interdicting the violence and also the investigations. So I think the precursor to addressing the complexity of what is the new gang structure, both parent gang, faction of the gang, and maybe just a crew that has a gang name, have to be led by intelligence and data, which, again, no one's asked this question, so the old gang database that went to the criminal enterprise information system is still in process. All the names have been vetted. There are some process steps related to appeal at the police board that has yet to be completed in the political realm. But in the next few weeks, we hope to have that criminal enterprise information system online and working to inform us as we deploy and investigate gangs and other criminal networks. Do you have a follow-up? Not just that. Someone who believes they're on our criminal enterprise information system erroneously, they have an appeal process that goes before the police board that's outside the police department. It's an independent board that's outside the police department to appeal and make their case to come off of the criminal enterprise information system. That's yet in process to be done, but that's the finality of what needs to be done for us to have this new information system working to inform us on our deployments and investigations around gangs. Yes. Sure. No, I would answer that in this way. If you think about the gang life, it's about the stuff. If you look on any gang members' social media, they're flashing the guns, they're flashing money, they're flashing this lifestyle that gets cars and jewelry, and it glamorizes this lifestyle. And it's very influential to a young person who's trying to decide, what life course to take. So it is a very strategic move that the city has taken, which I fully support, to basically take their stuff, take the glamour off of being in a gang. It is one of the things that drives this lifestyle being something that maybe some very young, influential people admire. It should not be admired. The ill-gotten gains of gang membership is blood money. It's killed our young people. It's taken their lives much too soon. It's incarcerated much too many people of color being influenced and by this lifestyle being something that should be glamored and admired. But when you take their stuff away, it leaves them with basically who they are as people without all this stuff to glamorize this lifestyle. So it is an important strategy, and it's one we fully support. All hands on deck, Mary. State's attorney, U.S. attorney, and the city attorneys all need to go after gangs. There's room at the table for our efforts to take down gangs. If we I'll come back to that last at the end and maybe even offline. I want to stay on topic. If we have any other questions on topic, we'd like to answer those, and then we'll take those at the end, or we'll take them offline about recruiting, which is a priority as well. Yes. We have. So I think one of the prominent words I use in this presser is precision deployment. The complexity of what has been asked here about gangs are so much different than they were. The structure is not as clean as it had been maybe in the 90s. Leads us to everything we do has to be data driven. We fully understand the constitutionality of focusing on people without the supportive data for our investigative and deployment and enforcement efforts. Thus, the criminal enterprise information system had to be further along for us to be able to execute in this area, to implement this fully from a precision, data-driven, intelligence-led standpoint. We are just a few weeks away from that fully being ready to utilize, and we're starting our efforts now to take down gangs, but it is not just our instincts or some officers' thoughts about whether this person is a gang member or not. It is a fully vetted, with an ability to appeal your way off of this gang if you feel like you are on this information system erroneously. And if those who are left on this information system will be pursued because it has been vetted, it is transparent, but any and all who feel like they're erroneously on have a way to get off, which is something that has been in the works, but we're nearing finality on this as soon as I believe there's a couple of council hearings for this to be approved, for the police board to be the agency that hears the appeal. As soon as that's done, we'll be furthering our investigations. So yes, we've always focused on gangs broadly. This is precision, using a scalpel in the most complex ways to pursue criminal networks that drive violence in this city. Last question. So I just want to repeat what we've said here, because it refutes everything you just said as incorrect. So the community safety team has and was created to create relationships in the community, as well as focus on gang, guns, and drugs, and people that in places that drive violence. That is accurate, and they'll continue that work. We've said nothing here about their precision deployment that discontinues their work in the community. And if you heard Deputy Chief Calderon correctly when he talked about there's a component to their gang investigation that sustains the areas where the gang takedowns happen through involvement with the community to hold those areas once the gangs have been taken down. So it is an expansion of the work that the community safety team originally did to include a community safety team, community involvement, integration with the gang investigations, which is a new feature that we didn't have before. So it continues with my thoughts about community policing. As long as community policing is just in CAPS or some work group, and they're the only people in the whole community that does that, then you're not really a community-oriented policing organization. You've set that aside to just a small work group. It was my concern with the saturation team, the gang enforcement teams, the gun teams we had no community service component at all. And I thought that was short-sighted. I believe every member of this police department needs to be involved in some type of community engagement for us to really gain the trust of people in the community. It shouldn't be just a small work group of CAPS members only doing community engagement. So this continues our focus on being a community-oriented policing organization where every effort, this precision deployment and other investigations that we do, always involve a community engagement component, always. So please don't write something different, because that's not what we said here. These cops will be precision deployed, but will continue their community engagement efforts. They'll all be in the areas. They'll be assigned to the neighborhoods. They'll be assigned to area 1 through 5 so that we can push their integration, push their structure, as well as their day-to-day operations closer to the neighborhoods, to work with those community members as we take down these gangs. Thank you all so much.
Chicago police giving an update on how they hope to crack down on some of the carjackings that really been plaguing the city. You heard there from the officials, 948 arrests so far this year, a significant increase there in the number of people that are arrested for carjackings. in the city. And you heard there from the police, it's not just a couple of neighborhoods that they're worried about. It is pretty much widespread throughout Chicago. So that is what they continue to try to get their hands on right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break, but we continue to wait for the White House briefing. As soon as it happens, we'll bring it to you right here, as this is just a day after President Biden's big announcement yesterday with the vaccine mandates for federal workers, and then also for employers that have more than 100 workers to issue vaccine mandates to those businesses as well. So a lot to uncover here coming up at that briefing. They're doing a little sound check right there, so we'll just step away from that, take you right here out to the Statue of Liberty on this September 10th, 2001. Hard to believe, everyone, that 20 years ago today, everything was normal. Everything was pretty much normal in our lives with the whole fact of security measures. We didn't really think about that too much in our country. And then a day later, everything changed. And so we will be continuing to remember and honor all of those that died 20 years ago tomorrow, right here on Live Now from Fox, remembering 9/11, 20 years, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, complete coverage. You can find it on LiveNowFox.com. So many different ways you could stream and get our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out to St. Louis Park, Minnesota, getting update here from officials on a synagogue threat that happened the other day. And this was coming from the ADL Midwest office located in Chicago. They received a specific threat of physical violence via its website directed at a synagogue located in St. Louis Park, Minnesota. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The Jewish community in St. Louis Park have developed over the years a tight relationship and coordination around these sorts of threats. So as tragic as this may be, they will not diminish the Jewish community in St. Louis Park. And I say that as somebody who is not a member of the Jewish community, but certainly represents a lot of them. And so we're looking forward to the ongoing investigation, getting to the bottom of this, finding and prosecuting the person who did this. So with that, I'll introduce Steve Huntings from JCRC.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Matt Walzer, the Managing Director at Bethel, and our primary goal is to serve our community and our congregation. And as we were informed late last night from the Anti-Defamation League about the threat that came in from them, we are very grateful for our relationship with the City of St. Louis Park and the JCRC. Steve will talk in a moment, Jewish Community Relations Council, to be able to navigate local and federal authorities to make sure that the investigation continues and that we're able to continue serving our congregation and community. This doesn't stop our ability to serve our community, so we want to make sure that it's known that our community is still vibrant, we're still serving, we're still making sure that we're there for our congregants, our rabbis, our cantors, our clergy, and our leadership are all there for them, even though we are virtual for today and tomorrow. But we look forward to continuing to see the investigation through, and again are grateful for the partnership to make sure that we can leverage expertise like Steve and his team provide to make sure that things are safe for our community.
Thanks, Mayor Jake, Mayor Spano, Matt, PIO, Jackie Smith. I'm Steve Huttigs. I'm the Executive Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Minnesota and the Dakotas. I'll echo Jake's thanks. Thanks for covering the story, even though it's difficult. This is important news for people to understand and assimilate at this time. It's Friday afternoon. It's the Sabbath. We say Shabbat Shalom, peaceful Sabbath to people. We're in the middle of our high holy days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. So keeping in mind, there's a lot of reasons to smile if you're an American Jew. I always tell people that there's never been a better time to be an American Jew than in, say, September 2021. That does not mean, however, that we don't appreciate the fact that there are pathological, malicious anti-Semites who do things like send threats via the ADL portal about Bethel Synagogue, which happens to be my synagogue, to want to say huge thanks to the city of St. Louis Park. My family moved to St. Louis Park in 1949. I've had a continuous presence ever since then. And the relationship with Chief Harsey, law enforcement, all city of St. Louis Park services is outstanding. And Jake, as you know, the partnership is really important to our community. Many other Jewish institutions are located in St. Louis Park. The community will remain vigilant and calm. Those are the watchwords of the day. We've been working with all levels of law enforcement, local and federal, our national partners, Secure Community Network, as well as ADL Midwest, our regional partner. It's good to know that all of the pieces in the law enforcement realm, in the Jewish community security realm, are working together very well. It's important that intimidation and oppression are not carry the day to the extent that that's possible. At the same time, the synagogue, as you've heard from Matt, will take all prudent precautions to make sure that everyone is safe at all times. And I just want to say to everybody that's gathered that the Jewish community is very vibrant. We see our work on behalf of all communities in terms of community security. You might note that we just had a vandalism incident in the Hmong Cultural Center on University Avenue in St. Paul. So we're very well aware that attacks on other cultural institutions, the Dar el-Farouk mosque bombing in 2017, that we're all together, that an attack on one institution is an attack on all institutions. And it's important to keep this in mind because we all stand together in solidarity. So thank you very much.
What can you tell us about the nature of the threat? Was it like a bomb threat, a shooting threat? What type of violence are we dealing with here?
Well, I think it's an ongoing investigation, right? So details will sort of come forward, I think, over time. But the understanding was a threat was posted on an online message board that was then directed, it was sort of more general, to a Bethel synagogue, which then was clarified by this person to mean St. Louis Park's Bethel synagogue. Outside of that, I don't have any more information about the details of what was said in the message or anything like that.
Do you know if there's any reason to believe that it was a credible threat?
I couldn't answer that at this time.
And do you know if there have been any arrests or any leads as far as who made the threat?
Not that I'm aware of at this point.
Can someone talk about the safety plans for today and tomorrow? We saw a bunch of police out front of the synagogue, maybe some surveillance units.
Yep. So we have a detailed plan that we work through with our Jewish community for instances just like this, and they involve different sort of actions depending on the nature of the threat. And in this case, we've got directed patrols that are visiting the Jewish Community Center, the JCC, and some of the schools in our community and other synagogues. So it will vary from time to time what the nature of the threat. Obviously, we've got it's the beginning of the school year as well, so there's a lot of kids going in and out of schools this morning and this afternoon, and we'll be keeping a close eye on those. But we also then, especially for this time of year and on a Friday as folks enter Sabbath, we have a really developed network of messaging and communication that our police department in the city works with folks in the Jewish community who may not necessarily be using their phones, right, or answering a home landline or their cell phone, to make sure that awareness is spread throughout the community about those threats. So that's a long-standing piece of our sort of emergency management plan that our police department has.
Maybe a question for some of the synagogue leaders, but how many preschoolers attend the preschool, and how many people normally attend services on a day like today and tomorrow? So how many people overall are kind of impacted by this?
Sure, we have a preschool very robust. We have approximately 120 kids in our preschool, and our general congregation kind of post-COVID as we kind of entered getting back in person has been anywhere from kind of 75 to a couple hundred in person. In non-COVID times, it's been closer to 300 to 400 a week. And so, again, I'll state again, as both gentlemen behind me have stated, in terms of the lack of intimidation, we'll continue to serve those people. We have a robust cyber tool that can provide services remotely, but that's how things are impacted in person.
Sorry to dominate the conversation here, but have you guys ever dealt with a threat of this nature before that's kind of forced you to cancel in-person learning and services? Have you dealt with threats before, and then to this scale?
I think Steve might be able to know. He's better in terms of history. I've been in my role for a couple of years, and Steve's 10 years longer.
He does an outstanding job, Matt, at Bethel. One of our responsibilities as JCRC is for overall community security. Folks may remember back in 2017 the series of bomb threats against Jewish community centers throughout the world, St. Paul and Minneapolis. Each received one of those bomb threats. Certainly that was a significant period. Perversely it turned out to be an Israeli who was phoning in the bomb threats. But putting that aside, that was something that was highly disruptive of the community for reasons you can imagine. The JCCs serve young people, older people, people recreate there, people go there for social and cultural reasons. So, unfortunately, we had that experience in addressing the JCC bomb threats back in 2017. And then, since then, of course, we've had developments throughout the United States. I said before that we're fortunate to live in the time which we do as American Jews in 2021. Nevertheless, we've seen the attack in Pittsburgh, the attack in San Diego, the attacks out on the East Coast. So at the same time, we're mindful that there are people in the world who have attacked houses of worship of all religions globally, and it's something that we have to pay attention to. But at the same time, we keep in mind that in this country, we have wonderful relationships with law enforcement, cities, other communities and organizations to keep us all safe.
Just to kind of go back to that for 1 second, would this be the first time for this specific synagogue that in-person services would be canceled due to a threat?
It's the first that I'm aware of. Doesn't mean it's the first that there's been, but it's the first that I'm aware of. Yeah.
And keeping in mind there's still a cyber option, which is really important too.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
So will everything be remote for the foreseeable future, or how do you determine when it's going to be safe to return?
I think that's where we leverage our partnerships with the city, the St. Louis Park Police Department, JCRC, and the ongoing investigation to make sure we're following their recommendations to keep people as safe as possible before we go back in person.
Obviously, with Yom Kippur coming up next week, another high attendance time at the synagogue. What's the plan in terms of when a decision might be made for services?
We're going to take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Our next story here, we're going to go out to Florida, where just moments ago, Governor Ron DeSantis wrapped up some remarks. Let's listen to that.
See the person in uniform going out there. Obviously, they're the tip of the sphere. They deserve a lot of credit for putting themselves out there. But there's usually people who are back home who are also having to serve just in a different capacity. So for all of you who are spouses or kids of veterans, thank you for hanging in there because we know it's not easy. Incidentally, how many folks here served post 9/11? How many people do we have that were veterans post 9/11? Okay, so we've got quite a bit and probably a variety of service. So thank you. So thank you for your service, and I really do. Just having been able to see different parts of the country in my time in the military, but also in my time when I was in Congress and so on and so forth. This is one of the best military communities and veterans communities in the country right here in Northeast Florida. Okay. And it means a lot to folks. It means a lot to people, who served. And, I just remember anytime I'd be out in town here, if I ever, usually you don't, you kind of put in the uniform and you get in or whatever. But if I was ever out in uniform, everybody would come up and say thank you for your service. I mean, it was just automatic that would happen. We're fortunate in Florida. We are the most veteran-friendly and military-friendly state in the country. We're proud of that. And so we have Northeast Florida is a great community. The Panhandle has great communities. The Tampa area is great, and we have so many others. And so it's the type of thing where when you're in the military, and most of this is mostly probably Navy because we have so many Navy installations, but if you get assigned in Florida, you get that Florida residency and you hold on to it. You don't let it go even as you start going. And you know what? A lot of those folks come back when they're done with their service. And it's something that enriches our country or our state very much to have our veterans here, to have them involved in a whole host of other pursuits. And I can tell you, whenever I had an opportunity to hire anybody who had served, I knew that would be somebody that I could count on, and that'd be somebody that would really work hard and do everything for the right reason. So we're fortunate to live in a state that honors the military service, that honors our first responders. We did last year for the legislative session, we did $1,000 bonuses for all sworn law enforcement, EMT, and fire because they had done a lot for us. And we'll continue to do that because we know, and again, 9/11 is a once-in-a-generation type of event to respond to. But you even look in Florida, just recently we had the condominium collapse down in Surfside. Terrible, terrible tragedy. Immediately, our first responders were on site. They ushered a lot of people to safety. And then they searched on a very big, dangerous pile of rubble to try to find anybody that they could. And they did that for weeks. Really very difficult emotionally and physically work. So when you see those things that happen, you know that these are the folks that are going to be there for us. So tomorrow, as we reflect on this and as we look, just keep all those people in mind who've done so much for us, responding to 9/11 and the years since, but then all the people who may not have any connection to 9/11, but are wearing the uniform and putting themselves out there in order to defend the safety of their communities and ultimately to defend our Constitution, our freedoms, and our way of life. So God bless the men and women of this 9/11 generation. Thank you for what you've done. For all those who gave their lives in service, you're not forgotten. We remember, we thank you, and we know that this country is better because of you. Thank you all. God bless everybody. We're going to have a program. Yeah. So. Yeah, we're going to finish the program. I'm happy to take one.
I can.
Well, listen, I mean, he's a tough act to follow. Let me just say, no, I, honestly, one of the reasons why I wanted to come was because I just wanted to say thank you. He laid it out better than I ever could. But I will say this, as a wife, as somebody who has the privilege and honor to be the First Lady of the state of Florida, I just want to say thank you to you, Governor. Thank you for your service to the country. And it had not been for this wonderful military community, we would not have met. So I am very blessed for everything that this community has done to serve the nation and its people, and to our first responders. Everything that you have done, we are with you. And so, God bless you every day. And also, he said one other point that I think resonates with me. As a sister to my sister Kate, who is an Air Force pilot, C-17, Operation Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, C-17 pilot, and my father, who was an Air Force veteran, my grandfather, who served in World War II, he was towing ammunition in the Pacific Ocean, to a brother-in-law who's a C-17 pilot, to a husband who was in the Navy. For those families who support those who serve, thank you for your service as well, and may God bless you.
Thank you, First Lady. So the last part of our program today was perfectly segued into by all of the remarks and appreciation by both the Governor and the First Lady. The American Legion has had a program called the Law and Order Awards for many years. And so today, presenting this year's recipients and explaining a little bit about the Law and Order program is our Law and Order Chairman, Roy Havicost.
Thank you, Commander. Governor, Lady. Good afternoon, everyone. As the Commander stated, I'm Roy Havicost. I'm a Navy veteran. I'm a past post commander here, and I am the Law and Order.
And we will share some more remembrances and honors of not only veterans, but ones that also died in the attacks of 9/11 at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and of course in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But we do have a live event here to go to. It is the White House briefing underway right now. Let's listen.
Ahead of schedule. The agency's actions cover a broad range of industries and are aimed at reducing the prices people pay when they shop at the grocery store, when they travel to visit their loved ones, when they're choosing an internet plan, and when they purchase the prescription drugs they need. During the meeting, several agencies, including HHS, DOT, USDA, DOJ, and the FTC, briefed the other council members on the important work they've done. This includes a major effort by the Department of Transportation to get refunds for thousands of travelers whose flights were canceled due to COVID-19. DOT published a new report highlighting how it is helping secure refunds for thousands of those passengers, including by investigating the refund practices of 18 airlines, filing a formal complaint against Air Canada for refund delays, and getting 9 airlines to change their refund policies so that passengers can get refunded more quickly. This is just the beginning. Obviously, more work ahead. A quick preview of the week ahead. You know a lot of this already, but tomorrow the President and First Lady will honor and memorialize the lives lost with travel to all 3 sites of the 9/11 attacks, visiting New York City, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and the Pentagon. On Monday, the President will travel to Boise, Idaho, where he will visit the National Interagency Fire Center. He will also head to Sacramento, California, to survey wildfire damage that has affected the region. Then the President will head to Long Beach, California, to participate in an event with Governor Gavin Newsom. On Tuesday, he will travel to Denver, Colorado, to participate in a Build Back Better infrastructure event. We'll have more details, I expect, over the coming days. More to come in the schedule for the week ahead. With that, Alex, go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I was hoping you could comment on some new reporting from my colleague that health concerns have halted U.S.-bound flights of Afghan evacuees from 2 key countries. What was behind that? Is it COVID-related? Do you know how many Afghan refugees are affected?
Sure. Let me give you the information we have at this point. Operation Allies welcome flights into the United States have been temporarily paused at the request of the CDC and out of an abundance of caution because of 4 diagnosed cases of measles among Afghans who recently arrived in the United States. These individuals are being quarantined in accordance with public health guidelines, and the CDC has begun full contact tracing. All arriving Afghans are currently required to be vaccinated for measles as a condition of entry into the United States, and critical immunizations, including MNR, are being administered for Afghans at military bases in the United States. And we are also, MMR, sorry, we are also exploring measures to vaccinate people while they are still overseas, so that's something we're looking into. But it was, again, a step recommended by the CDC out of an abundance of caution given 4 measles cases.
And then I wanted to ask about a change in tone from the administration when it comes to blaming the unvaccinated. In July, you were actually asked about when Governor Ivey said it's time to start blaming unvaccinated folks, and you said, quote, you didn't think it was, quote, our role to place blame, and it was, quote, not the role of the federal government to blame. But that's pretty much what President Biden did yesterday. So what has shifted, in these months that you've decided to take a more aggressive tone?
Well, I don't think it will surprise you. I wouldn't characterize his speech in exactly those words or that terminology. What you heard the president convey yesterday is the next steps that he is taking, using every lever of government to reduce his sicknesses, to reduce hospitalizations, to protect more people and save more lives. I will say that he was channeling the frustration that millions of people across this country are feeling who are vaccinated, that many governors and elected officials have also shared their frustration over. And as is the case, I mean, it is also true that there has also been a growing frustration among people. So if you look at the trends over the last couple of months, we didn't anticipate, I will say, that when there was a vaccine approved by under a Republican president, that the Republican president took, that there would be such hesitation, opposition, vehement opposition in some cases from so many people of his own party in this country. We didn't anticipate that. It's also true that there were many people in this country who weren't vaccinated who said, I'm just waiting for the FDA to approve the vaccine. That happened several weeks ago. There's still 80 million people who were unvaccinated. And we've also seen during this time the Delta variant, a transmissible variant, pose greater risks, put more people in hospitals, including kids. So that is why people across the country are frustrated, who are vaccinated, and certainly the president was channeling that yesterday.
And one more quick one on OSHA. Can you talk about enforcement of the vaccine mandate for businesses? We've already seen a lot of evidence that OSHA is overtaxed. There was an IG report that suggested, even though there's been more OSHA complaints, there's been fewer investigations. So will the administration be providing more resources to OSHA to help them to implement this mandate? How will it work?
That's a great question, Alex. Obviously, the president just announced the steps yesterday. There'll be a rulemaking process that's going to take a little bit of time, and certainly whatever resources they need, I'm sure the president will want them to have.
Go ahead. Just to follow up on the enforcement of that, realistically, I mean, how long could it take? Some experts say it could take months, and the effects of this new rule, especially for companies, may not be felt in time for the Delta wave. Do you have an estimation on how long it could take?
I don't have an estimation for you today, but there's clearly an urgency here, and we want to ensure that rulemaking proceeds rapidly, as quickly as possible. I'll also note, though, that there are a number of companies that have already put requirements in place. United Airlines, Tyson Foods, Southwest, Houston Methodist, the huge hospital system was one of the biggest ones that did this early. They had a varying number of days for implementation, but certainly we're going to put every resource in the federal government to get this going rapidly. We've also seen announcements. Southwest Airlines announced today it was taking the next steps toward full compliance. And Business Roundtable issued a statement welcoming the president's announcement. Certainly this will be up to a number of private sector companies. Our expectation and hope is they will take these steps on their own, and then we will continue to implement for those who are not complying.
Another question on the Republicans that have come out, obviously criticizing the new requirements. 19 Republican governors have said that they plan to fight this. Has the White House been in contact with any of those governors who have criticized this since the president made this announcement yesterday?
I don't have any engagements or calls to read out for you. We are in touch with a range of governors, Democratic and Republican, every week, if not more frequently, about a range of topics, including our efforts to address the pandemic. We're also in touch with health officials up and down the lines in these states who are often implementing these plans and policies.
One last question for you. Just an appeals court just ruled in favor of Governor Ron DeSantis and his administration, saying the state cannot enforce a ban on strict mask mandates. Just a response to that, are you concerned that this is going to put more children at risk in that state?
Well, one of the steps the president announced yesterday is that we have the funding, the resources, and the intention of having the back of leaders in school districts, superintendents, and others who do the right thing by students. And that includes putting in place mask requirements and other requirements that will keep them safe. Go ahead.
Jen, with the 9/11 commemorations, can you tell me what you are doing to sort of go back and address the huge, massive wave of hate crimes that we saw against Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, and those who were taken to be either Arab or Muslim? So what is the White House's plan to address that component of the history of the aftermath of the attacks?
Well, first I would say that ensuring that we are advocating for equity, that we are speaking out, that we are taking actions against hate crimes, verbal abuse of any kind, against any group, is certainly central to what we in this administration and what the president believes in. I'd note that the president will be releasing a video from him shortly later this afternoon, and one of the messages that he's going to convey is about the importance of unity. And as we reflect back on 9/11 and look back to that time 20 years ago, and the president was talking about this the other day with some of us and conveying that he remembers that day being on the train on the way to Washington. The first thing he wanted to do was to go to the floor of the Capitol and convey to the American people that this is a time to come together. And so that will certainly be central to his message. It's not just words. I'm not suggesting that, but that is certainly what you will hear him say in this video and what we'll continue to convey. I would say, though, that there will continue to be efforts and actions by the Department of Justice, by agencies across government to fight hate crimes, to speak out against them, and to take any actions in our power to do that.
Can I just follow up on that, just in terms of the unity question? So I tried to ask the president today at the event at the school whether he's concerned that his actions, we've seen the backlash from Republicans and others in terms of the vaccination mandates. Is he concerned that, what's happening now is actually driving the country further apart? Both in terms of the vaccinations, there's a lot of controversy and divisiveness also about Afghanistan and how that was handled. I mean, are you worried that at this point the country is getting further apart and, all the political ramifications that has in terms of getting your agenda through on the Build Back Better?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there, so let me do my best. Look, I think the president believes that the reason he took the steps he did yesterday is because he believes that beyond politics, that the role of the president of the United States is to protect people and save their lives. It wasn't that we didn't anticipate there would be strong reactions, and there were. But ultimately, 75% of adults who are eligible in this country are vaccinated. 80 million people, or 25% of people who are eligible, are not. This is not intended to be a dividing issue. It's intended to actually, or a political issue. What his objective is to deliver on what he thinks he promised the American people, which is to save their lives. Ultimately, there are a range of components of his agenda that are moving forward because there's broad support for them across the country. Whether that is making sure we have more roads, rails, and bridges that are fixed, or making sure that we do more to save money, to reduce costs for middle class and working class families. So yes, we do see some loud vocal opponents of what the president announced yesterday. That's not a surprise. It's unfortunate, it's disappointing, it's sad, because ultimately these steps will save lives, but we remain confident in our ability to move the agenda forward. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Why include the option to test out in this new Labor Department rule?
For businesses, you mean? You mean instead of just requiring businesses vaccinate? Ultimately, businesses are going to make those decisions. And this is a way to implement the OSHA regulations that, by the way, are part of what has been federal law for more than 50 years. That's why we have the capacity and the ability to do this. And we think it's going to have a huge impact. Many businesses may choose the option of allowing for testing as an option. Many may choose that they should just make vaccines the requirement, but it leaves it up to them to make that decision.
If they do testing, who pays for the testing? Is it the business or the employee?
I would believe it's probably per business make that decision, but I would bet that most would be the businesses that pay for that.
And the president has said previously he did not want to mandate the vaccine. So can you explain why his thinking on this has changed?
Sure. Well, first, I know he said that back in December or January, so 8-9 months ago, and I've touched on a couple of the components that we feel have changed a bit. One is that we didn't anticipate, once the vaccine was readily, widely available and free to the public across the country, anyone who wants a vaccine has been able to get one for months, that there would be such opposition to it, especially given it was approved under the former president, a Republican president. The second piece of this is that we also anticipated, or maybe we didn't anticipate, but we knew that a number of people were waiting for FDA approval to get the vaccine. That they said that once it's approved by the FDA, that's what I'm really waiting for. There were more people who were vaccinated in August than July, but there are still 80 million people who are not vaccinated. And the third piece is, again, the vulnerability of children, of immunocompromised and other to the given the transmissibility of the Delta variant. We've always been open to and taking steps that were going to save more lives, protect more people, and that's exactly what yesterday's announcement is a reflection of.
Last question, is he now considering mandating vaccinations to fly domestically?
We are always looking at more we can do to protect and save lives. Obviously, he made a significant and bold announcement yesterday, so I have anything to predict or preview for you, but we'll continue to look for ways to save more lives. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. So just to clarify, is the thing that was preventing the president from issuing these mandates earlier, the FDA approval, is that what the White House was waiting for before announcing these mandates?
There's nothing preventing, but I would say, obviously, our preference would be that the 80 million people who are not vaccinated got the vaccine when it was available. They didn't. So it's our role, and it's the president's role as the president of the United States to continue to take steps to protect the American people and save lives. That's what it's a reflection of.
Would be if these mandates are necessary given the risk of the Delta variant, given hospitalizations, and ultimately to save lives, as you were saying, why not do this earlier? Why not do it a month ago when hospitalizations were on the rise? You know, this has been a concern for a while.
This has actually been building on the steps that we have been taking. So we mandated or testing in the federal government. We took obviously additional step yesterday. There were a number of private sector companies, many we encouraged, who came out and put in place mandates and requirements. This is building on the steps we had taken. But again, there are a range of factors that have happened over the last several months, and it's only natural that we continue to look for more ways to save lives, given we're at the point where clearly we're in the most vaccine-resistant population. And we've also seen, let me just say, we've also seen it works. We've seen companies put in place vaccine requirements. We've seen the impact of those and the number of people at United Airlines, at other companies get vaccinated within the timeline that it's required. And, you know, that's something that made sense.
Is the administration considering offering federal funding to states who mandate this at the state level as well?
I don't have anything else to preview or predict for you in terms of additional next steps. Obviously, we made a big, bold announcement yesterday, so I don't have anything new to preview for you. Go ahead.
Considering the critical role of the FDA, why has President Biden not yet nominated an FDA director?
He's eager to find the right person to fill that role. I would note that just like any agency, there are hundreds of people who are career employees, the backbone of the federal government, who are working every day to get the job done. And these agencies certainly continue to function at a high level, even without a director, even if his preference, of course, would be to have a confirmed director in place.
And on another topic, does the White House want to see a debt limit increase in the continuing resolution to fund the government later this month?
The White House, we continue to believe that Democrats and Republicans should do what they have done 80 times, which is to raise the debt limit, and that is what we are working toward. But I'm not going to get into what vehicle it may look like. That's certainly something we'll have discussions with Congress and congressional leaders, and but we'll leave that to them. Go ahead.
Drilling down on the legal implications or the legal underpinnings of this decision for this OSHA regulation, can you talk about what type of legal analysis happened before the announcement yesterday? Was that done out of the White House Office of Counsel, or was that done in the Labor Department? And also, is part of the reason why there's a testing opt-out, is that because there was a thought that would allow this rule to be better able to stand up to legal scrutiny?
So we don't actually anticipate, I mean, this is a law. So Congress passed a law in 1970, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, And the reason the Department of Labor and OSHA is able to take this strong step to protect Americans from COVID is that Congress passed that law. Yesterday's announcement by the Department of Labor is proceeding under that law. And the law basically requires the Department of Labor take action when it finds grave risk to workers. And certainly a pandemic that killed more than 600,000 people qualifies as grave risk to workers. And so if the Secretary determines workers are in grave danger, he has an obligation to issue an emergency temporary standard. That's exactly what he did.
So was there an official analysis done or was it just a decision the Department of Labor said?
Clearly, everything we do, we obviously review legally. Every bill we support, every policy announcement we make. But I think that's pretty clear. It doesn't even take a legal degree to understand that.
Just on another topic, the call with President Xi of China. How long was that? And also, did they discuss meeting in person at the G20?
It was about 90 minutes, the call. The president has spent a lot of time with President Xi in the past, as he's talked about publicly, and he drew on that shared experience in this call. So the call was very familiar. It was candid. He didn't avoid areas of disagreement, but the tone was not lecturing, nor was it condescending. It was respectful. It was 90 minutes. I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of future meetings. I would note that this call was about keeping the channels of communication open. And what we've seen is that the importance here is about engaging Xi directly at the leader level due to the centralization of power and the power that's in his hands. Hence, that was the importance of the call. It covered a range of topics. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. After the rule is implemented, do you know how long companies will have to comply?
That will be, I believe, part of the rulemaking process. So I expect we'll have more on that once that's completed.
Do you have anything to share about how you landed on employers with 100 employees or more? Why not the entire workforce?
Well, it was an assessment made by the Department of Labor and the Secretary of Labor. I will say it obviously impacts a huge number of people, so we think it will have an enormous impact on businesses, on companies, on communities, and the workforce, but it was a determination made by the Labor Department.
And then can you talk about the enforcement body, how robust that's going to be, since we're talking about a huge number of businesses? How are you going to make sure they're complying? And I know Jeff Zients said the fine could be up to $14,000 per violation. What is a violation?
Again, these are all good questions. This has to be included in the rulemaking process. It's about up to be specific, $13,600 per violation, but this is all a part of what would be determined in the coming weeks.
And one more on masks. Public health experts, including the former Surgeon General today, Jerome Adams, have said it's not just about vaccinations, that the moves to end masking back in May were premature. Do you have a response to that? I'm sorry. And also, in light of that, are there any efforts coming up to talk about masks again? Because the last we heard, it was, it kind of confusing that you only need to do it sometimes if it's high transmissibility, which is now the case, I think, nationwide. So do you have a response?
The president, I don't have a response to the former Surgeon General. I will say that factually, back in May, when we made that announcement, the Delta variant was about 1% of cases. Obviously, things have changed since that period of time. It's incredibly transmissible. And obviously, as we've noted, even as vaccines became widely available to the country, there are still today 80 million people who are not vaccinated. So our responsibility is to continue to take steps that will protect people, save lives, and that's what we're focused on. The president did talk about masks yesterday and fines on airplanes and what would be required in that regard. Also, masking as it relates to schools certainly protects children and kids from transmissibility and the spread of the virus. And what I would say is we do agree it's not just about vaccines. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Okay.
Has something to say about
okay,
that.
It's okay. No worries.
Thanks,
I didn't know if that was a video game or an alarm or if we should evacuate. Okay.
Masking is urgent. Thank you.
Okay, great. So go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. To follow up on the call with President Xi last night, exactly 2 weeks ago when the Intel community came up empty trying to figure out the origins of COVID, the president said critical information about the origins of this pandemic exists in the People's Republic of China. When he talked to the president of China last night, did he press him like he said he was going to?
Well, I'm not going to go into a list of every topic discussed. That was a very dramatic entry to that answer, but I'll start again. I'm not going to go into every list of every topic discussed. They did discuss a range of transnational issues, including COVID-19, and understanding its origins is, of course, a primary concern for this administration. We continue to support phase 2 of the WHO's investigation in China and call on China to allow further studies of COVID-19's origins in China. I will also note that one of the topics the president's also discussed is the importance of being able to have private discussions between the two leaders. This is in contrast to some of the other interactions we've had at lower levels with the PRC. And so, yes, it was a topic raised, but I'm not going to go into further detail.
So we should understand that to mean that the president did ask him to let international investigators in to get this information that he says China has.
We have conveyed that many times publicly. I think they know that that's our position and view.
But not publicly. On this 90-minute phone call, they talked about
Again, Peter, this is a topic that we have said conveyed many times at many levels. I'm just not going to have more on the call to read out for you.
Okay, and then why is it that you're trying to require anybody with a job or anybody who goes to school to get the COVID-19 vaccine, but you are not requiring that of migrants that continue walking across the southern border into the country?
Well, look, our objective is to get as many people vaccinated across the country as humanly possible. And so the president's announcement yesterday was an effort to empower businesses, to give businesses the tools to protect their workforces. That's exactly what we did. But certainly we want everybody to get vaccinated, and more people are vaccinated, whether they are migrants or whether they are workers, protects more people in the United States.
But it's a requirement for people at a business with more than 100 people. It is not a requirement for migrants at the southern border. Why?
That's correct. Go ahead.
We know that with enforcement, employers who refuse to implement new vaccine rules are subject to fines. But what about employees who refuse to comply with the requirements? Will federal contractors or employees be fired? And is that the recommendation for private sector employees who don't comply?
Well, again, there needs to be rulemaking that will take place as it relates to the OSHA requirements, and that is the one that applies to private sector companies of individuals 100 people and over. We have our own rules in the federal government, which are applied through different statutes. So yes, you're right. There would be counseling. We are certainly going to take every step to convey the safety and the efficacy of these vaccines to federal employees. But certainly, vaccination is required for contractors and employees, and the president was pretty clear about that yesterday.
Ultimately, people could get fired.
Correct.
And then on another topic, rapid testing. In Europe, rapid tests are cheap, pretty widely available. In the U.S., it still can be expensive and hard to find them. Why is that, and why hasn't the administration been able to address some of those issues before this latest plan rolled out?
Well, I would say we just started to address some of those big issues yesterday because we recognized, as you said, that this was a hindrance for many people. Now, we did take steps to include funding for testing in the American Rescue Plan that has been applied in schools and communities across the country. But what we've seen is an increased interest in rapid tests and at-home tests, and we're being responsive to that as well. And this kind of goes back to the comments of Jerome Adams. I mean, testing is also a component that probably we don't talk about enough, or the world doesn't talk about enough, because it is important and it's a way to make sure people are protected. We know the demand for rapid tests has more than doubled in recent weeks, and so we're also being responsive to that. So it's nearly $2 billion investment in rapid at-home tests, 280 million tests at home. We're also going to send 25 million free at-home rapid tests to the 1,400 community health centers, and top retailers are going to be selling them. So we tried to take a number of steps, bold steps from the federal government and working with the private sector to make them more rapidly available. Go ahead.
Jen, what does the White House say to those businesses? Some business groups are expressing this concern that this requirement that they either have their employees be vaccinated or that they be tested is ultimately a burden on the businesses. So what does the White House say about that burden? Because it's certainly a costly liability, some say.
Well, the vaccines are free and available to everyone in the country, so that shouldn't be costly or available.
But they're given an opt-out. So in other words, if they say they want to do the weekly tests, you couldn't say earlier who would pay for that test. Businesses are saying, how do we get these tests to our employees? What if our employees don't want to pay for it themselves? Do we have to pay for it? What does that cost us at the end of the day, given that they have the right to opt out?
They have to make that decision themselves. It's certainly more cost-effective to require vaccines. They may not decide to do that. That's up to them to decide to do.
So ultimately the burden's on that business to make that decision or just swallow the cost.
Correct. Most of these businesses can absolutely afford it. And what we're talking about here is saving people's lives and protecting them. I'd also say there are a number of companies that have already applied this, have already put requirements in place. It makes for safer workplaces. It makes people want to come back to the workplace. It makes for healthier and happier employees who know that they are safe when they go to work, and that's a cost as well.
Obviously testing is cheaper for a place like United. They can afford it more easily than a business that's only 100 people big. That's why I asked.
I understand, but again, vaccines, free, available everywhere in the country. Requiring that is a way, is free and shouldn't cost businesses any money.
Understood. Religious exemptions right now. Can you give us a better understanding? How will that work? I know how you said there'll be religious exemptions that would exist for federal workers and the like. How about for mega churches, other religious organizations in this country of more than 100 employees? What right do they have under these yet to be created rules?
Again, the rules are being created, but we have obviously had religious exemptions even for federal employees. I'm sure that will be a factor taken into consideration, but I can't make a prediction of what the final rules will look like.
The intention is, I presume, that if you're a religious organization, you say, hey, we don't want to have to do this in our organization.
Again, this is going to be for OSHA to determine as they're doing the rulemaking and the Department of Labor, so I will not get ahead of that process.
Let me ask you about 9/11 if I can. The President, you said his remarks are going to be coming out in some form. His reflections will be coming out in some form over the course of this day. Can you sort of pull back the curtain a bit for us about his preparations in advance of tomorrow, as best you can, what conversations, phone calls he's had with those who may have lost loved ones, with past presidents, with foreign leaders, just as he prepares for his reflections? And then separately, why will he not be delivering remarks of some kind tomorrow?
Well, I would say first, on the second question, the President felt it was important to visit each of these 3 sites to commemorate the lives lost, the sacrifices made on a day that has impacted millions of people across the country, but certainly many people in those communities. In order to do that, he's attending a ceremony where several other former presidents and prominent officials are going to be hearing the names of those lives that were lost around that period of time. Is in a moment where there's a lengthy speaking program, and then he's going to be laying wreaths to commemorate the lives and honor those whose lives have lost. We're releasing the video today because we want you to hear from him, and he wants the American people to hear from him directly on what 9/11 means to him 20 years later, and so that's why we're doing it in advance of his trip tomorrow.
And then to the first part of that question, for the conversations he's had with, has he had conversations with Delawareans, with other Americans who lost loved ones? What have these days leading up to 9/11 looked like for him as he's prepared for these reflections?
I'm happy to check if there's been any conversations that fall into that category. Absolutely. Go ahead.
So we've reported that some members of the cabinet will be meeting to discuss trade issues, including a new probe on allegedly illegal subsidies. Can you confirm that? And how does that meeting dovetail with the call with Xi last night, in which the 2 leaders talked about preventing competition from turning into conflict? Would a new trade probe be an escalation of hostilities?
Well, first I would say that certainly economic topics were a part of the discussion last night, but they were not a major part of the 90-minute call that the President had with President Xi, and it wasn't a call that was intended to produce final outcomes or deliver final outcomes. I can't even tell you how many meetings among high-level policy officials and cabinet members on a daily basis. We typically don't confirm those, but that is not out of the normal, nor is it an indication of anything other than people in the government doing their work.
And can I ask about debt ceiling?
Sure.
Democrats in Congress can raise the debt ceiling without any votes from Republicans. Has the President asked them to do that? And if not, why not?
The President believes that Democrats and Republicans in Congress should do what they've done 80 times in the past and raise the debt ceiling. Shouldn't be a political issue. It's something that is about the full faith and credit of the United States government, something that most of the Republicans voted to do 3 times under the last administration, even after $2 trillion in tax cuts that certainly added to the debt, did not subtract from the debt, were passed by these same members. So that continues to be his call.
And just one more question on Afghans. There are 30,000 Afghans at foreign bases in third countries with varying immigration status. Has the administration advised or pressured any of those refugees to accept asylum in countries other than the U.S.? If they want to relocate here and aren't disqualified for visa programs, will they be able to?
Well, there is a process that has been underway for some time. We're very grateful to these countries who have been served as lily pads, as we've called them, to have refugees who are trying to leave Afghanistan, and we couldn't hesitate in getting these individuals who had fought by our side and played a pivotal role over the last 20 years. Some of them, many of them will come to the United States. Some of them will go to other third countries. That is part of the process. I don't think that's a pressure, but that's always been part of the plan that we've discussed. There will be many of them who will be eligible for programs in the United States. Some of them may end up in other countries, and that's always been part of the plan. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple questions on the president's announcement yesterday. Business owners are already voicing concerns they aren't able to find applicants for jobs. There are a record 10.9 million job openings. Is the administration at all concerned that this new vaccine mandate that applies to businesses with 100 or more employees will cause further staffing shortages for businesses?
Well, look, I think, one, there are a number of businesses across the country who have already applied these requirements, and they could be a model. Some of them, I understand you may be asking about smaller businesses, but it's for employees of 100 and more. And certainly, when the president made the decision to put in place these policies and to announce them yesterday, he made it based on his number one objective, which is to protect people in this country and save more lives. And he also announced yesterday additional assistance for small businesses. That was a part of his plan, to ensure they have the assistance they need. But 75% of people in this country have been vaccinated, who are eligible have been vaccinated. 25% have not. So that's what our target is. That's what our objective is. No, our goal is not to place undue burden. Our goal is to save lives, and that's what we hope this will do.
And then to go off on a colleague's earlier question about rapid tests, which the president mentioned yesterday, he's going to be using the Defense Production Act to add roughly 280 million of these rapid at-home tests. But of course, that's only, or at least kits, that's only less than 1 kit per person in the country. So what else can be done to ramp up those tests and to bring down the potentially prohibitive cost of these tests if they're going to be used on a regular basis?
Well, one of the steps we took was to work with big private sector retailers to make these tests available, and certainly that is planned for the next 3 months, where we expect there will be a great need, but we will continue to look as there are needs to make sure people in the country have the resources they need. This is not the end, but this is certainly a significant announcement yesterday. Go ahead.
Is there a goal for how many at-home rapid tests should be available beyond the 280?
Again, I think announcing the numbers we had yesterday is pretty significant. I don't have anything more to preview for you about additional tests. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On China, maybe I understand you don't want to provide too many details about the phone calls, but were human rights part of the conversation? And also, did the president get the impression that China is willing to play an active role at the upcoming COP summit about climate?
I'm not going to speak for what their intentions are at the COP summit, of course. I would note that, of course, climate around, as well as a number of topics were discussed, and the COP summit is the next big moment for the international community on that front. And certainly human rights were part of the discussion, and the president did raise them, as he always does in these engagements. Go ahead.
A question about wildfires. The president's traveling to Idaho and California to survey wildfire damage. When he had his meeting with the Western governors earlier this year, Governor Newsom and others voiced frustration with the U.S. Forest Service, accused them of having a wait-and-see culture. Is the president announcing any policy changes, any new developments on strategy to wildfires when he's out there?
You'll have to wait and see.
And a question on just the backlash from state attorneys general. Can you expand on why why the 1970 law does cover specifically these requirements for businesses.
Sure. Let me try it again. So the 1970 law, which has now been in place, to do the math for all of you, for 51 years. It's a law that requires, let me give you the exact statement of it here. It requires the Department of Labor to take action when it finds grave risk to workers, and certainly a pandemic that has killed more than 600,000 people, where 25% of eligible people who are have not yet been vaccinated poses a grave risk. And so this, what Department of Labor was proceeding under that duly enacted law. It actually determines the Secretary has an obligation, I should say, to issue an emergency temporary standard when it meets that bar. So that is the background on that, or the information on that. Go ahead.
Will the administration consider revisiting federal emergency unemployment benefits as Delta continues to impact the job market?
Well, we've talked about this a little bit in here in the past, and just to note, about half of the states that had been implementing these benefits ended the benefits several months ago. So we're really talking about 26 states. In those 26 states, the unemployment rate is between 3% and 7%. Quite a range. So point is, they have different needs. And what we've been doing has been working with leaders in these states, governors, other leaders, to figure out how funding from the American Rescue Plan, state and local funding and other funding, can be used to apply for specific categories of benefits should they feel those benefits are needed. But we haven't seen actually the issue in the economy, which still has issues that we're still recovering from, to be an employment issue. There are other issues that we're working to address in the economy.
States, in the majority of the states that did stop the aid early, there wasn't any sign that it actually impacted employment rates. So, I mean, is there no additional steps that the White House wants to take? Do they want to see Congress take action on that? Or, I mean, how else do you expect to maybe help governors or push governors who decide that they don't want to use that aid that's been provided federally for unemployment benefits?
That is aid that's available, and as governors decide, as we work with governors to determine how to help people in the states who still need help, which is imperative, and one of the reasons why the American Rescue Plan was designed in the way it was so that the child tax credit and other programs are going out in the months ahead and into next year. So the point is that there is state and local funding that can be used. We're working with these states to implement that funding. If your unemployment rate is 3%, you have different needs than if your unemployment rate is 7 or 8%. So that's the point I was making as it relates to how we apply these programs. Go ahead.
The administration obviously believes that more requirements are necessary to get more people vaccinated. But of the 80 million people who are not yet gotten their first shot, what amount does the administration assess are still persuadable, and what amount do you think actually need the force of government to make them do it?
Well, that's a hard question to assess from here. I will say clearly we felt that putting in place additional steps and requirements was essential to get more of the 80 million people vaccinated. I can't tell you how many of them. It's not really about being persuadable. If it's going to be a requirement at many workplaces across the country.
Yeah. I mean, so most people at this point need a requirement. There's not a lot of people left to persuade at this point.
Well, at this point, it's really hard to give a number on that, right? And I don't want to irresponsibly guess at that from here. But at this point, the vaccines have been widely available across the country for months, in communities across the country for months. We have mobile clinics. We've done it in many different ways in communities. So we're assessing that some of these requirements are the next lever needed to get more people vaccinated and ultimately protect more people in the country.
Something you said earlier, the president's not making remarks tomorrow. He's releasing a video ahead of time.
Correct.
So he's not giving a speech in any of the 3 locations.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. Patsy, go ahead.
Jen, a couple of foreign policy questions. The first one, the Taliban and the Qataris are insisting that flights out of Afghanistan are no longer evacuations, but kind of business as usual for travelers with documentation. I've noticed that Emily Horn's statement on the flights that came out today as well as yesterday did also not use the word evacuation. So can you confirm whether the administration is still considering and treating these flights out of Afghanistan as evacuations?
We're considering them people departing who want to depart Afghanistan. I'm not sure that the word matters.
The second one is on the Israeli Prime Minister, who is calling on the international community to act quickly and immediately against Iran following an IAEA report that Tehran has dramatically increased production of uranium, highly enriched uranium, in recent months. Do you have a comment on that?
I will get you a comment from our national security team.
Taiwan. Is the administration seriously considering a request from Taiwan to change the name of its mission in Washington from Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office to Taiwan Representative Office?
I would have to check with our team on this issue. Go ahead.
Two questions. One on Afghanistan, one on vaccinations, if I could. On Afghanistan, I'm curious if there have been any offers of resignation from anyone in the chain of command or anyone involved in the decisions with the evacuation.
No.
So the president still has confidence in those folks?
Yes.
On the vaccinations, the president talked about the importance of boosters last night. The president's second shot was in January. If you follow that logic, 8 months afterwards, you're supposed to get the booster. That would have been last month for the president. Has the president gotten the booster? Is he going to get the booster?
He will. He's not gotten it yet. We'll wait till it's widely available, which we expect to be soon. Go ahead.
I'm hearing that the Bureau of Prisons issued a memo today telling approximately about 1,000 drug offenders how to apply for clemency. Do you have anything on that?
I would certainly point you to the Department of Justice. I would say that the president has been clear about his openness to using clemency powers, but I wouldn't say that's an assessment of decisions made, and certainly targeting those toward nonviolent drug offenders. But I'd point you to the Department of Justice for any further details.
A follow-up on the mandates. With companies like Delta now having a $200 premium that they're going to add to the insurance premiums, how does the president feel about companies trying to persuade people to get vaccines by doing that?
Well, there are a range of ways we've recommended companies try to incentivize people get vaccinated, including mandating them, including putting in place requirements, and many have taken creative steps. So there's a range of ways to look at. That's not one we've advocated for, but obviously different companies will make different choices. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Not to try to shame any vaccine skeptics. In Africa, people are looking for vaccine, but they can't find them. In the US, there is an abundance of vaccine, but up to 80 million people have refused to receive them. And 1,500 people are dying every day. Will you say that too much privilege is sending so many Americans to their early grave?
I'm not sure what your question is.
Is too much privilege sending many people to their early grave?
Well, I would say first that the United States wants to be an arsenal of vaccine distribution to the global community. And we have provided, donated more than every other country in the world combined. We also know, and it is a responsibility of the president, to protect and save lives in the United States as well. That's why we announced the steps that we announced yesterday. We need to do both.
Yeah, no, so I was asking, is too much privilege killing people in the US? Like, there's so much vaccine available here, but people are refusing to take them. While in Africa, people don't even have access to vaccine, and they want to have them. Are we too privileged here to the extent that we are ready to die instead of taking the vaccine?
Well, I think that's a hard question. I don't know that I have a comment on that from the U.S. government. I would say that our objective here is to convey to people, not in a political way, whenever we can avoid it, that vaccines will save your life, that everybody should go get one, and they'll save your neighbors, your friends, your grandparents, and that's our objective. Okay, I think I got to keep going here. Oh, no, I got to keep going. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Could you confirm that there's going to be an in-person CLOD summit in Washington, D.C. on September 24th?
An in-person, I'm sorry?
Summit?
Sorry, I couldn't. The masks are hard sometimes, and they're important. I will have more details. I don't have anything to announce at this point in time.
Mention of Taiwan during the phone call with President Xi Jinping.
I'm not. I'd have to check, but I don't have anything on that in the readout. Go ahead, Mike.
Jen, obviously Congress has a lot on its plate next week, but we're also going to see the beginning of oversight hearings. Secretary of State Tony Blinken will be the first up as part of the different committees looking into the Afghanistan decision and fallout. What role is the White House playing in terms of preparations for these hearings, and might we expect any White House officials to be part of public hearings on Capitol Hill?
Well, we've been cooperating, working with Congress, briefing them regularly throughout the course of the last several weeks, and that will continue, and we'll certainly continue to provide officials as appropriate moving forward. As it relates to preparations, I'd certainly point you to the State Department.
We're still a week away, but Capitol Police is reinstalling some of the perimeter fencing around the Capitol in advance of these Justice for J6 protests, demonstrations that are expected. How closely is the White House monitoring these, not just in Washington, but across the country? And have any White House officials expressed interest or concern about maybe reinstalling some of this fencing we saw around the White House grounds in January?
Well, we're always going to assess what security measures need to be put in place, but we typically don't preview them, and I'm not going to do that from here. Obviously, the Capitol and leadership in Congress takes their own steps, and we certainly trust them to make decisions about how to protect the members of their caucuses.
Shelby?
Thanks. Just two quick ones for you. Does the administration consider this latest vaccine mandate for private sector companies to be a workaround for the federal government to require vaccines?
Meaning to require them for the American people? Well, this is a tool, a step that, again, there's legal authority for based on a 50-year-old law, and one that we took action on because the president wanted to use every lever at his disposal to protect more people and save more lives. But no, it's not, we don't have the ability to tell every American you have to be vaccinated. There's a means of encouraging it, of mandating it through certain pathways, and that's exactly what we've done. All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Jen.
And that concludes the White House briefing there. A lot of questions, obviously, surrounding yesterday's big announcement from President Biden on the vaccine mandates there as the administration continues to try to get a handle of the Delta COVID-19 variant. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Here is a live look at the beautiful One World Trade Center Tower. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to always bring you the very latest here. We're going to go out to Pennsylvania here, getting an update from officials there announcing a new COVID-19 vaccine mobile sites.
Not just for today, but for every day in their efforts to maintain the park and produce an exceptional recreational experience to our citizens. Cadorus has been a particularly impacted park in the last 2 seasons due to the pandemic, as visitation increased dramatically across our state park system, with it being located close to major population centers of the eastern seaboard. Again, my deepest thanks and appreciation to our frontline staff in handling the increased number of patrons, implementing the COVID-19 protocols, providing service from cleaning restrooms to delivering outdoor resource education to law enforcement and emergency responses, and performing their duties admirably to provide the needed outdoor respite for many people during these difficult times. Just some brief facts about the park while we're here is I encourage all of you to take advantage of the park while you're here. So the park is 3,000 acres, with Lake Marburg being 1,275 of those acres, right behind us here. Providing outdoor recreations, boating and fishing. We also have campground, hiking trails, swimming pool, and other various outdoor recreational amenities. The park was initially developed as a joint venture between the Commonwealth and the Gladfelter Paper Company in the 1960s, providing water needs to the paper plant and offering a recreational lake to the people. For those of you who may wonder why the lake level seems to fluctuate to more of a degree than the weather would suggest, it's largely due to the water needs of the paper plant. A historical fascination of the park I find particularly interesting is on the property was the former site of the Marianne Iron Furnace. It's believed that this was the first iron furnace west of the Susquehanna River and provided munitions for the Revolutionary War. Its owners were very influential people of the birth of our nation, one of them being George Ross, a prominent citizen of Pennsylvania and signer of the Declaration of Independence. Again, I would like to thank all of you for coming. Thanks to the people up here for putting together this extremely important partnership and service to our fellow citizens, and for allowing me to serve you all in my capacities as a park manager for the Bureau of State Parks for over 15 years. I'd also like to thank the following gentleman for his service and leadership during these very difficult and unprecedented times. I'm sure he's had a lot of sleepless nights, probably even weeks and months, right? And in the past year and a half, had to make some tough decisions that very few people would have traded places with him. And together, folks, we'll all get through this. With that being said, it's my honor to introduce Mr. Tom Wolf, the Governor of Pennsylvania. Governor Wolf.
Thanks, Michael. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate your introduction and appreciate your being here. And as York County and Lake Marburg is a big deal, your state park is a big deal. We're here to talk about the importance of getting vaccinated. And COVID-19 is making this imperative. That's our strategy. Throughout September, certain state parks across the Commonwealth will be hosting COVID vaccine clinics for the public. And this initiative provides us with a unique opportunity to bring vaccination opportunities directly to the people who need them. This is a big, big deal, and it's a great partnership. Working with our parks partners, we're able to offer safe, free vaccinations. We're able to offer them in convenient times and places that improve community access. Look, we know that vaccinations save lives. That's our strategy. They keep us safer as people. They help us to slow the spread of the disease through our community. Pennsylvania is one of the better states in the nation. We lead one of the leading states in terms of the uptake, the upsurge of the COVID vaccine, the COVID virus. And we've had a lot of success because of our strategy of vaccinations, and we're doing really well there. As of this morning, Pennsylvania has 70.3% of Pennsylvanians, all Pennsylvanians have been vaccinated, have at least one vaccine. And that makes us 9th in the country and 1st among the 10 most populous states. We're actually at 56% in second fully vaccinated people as a percentage of the entire population, and the national average is 53%. Unfortunately, we're not 9th in the nation in terms of fully vaccinated people, but we are 3rd in terms of the top 10 states. In terms of 65 and older, those who are 65 and older, we're actually 1st in the nation. 99% or more have gotten at least one dose. In terms of one dose, 76% of the population 18 to 64 have gotten at least one dose, and 57% of the population between 12 and 17 have gotten at least one dose. So we're making progress. 83.3%. Are these too many statistics for you? 83.3% of 18 and older have gotten at least one dose, and 66, almost 67% have been fully vaccinated in terms of adults. So we are doing a good job, but the COVID virus and variants of that, the Delta variant especially, continues to spread. In Pennsylvania, we are reducing the rate of increase in terms of that spread, but it still is growing. So we can't sit back and give up on our fight against this terrible disease. The best, fastest way for us to end this pandemic is to get the shot, get the vaccine. Getting vaccinated is something concrete we can all do. If you're 12 or older, can all do to be part of the solution to COVID. And it's a way we can protect the people around us, in our communities, in our families, in our neighborhoods, including those who can't yet get the vaccine, who are under 12 years old. That's why we are putting all of our efforts as a Commonwealth into increasing vaccination rates in Pennsylvania communities to keep our neighbors safe, to keep our friends safe, again, to keep our communities and our children safe. Partnering with DCNR, the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, to provide vaccination opportunities is a great way for us to ensure that communities all across Pennsylvania have convenient access to the vaccines. And it's just one more way that we can help ensure our park communities are as safe as possible. So I want to thank the hardworking, I want to add to Michael's point, I want to thank the hardworking folks at DCNR and the Department of Health who have made these clinics a reality. This is hard work. They've been working hard throughout this pandemic. This is just one more responsibility that we've put on them. So thank you to all of you for your hard work, to your fellow Pennsylvanians. I also want to thank every Pennsylvanian who has stepped up to get the vaccine. You're helping your community. You're helping all of our communities, and you're saving lives. So clinics are going to be hosted at 5 state parks around the Commonwealth: Beltsville, Shikellamy, Cadorus right here, Keystone, and Nakamixon State Parks throughout the month of September, throughout this whole month. So check out your DCNR website for dates and times of the vaccine clinic that's closest to you. Remember, vaccines are safe, they're easy, most important, they're free. And it's with clinics popping up in parks all across the Commonwealth, just like this one. It's never been easier to get a shot than it is right now. So thank you, and now I'm going to turn it over to Mike Walsh, DCNR, to talk a little bit more about this. Deputy Secretary Mike Walsh.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Wolf, and it's my honor on behalf of Secretary Cindy Adams-Dunn of DCNR to welcome Governor Wolf to Cadorus today, and Dr. Denise Johnson, the Acting Physician General of the Commonwealth. It's a great day to be here at Cadorus. It's just wonderful. And I want to thank the staff of Cadorus not only for hosting us today, but also for hosting the vaccine clinic that'll take place here on September 19th. We are incredibly proud at DCNR of the men and women who work in our parks and forests. And remember, there's 121 state parks and 2.2 million acres of state forest land. And all of these men and women take their responsibility to live up to our constitutional mandate and our mission. They take that very seriously. They work every day to protect our natural resources, not only for today, but for generations yet to come, and to help provide a safe and healthy outdoor recreation opportunity for millions of visitors each year. Now, in ordinary times, I think the importance of our public lands is well known and their value understood. But this past year and a half has proved beyond anything we could have imagined just how important these lands are. When faced with a choice of how to spend their time during a pandemic, millions decided to head outdoors. Families visited their local parks. They found a trail for biking or taking a walk, and some went out and they bought kayaks to enjoy on our rivers and lakes, just like Lake Marburg here at Cadorus. And they came in unprecedented numbers. Last year at Pennsylvania State Parks, more than 49 million visits. It's just amazing. And during this time, we've heard from our park staff and our foresters about all that they've done to introduce these public lands to new visitors, to share with them all that these beautiful places have to offer, so that families can create new memories during otherwise uncertain.
And that is the event from earlier. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, everyone. We want to go out to New York City here, where Congress, men and women coming together to try to get some more money here for funds for first responders that are still dealing with the effects from September 11, 2001. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Funding shortfall of the World Trade Center Health Program, the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act makes minor adjustments in the bill to make it more effective, but also authorizes a program to develop a study on the impact of the 9/11 on those who were children in 2001. Specifically, the research would focus on the effects of the toxic exposure and psychological trauma on the more than 35,000 children who lived or attended school and daycare in the New York City disaster area in the aftermath of the attack. Our country made a promise after 9/11 to always be there for our firefighters, our first responders, the police, the EMTs, the workers clearing the pile, the survivors, residents, area workers, students who got sick or injured because of the toxins we said were safe when they were not. We kept that promise when we enacted into law the James Zadroga 9/11 Health and Compensation Act. Again, when we passed the reauthorization in 2015, and 2 years ago when we passed the Never Forget the Heroes James Zadroga, Ray Pfeiffer, and Louis Alvarez permanent authorization of the September 11th Victims Compensation Fund Act. All those acts show how determined the New York delegation and united we are in getting results for those that were injured from 9/11. Now Congress needs to pass the 9/11 Responder and Survivor Health Funding Correction Act to ensure that the World Trade Center Health Program is there to provide the care that every survivor and responder needs and deserves. We know that we have had a very divided Congress recently, but we are all hopeful and determined that on this issue we will all be together. It will be bipartisan, we will be united, and we will be successful. Let's make sure these men and women never have to walk the halls of Congress again, demanding that we do the jobs we are supposed to do, take care of the people who take care of us. Remember, 9/11 must be more than a bumper sticker.
Right.
With that, I introduce our great leader, the majority leader of our country, the New York, the national, the congressional United States Senate, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, Carolyn.
And he will be followed by our other great Senator, Kristen Gillibrand.
Well, let me first thank you for the great leadership you've shown, Carolyn, and my great partner in the Senate, Senator Gillibrand, as well as Congressman Nadler and Pallone and so many others who worked hard. Let me thank my brothers and sisters in the labor movement who were here, and as well as our brave firefighters, police officers, EMT people who are representing the many men and women who were brave. You know, we have many kinds of heroes. This is a very painful weekend because it's 20 years after 9/11, and every one of us thinks about it probably every 10 or 15 minutes during this weekend. And we have many types of heroes. The heroes who died that day. They were firefighters and police officers and first responders. They were average folks, people who worked in the kitchens, people who worked in the financial industry, people who worked in the government. They were heroes. They were average New Yorkers doing their work, doing their jobs, of many different backgrounds and races and creeds and colors and religions. Second heroes are the families who lost loved ones, who we'll see tomorrow once again. They are heroes as well. They suffer to this day and will for the rest of their lives because of this vicious and brutal act. But of course, there's also a third type of heroes, and unlike the first two groups I mentioned, we cannot bring back the dead. But we can help the third types of heroes who rush to the towers, like soldiers do, rush to danger, regardless of the consequence, to help save others. These are heroes we can help. And for years, the people you've seen here, myself and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Clinton before her in the Senate, and Senators Maloney and Nadler, and so much of the New York delegation, and Peter King, thank you, in the House. And we've made it a passion to see that this third group of heroes at least gets both the compensation and health care they need, because their heroism should be acknowledged and appropriately rewarded. We cannot forget them. And so we thought the job might be done in 2015. It took us a long time, first to get the Congress to even recognize this problem. And first we had to do it for 5 years, because Tom Coburn, frankly, was blocking it as we were leaving home, I think it was, for Christmas vacation in 2010. And we stayed in session, and he said, all right, I'll do 5 years. And then we came back in 2015 and made it permanent. But what we have found is the number of people sick and dying has greatly increased, and the cost of medical care, which we don't want to skimp on for one nickel, greatly increased. So we need more dollars now. That's what we need. The good news is we're in the middle of a reconciliation bill. So many of the intransigent can vote no, and we can still pass this bill. So many who have been intransigent on this issue can vote no, we still pass this bill. And I want to really give a huge amount of credit to my House colleagues who have worked with Congressman Pallone, who has agreed to put it in the reconciliation bill in the House. I am making a commitment here today that I will use everything in my power to get this in the Senate reconciliation bill as well, and I believe we will succeed in that effort. So that is what we need to do. Bottom line is, we owe these folks. They're suffering. They suffer bravely. So many of them we got to know and love. Ray Pfeiffer became a dear friend of mine before he passed away, with his courage and with his strength and with his modesty. He didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted to make sure other people who were in his position but not as far advanced along in their illness would live. That's all he wanted. He's importuning us on. And we will remember you, Ray, and the thousands of others who have perished from these diseases because of your bravery and your rushing to the towers at a time of danger. We will not forget you. And we will not just forget you by words, but by deed as well. Thank you.
Bravo.
My great colleague who's been the leader on this issue in the Senate, our great Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
Thank you, Chuck, very much.
Watch this step.
Well, Senator Schumer couldn't have said it better. It's been a long 20 years, and this weekend is a weekend of great sorrow and sadness, of memory and of loss. But it also is a moment to memorialize and to recognize those who were our heroes, our first responders, who never gave up and never gave in. So many who have sacrificed their time, their effort, and unfortunately far too many have also sacrificed their lives. I remember 9/11. I was living in Manhattan at the time, and my apartment happened to be on 39th Street. and it was a very, very high tower, over 50 floors. And you could see the smoke emitting from Ground Zero for weeks after 9/11. And when you went anywhere downtown, you could smell the acrid smoke, and you knew that that smoke was toxic. But our first responders did their jobs anyway. The EPA at the time lied to them under George Bush and said the air was safe. The air was not safe. It was crushed metal and glass and electronics and building materials. It was a toxic sludge that is now affecting people, and people are losing their lives. Senator Schumer's right to recognize Ray Pfeiffer and those who came to Washington. As you remember, our first responders with John Field and John Stewart, and our firefighters and our police officers, our community members, and our first responders walked the halls of Washington for months, for years, and never gave up. And Ray is a perfect example, because on the first day of his advocacy, he was walking. Years later, he had a cane. Years later, he had an oxygen tank, and finally, he was in a wheelchair. We memorialized Ray Pfeiffer and the loss of a great man, and he just represents the thousands of others who fell before him and who are still fighting after him. And so we know how important making sure these resources are there. As Senator Schumer and Congresswoman Maloney said, we need additional resources because the cost of inflation for medical expenses is far higher than the normal cost of inflation. We also need more resources because the percentage of first responders and family members who are now contracting diseases has escalated. In fact, I've seen a statistic that said, I think 3/4 of the firefighters who served on 9/11 are now ill. 3/4 of the firefighters. More firefighters, more police officers have died since 9/11 than on 9/11, which is another sobering number. So I just want to thank my colleagues here who have led the charge from the very beginning. Their extraordinary efforts to get the resources that we need. I want to thank Senator Schumer, who has never lost sight of this challenge from the first day. Never did he drop the ball, never did he hesitate to act, and never did he hesitate to get this done. So I want to recognize everyone here today and everyone who will continue to fight for these resources. This is why we are members of Congress. This is why we serve, to serve those who need our voice, our support, and our help. And that includes all of us and our 9/11 responders and family members today.
My partner in this and co-sponsor and chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the great Jerry Nadler.
Thank you, Carolyn. It's hard to believe it's 20 years already since 9/11, but the effects of 9/11 will go on for many, many years, for the entire lifetimes of people who were there. And most of what I was going to say has been said, so I'm not going to repeat it. But let me say a couple of things. We have an obligation. I've often said, Lincoln put it best when he said, we have an obligation, we must care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan. And that means not just, it certainly means the firefighters and the police officers and the first responders who rushed in. It means the people who worked on the pile. It also means all the residents of downtown Manhattan, all the people who work downtown. And they were victims not only of the terrorists, they were victims of the United States government. They were victims of George Bush and Pataki and Giuliani, who systematically lied to them. Who systematically lied to them. 2 days after the attack, Christy Todd Whitman held a press conference to say the air was safe to breathe. There was no data at that time. Some of us got together with private environmental groups and started doing testing, and we found that it was not safe. And yet they continued to lie. And the EPA said they would clean up the outdoors, but no one would clean up the indoors. And all those apartments and all those office buildings were completely laden with all the toxic dust. And that was never properly cleaned up, certainly by government. They disobeyed the law. The National Contingency Plan, which is part of the law, makes clear what the obligations of the federal government are in a situation like this. They just done it in Tanner, Montana a week earlier, where they cleaned up the indoors and everything from a release of toxins from, I forget what it was from, but they refused to do it. And because of them, because of the terrorists and because of the actions of the government, for years, people are sick. And more people are going to get sick, 3/4 of the firefighters. And the fact of the matter is that people worked on the pile without respirators. How could you have people working on the pile without respirators for weeks, knowing what that would do? So we have a terrific moral obligation. And Congress, it was back in 2003, I think, that Carolyn and I and Peter King introduced the bill that became the Zadroga bill to provide for the funding for the World Trade Center Health Program and for the funding. It took us till 2010 to pass the bill, and then Chuck said what has happened thereafter. But the funding must be secured so that people don't have to worry about it anymore. I mean, they'll worry about the health consequences, but don't have to worry about the financial costs. You must get this funding. I am very glad that it's in the reconciliation bill. It is our moral obligation, and we will do it.
My other co-sponsor and co-lead is our new congressman. He took the place of the great Peter King, who worked with us so effectively, is Congressman Andrew Garbarino. Thank you for joining us, Andrew.
Thank you. Excuse me, Jerry. It's amazing that it's been 20 years tomorrow. I was a senior in high school, and I did not think I would be here today talking about this. I have to thank my colleagues in both the Senate and the House for putting this program together. This wouldn't exist if it wasn't for them, and I have to thank my predecessor, Congressman Pete King. If he did not fight for all those years in the House for our first responders, for this program, it wouldn't be here. So I'm happy to take the torch from him to lead this fight, to make sure that this program, which our first responders, all of them who were on the pile that day, all of them who went in the days and weeks after, who did breathe this toxic air, we need to make sure that this program is properly funded. We need to make sure that people get the treatment that they need and they deserve. I have friends that were on the pile that day. One of them, he's here. He has stomach cancer. He got that 5 years ago. He's had surgery here in this hospital behind us. He's doing better now, but we need to make sure in 5 years from now, he can still get the same care that he gets today, and that he's taken care of. It is imperative that this funding happens. I'm proud to be the Republican lead, but I'm proud to say we have Republicans right now from 8 other states that are co-sponsoring this bill, and I expect more to get on. This is an issue that we can be unified on, and I'm happy to be the Republican lead on it, and I'm going to make sure that my colleagues know on the Republican side how important it is and make sure that they get behind it as well. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
I can say with great commitment that we would never have been successful in passing this massive entitlement bill, several of them, without the strong support of the labor movement in New York City, New York State. It became a cause of the national labor movement of our country, representing labor in all forms. Everyone was behind it. Is Mario Cilento, president of the New York State AFL-CIO, speaking for all the labor workers who came and walked Congress. So many of them worked at the pile. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank
you, Carolyn. Thank you. First, I want to thank all of our elected officials who are here today. On behalf of the 2.5 million members of the New York State AFL-CIO, on behalf of the entire organized labor movement in the state, each and every one of you are leaders in the truest and the purest sense, and I thank you sincerely, really, all of you. Look, for the last 20 years, the most common phrase associated with the attacks on September 11th have been, "We will never forget," right? We can all agree on that. We will never forget, most common phrase used. Fine, it's appreciated, it's appropriate, But unless there are deeds and actions behind it, we can all agree also that they're just words, they're empty rhetoric. Over the past 2 decades, most of the time, when those words are uttered, they are in conjunction with an opportunity to repay the debt that we all have to those first responders, to those heroes. Today marks the next opportunity to repay that debt. You know, there have been successes. It has been outlined here extensively. Funding, legislation, putting these programs together. That is what gives meaning to that phrase, we will never forget. So we have to secure this funding, A, to keep our word to those heroes that we all made, the obligation that we had and that we have 20 years hence to, in fact, get the funding. 2, to maintain the meaning behind that phrase, we will never forget. And last and most importantly, so that we can have the health care that these responders, their survivors, our heroes deserve. The sentiment behind that phrase grows every year. And that's a great thing, right? Because we want to hold on to it. And it's 20 years later. 20 years from now, the sentiment will be even stronger. The key is keeping the meaning behind that phrase, we will never forget. And the only way we do that, the only way we can even begin to consider repaying a small fraction of what we owe them, is by securing funding and making sure they're healthy moving forward. So I thank all of you for working with us in the labor movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you. And representing, is John Field here? No. Not yet. Okay, Liam Guilfoyle and Tom Riley from the Uniform Fire Officers Association. And I see the great Jake LaMonda is here. Where are you, Jake? He just retired. Come on up here. You're our hero. Come on up here with us. Okay.
Jake. He's retired. You guys got to go do the work.
You got to do the work.
It's his last hurrah.
Come on, Jake.
Thank God.
How are you, Jake? How are you? You're the best.
Bravo,
Thank you.
Jake.
Well, this was a little unexpected for me. Some of you don't know, but I have retired from the UFOA, and you know, they have a great board. But we've fought, and I'm standing alongside our New York electeds. And when we needed them, they stood as tall as the towers that fell. And without them, we could not have delivered the health care that the government should be, they should be pouring money into this. Because on that fateful day, the first responders ran to those towers because we were under attack. We were attacked on our home soil. And I'm so grateful for Mario, leadership in the AFL-CIO, and all of our elected leaders, because without them, our loved ones could not have been provided for, and the health care could not be given to our fallen sick. And I can say nothing but thank you. And I know the UFA and the UFOA, they'll continue doing this most important work on behalf of our members. Thank you so much.
Give me a fist bump.
Okay.
Here you go, buddy.
Thank you. I want a hug from you. Thank you.
Oh, God. And representing the UFA is President of the Uniform Firefighters Association is Andrew Ansbro. We lost 343 firefighters on 9/11, a terrible, painful loss, and we've lost many, many more since then. Andrew Ansbro, head of the UFAA, the Twin Tower of New York.
Thank you. 20 years ago, today, I was up in 58 Engine, 3/4 of a mile north of here in Harlem. And I was recently assigned there. It was probably my 6th 24 hours working. 24 hours later, I was getting off work, and the call came in to go down to the Trade Center. I rode down there with 7 other members of the company. We lost a Lieutenant Bobby Nagel down there. And in the weeks and months that followed, as we looked for him and everybody else, I met a cop outside, Bob Alexander. And Bob ended up becoming a fireman. I ended up working with him years later in the Marine Division. And Bob and I walked the halls of Congress 5 years ago. And Bob was dying of brain cancer. And he was hoping that his dad would go first, because his dad was also dying. It was a horrible experience, having to travel around with a dying friend to ask Congress to fund health care to take care of him and his father. He got his wish, and his father went first. He went shortly afterwards. It's a horrible thing to do, to have to go to Congress hat in hand and ask people to get on board with funding health care for people that did all they could and gave all they could for this country and this city 20 years ago. I'm asking that anyone that isn't on board to sign on this bill and get the proper funding behind this bill so that we don't have to do that, so that I don't have to get sick firefighters to go back down to Washington and beg for money that they should be getting anyway to take care of them in hospitals like this. 3/4 of New York City firefighters that were around that day, that were around working on the pile, are now sick in some way, shape, or form. I have mild lung issues. I had skin cancer cut off my face. I consider myself extremely lucky. There are firefighters in the building behind me right now who aren't so lucky. And we're losing two a month to cancer. And every firefighter that doesn't have a serious cancer knows that their next medical may show they have it. And they're going to need funding for treatment to keep them around for their families as long as we can keep them. And I ask that anyone that hasn't signed on to this or approved this, to please do it. Don't make these guys have to get down there again, walk in the halls in their last days to make people do what's right. So, thank you.
Well done.
Bravo, thank you. The story of 9/11 is a story of many people, and speaking today for the survivors is Mariama James. Mariama.
Mary, could you spell your name for us?
Mariama.
And your James?
James, James. First, I have to say thank you to our amazing leadership for not only including me today, but always including the survivors in their advocacy from the very beginning, because it's so important. A lot of people in other states don't seem to know that we exist, but there were people living there by those towers. Those buildings fell in our apartments, on our apartments, and that's how many of us were exposed. My entire family my immediate family, we're all 9/11 survivors. I just lost my dad in May to 9/11 related COPD. My mother's a stage 4 colon cancer. She worked survivor. She worked at Deutsche Bank. All 3 of my kids and myself, we all have certifications with the health program. And I do this advocacy on behalf of survivors and I'm able to do it in part because of the care and treatment of the health program. Because I probably, I can't say I would necessarily even be here or be able to stand here and do this were it not for the health program that I was very lucky to find early on when I prioritized my children and knew that they were sick from very young, including my baby, who was only like 10 months old at the time, but she was born in October 2001, so a month after 9/11. She was sick even from months old. And I would drag them around from doctor to doctor because people didn't believe in 9/11 related health, but I knew that my children were sick because of 9/11. And so I took them ENTs and pulmonologists and finally discovered the program, or it discovered me, or we discovered each other. And that was a saving grace for my family. We've been members of the program ever since. And I owe a huge debt of gratitude to them. I also have to speak for other children, not just mine. I'm a member of the Survivor Steering Committee, which is an advisory board that's required underneath the bill, the Zadroga bill. And we, in 2011, recommended that research on pediatric health effects of 9/11, including respiratory, developmental, reproductive, and endocrine impacts, should be an immediate priority. We started asking for this way back in 2011. We know very little about the health effects of the World Trade Center disaster on the more than 35,000 children living or attending school or daycare in the area, especially the physical health effects given children's increased susceptibility to harm, especially in critical periods of development. It is imperative that a cohort of people exposed as children be assembled. This is also urgent because these young people are rapidly dispersing population. That's because they go off to school, they go off to college, they move. People had to leave, and then we had the pandemic. People left because of that. So a lot of people that are affected that don't necessarily know that the program is available and they could be getting help are not even around. And we have to find these kids because the people that the congressman talked about, that their entire lives are going to be sort of consumed by 9/11, that's the kids. It's the people who were born, who were young at the time or who were born in 2001 or 2002. That's who's growing up their entire lifetime with 9/11 health impacts. So we have to do something for them. And thank you very much for making it possible.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very important story is the medical teams that are working to help make people healthy. From day one after 9/11, we started sending people to Mount Sinai because it was a hospital that had really pioneered in environmental health, had sought federal funding in the area of environmental health, which was unfunded really before this effort that we're having now. They are conducting the research not only on 9/11, but now this new research project. They're the eminent hospital now on research for environmental health concerns. Representing the medical establishment is Dr. Markowitz, who was a former head of the clinic here and now heads the Citizens for the Extension of the James Zadroga Act. Thank you for being here, Dr. Markowitz, and for your work on environmental health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Markowitz.
Dr. Stephen Markowitz. I'm an occupational medicine physician, epidemiologist. Listen, before this pandemic, we had an epidemic, and during this pandemic, we have an epidemic. And after this pandemic is over, and it will be over, we will still have an epidemic, and that is the epidemic of disease among World Trade Center responders and neighborhood residents. Yesterday we had a medical panel with, actually we assembled all the medical directors from the various clinics. People are also doing the research to get an update on what's happening at the various centers across the World Trade Center health program. There are now 112,000 people under care in the World Trade Center health program, both responders and also neighborhood residents. 112,000 people. 45,000 of those people have either lung or gastrointestinal disorders. 45,000, that's almost 40%. An additional 20,000 have cancer. And we've heard about a few of the cancers up here so far, but over 20,000 people have developed cancer, all kinds of cancers, prostate cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, and the like. And then finally, we have over 20,000 people who have post-traumatic stress disorder or depression. These people are all getting very careful care through the World Trade Center health program. The second thing we learned yesterday is that the care developed in this program is better. The care that people are getting through this program is better than the care they would be getting on the outside of this program. And the proof of this comes from some brand new published research looking at cancer survival. The people who have developed cancer in the program are getting care at the various centers, mostly in New York, but elsewhere. And we've now proven that their survival, how many are cured or how many years they survive, is better than people, very similar people, who are not getting care through this program. That's a very strong argument for the continuation of this program well into the future. Thirdly, let me just say that we are now entering a potentially dangerous period of time. We're 20 years since the event. Most toxins that cause chronic illnesses, they don't operate within a year or 2 or 5. It's usually 15 or 20 years later that we begin to see some of those issues. I'm not saying we will see those issues, hopefully we won't. But the way that most chronic toxin works is that there's a delay in when people develop the illnesses. So it's extremely important that we continue the medical monitoring and the care that this program gives now and into the future, both because people can get better, more earlier care, but also because they can feel like someone is watching out for them. Someone is taking care of them. Someone is doing the research that will identify problems early so that we can engage in early intervention and better care. That's why we need this program to continue far into the future. Thank you.
Well said, Doctor.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we're going to open for questions. I know a lot of you.
This subject.
Oh, Mr. Guilfoyle, would you like to stay?
Of course, you should.
Okay. From the UFA.
I'd like to thank everybody for being here on behalf of the Uniformed Fire Officers Association. I know for a lot of people, this is a commemoration of a day 20 years ago, but for those of us on the department and for those of us in all Port Authority, New York City Police Department, the Firefighters Association, and Fire Officers Association, this is every day. Every day we get the phone calls from members who find out that they're sick. It hasn't gone away. And we know that we've gotten support from the entire country because it wasn't just this state that was attacked. The entire country was attacked on that day. So I would like to thank everybody here. I'd like to thank everybody from across this country who supported us. And I really look forward to working with the people down in Congress and government to continue this program for us. It is absolutely needed. Thank you very much for coming. Really appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautifully said. And it was an attack on our nation, not just New York. First, if we could just have questions related to this. I know many of you have questions for Senator Schumer, and maybe he'll stay later.
We're going to stick to this subject today. It's a very serious subject,
great.
and that's what we're doing.
Who's in opposition? Where's the opposition to this?
There has always been opposition from some who just don't want to spend the money, and then they say it's not needed, then they say do it on your own, etc. We've had that throughout. If we didn't have opposition, we wouldn't be here today. We would have gotten this passed in 2003, 4, 5, made it permanent, and said it gets all the funding it needs without any caps.
Can we ask you a question?
What is going next?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Senator, as you know, nothing's ever certain in Congress. You can never guarantee anything, but the hardest part of this does seem to be the money. You've got to get reconciliation through the Senate. Do you have your more conservative Democrats on board to pass reconciliation?
Look, we have Democrats in the House and Senate who have different views on what should be in reconciliation. Some of my colleagues in the Senate want to go above 3.5. Some of my colleagues in the Senate want to go below 3.5. But we've always come together, and we are going to pass a good, strong bill, and we are going to have this provision in it.
Mr. Ansbro, can we ask a question, Mr. Ansbro?
Sure.
Yes.
Can you step to the microphone? They say they don't have enough money now because more people are getting sick than expected, medical costs are going up, and treatments are more complicated. Anecdotally, how have you seen that from the people in your union that you serve?
Well, as we stated, 3/4 of everyone that was on the fire department 20 years ago is either sick or we have over 550 that have passed away. Actually, about 600 that have passed away. With 343 that died that day, but we've had 250 pass since then. I know the police department had larger numbers, and they had more people die from cancer afterwards than those who passed on 9/11. But we expect it. We've been dealing with this forever. I think the shortfall may be from all the civilians that were unanticipated. You know, most firefighters that work down there expected at some point in time to develop something, and 3 out of 4 have. But I think the civilians they weren't expecting that many of the residents down there to get sick, and that's really where the shortfall is coming in.
Like our family.
Right.
I just want to add something.
Go ahead, Christy.
Just go for you. Sorry. We've also seen the development of cognitive decline, which we hadn't seen before. And so for a number of people who have hit their 50s, they're getting cognitive decline that would not be seen in patients younger than 70. And so there's a lot of additional health impacts that we've now developed the response to and the treatment for that were unexpected. When will the fund run out of money? 2025.
It's projected to run out of 2025.
So you say, why are we doing it now? We don't want to be up against the wall like we were in other times. We want to have this adequately funded, and we want all these people who these brave firefighters and civilians talked about realize the money's going to be there for them, period.
And I want to point out that this bill includes covering mental health because so many not only the decline, but many post-traumatic stress syndrome and other illnesses that they've had.
And it also, the one other thing it also does is deal with effects on children. When children were there, like, what's your last name?
James.
Ms. James mentioned.
Yeah, this bill funds a study and an analysis of what are the impacts on children, which previous bills didn't have because we didn't expect that we would need that, and we do.
Right.
Christian?
What message you have directly for your colleagues in Congress who might be resisting to this bill? I know there's always foot dragging when it comes
I said support it because they should know that we will never give up. They originally, in answer to his question, what is the opposition, they usually say it's a New York problem. It's not my problem, not my state's problem. We had to go out and scientifically prove that every single state has people in the program. We had to scientifically prove that out of 435 congressional districts, 434 congressional districts have people in this program that are sick. It was an attack on our country. People came from around our country to work on the pile. Firefighters came from across the country. Construction workers, everyone came to help us rebuild. Many of them are sick and dying. It was making the point that it was a national problem and a national responsibility, not a New York responsibility.
And look, we want their support, but at the very minimum, don't stand in the way. We can get this done if you don't try to block it. You don't have to get out there with a brass band, although we wish you would. Don't stand in the way.
And we will say to anyone on the Republican side or the Democratic side that comes out against it, they're not welcomed in New York to come here and fundraise or meet or anything else. We are blocking the door to New York City and New York State. This is so important. Our delegation is united. We are determined, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, everybody, to get this through.
Let me say one other thing on this. Osama bin Laden.
Those were just some of the updates from New York congressional members talking about the need to get our 9/11 first responders some more health funds as they continue to deal with problems in their health because of the way that the buildings were and the amount of chemicals that were in the air as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We always appreciate it as this is the day, obviously, before the 20th anniversary, and we continue to showcase different events from across the country. Of course, we'll have a big show tomorrow with all the events that are happening around the country, of course, in New York and the Pentagon, but also right now happening in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the site of Flight 93 crash. We are now joined by Jayla Whitfield, who is joining us there at the memorial, and people already there.
Yeah, there's dozens of people here already, and that plane crashed just a few feet from where I'm standing. Right behind me, the names of the 40 brave men and women that sacrificed their lives on that day are listed on the wall. And this small town community tells me those people will not be forgotten. Owned a piece of the land where Flight 93 crashed on 9/11.
Right away when we got there in October 2001, you would smell jet fuel when the wind picked up.
Lambert and his dad visited the crash site several times and always saw a reminder of Flight 93.
Flight 93 was literally all around us. There was little pieces of metal, there was insulation, wiring, plastic, paper, pieces of mail.
Lambert and his family eventually sold the land and a memorial was created.
To see that memorial now honoring, what those 40 did is just, it's very gratifying, and, we're just a small footnote in the story.
And the Shanksville community is making sure the lives of those on Flight 93 are always remembered.
Out of anything that I remember most is how the country came together.
And now artists like Eric Greenawalt are coming together from across the country to remember those who died.
There's a lot of people who are coming here for the very first time on the 20th anniversary. And what we're able to do here is their first exposure to who those heroes were.
Community members say they are thankful for the thousands of lives the crew and passengers saved.
In 25 minutes, they basically found out what was happening, realized that they were facing a dire situation. And then they did something amazing, like very American. They got together and they held a vote on what they should do. And they decided to fight back.
There are several events scheduled across the country to remember the lives lost on 9/11. In Shanksville, Pennsylvania, Jayla Whitfield, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much there, Jayla, for that update. A very moving tribute there for all of the passengers that tried their very best and succeeded in not letting those terrorists get to the final destination. We appreciate it there so much. As we continue to roll on, a reminder everybody that a very special 9/11 tribute it will be happening all day tomorrow, but we'll have coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, we will see former President George W. Bush there. He will be making a speech as well. Our complete coverage, Live Now from Fox, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. We'd love to have you. Please join us on LiveNowFox.com for all of the ways that you can get our product. We appreciate it right here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Shanksville, Pennsylvania once again, but they were doing a memorial service there and honoring people who are doing big things in the community.
Above their own safety. Just listen to their stories. On September 9th, 2020, while living in Waterbury, Connecticut, Justin Gavin saw a mother and 3 children driving in a car that had caught on fire. He jumped into action, rescuing all 4 before flames completely engulfed the vehicle. When he told reporters afterwards what was his biggest fear, he said the biggest fear was he wouldn't be able to get them all out safely and in time. Terry Ingram was photographing eagles in Bellevue, Nebraska on January 9th, 2020, when he witnessed a car plunge upside down into a freezing pond. He ran into the icy water and pulled 3 men out of the vehicle as it sunk underwater. Terry said afterwards that God puts people in places for a reason. And I believe Terry is with us today. Terry, could you please stand? Savad Johnson was walking along the Detroit River with his daughter on August 21st, 2020, when he saw 3 girls struggling in the water, screaming for help. The off-duty Detroit firefighter jumped into the river and swam towards the girls. Authorities believe he got caught in a rip current and died. The girls were all saved. Fittingly, the Detroit Fire Department has named a fireboat after Savad. And Savad's family is with us today. Would you please stand? Red Tate witnessed a truck strike a car, then plunged down an embankment in DeKalb County, Georgia on November 27, 2020. Red rushed down the embankment and pulled a young man out of the car. Moments later, the vehicle exploded into flames. "I'm not a hero," Red said afterwards, but the police and the driver's family disagree, and they say that is exactly what he is for his fearless rescue. Determining a recipient for our award was not an easy decision. I want to thank the review panel, which included the members of the Flight 93 family, Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial Board members, and representatives from the National Park Service and the National Park Foundation. You were extremely helpful in helping us to make a decision. And now it is my great honor to announce the recipient of the first annual Friends of Flight 93 Heroes Award. Savad Johnson of Detroit, Michigan. Just as those on board Flight 93 made a quick, harrowing decision to take action, so did Savad, and he paid with his life. The Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial want to recognize him with this award and will help share his story with the world, just as we seek to share the stories of the Flight 93 passenger and crew members. I invite the Johnson family to come forward and join me, along with the Flight 93 family members, Emily and Chris, to accept the first ever Flight 93 Heroes Award.
Hold on 1 second, please. A few more photos. Okay. Good.
Now, it is my great honor to introduce Jamal Johnson, Savad's brother, to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to give a special thanks to Donna Gibson and the Friends of Flight 93. This is a tremendous honor, and we thank you for recognizing my brother and sharing his story and making a connection to the brave actions that these people, these selfless heroes, took that day. It's on behalf of the Johnson family, with the exception of one, his eldest daughter, Kendall Johnson, who wasn't able to make it, but with good reason. She just started her freshman year in college, and we're very proud of her for that, but none of us more proud than her dad. You know, it's my firm belief that heroes aren't taught, and that heroes don't seek, but they are innately born as such. And to be put into this category of the people, of the heroes of Flight 93, is such a tremendous honor, because they acted selflessly. And through their brave acts and altruistic behavior, they put their lives on the line to save others. And being a second-generation firefighter myself, my brother followed my dad, and then I preceded them both. And 9/11, thank you. 9/11, it has a very special place in my heart, because I just celebrated my 19th anniversary. September 9th, 2002 is when I became a Detroit firefighter. I would tell you that I'm sure my dad would tell you if you asked him, to raise my brother was an absolute joy. Maybe not me so much. But as a brother, he was a class act. He was definitely a protector, a teacher, and an inspiration. As a father, he was loving, caring, patient, doting, and most of all, he was grateful. He often referred to his two daughters as his two whys, why he strived to become a better person. And I can stand here and tell you, year over year, that is exactly what he accomplished. You know, it's really breathtaking to be put in this category. And I know my brother would be honored to work with any of the nominees here. You know, he was a very humble man. He often would get citations, and we would feel like just another citation, eh? And he would even forget sometimes to tell us he was being honored. And when asked, he would just say, well, I was just doing my job. And that's who he was, that's who he is. And just thinking about how he led the way for me and for others on the job, inspiring us all. You know, we've always been very proud of him, and we're still proud of him. But it's tough, I'll admit that. It's only been a year, and it's been a rough one, but thank God I have family and friends, and we know that we have others out there like him who act as our guardian angels. You know, he would have taken this opportunity to say that he loved teamwork and he loved working with others. And he would have had it no other way but to share the recognition of this reward with all the other nominees here. One who wasn't mentioned was Matthew Fromm, who was the guy who jumped in and helped him bring the girls to safety. And we want to thank the other nominees. We salute you. I'll simply conclude by saying, even though our family members will be missed, I hope we can find solace in the time we did have with them and what they did for us and they did for others. May they be an example and a shining light for who we should strive to become. I'll end it in saying, they were who they were, and who they were heroes. And may we always remember to never forget. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jamal. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Ed Sheehan, and what a privilege it is to be here with all of you this morning on these hallowed grounds as we join together with his family to honor and salute Savad Johnson. As a board member of the Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial, I am so pleased to be part of the inaugural Flight 93 Heroes Award ceremony. Savad Johnson's actions help to remind all Americans and those watching across the globe of the remarkable bravery shown by the 40 passengers and crew members on board United Flight 93. The Flight 93 Heroes Award will now become a way for us to tell that story year after year, connecting the heroic actions of 9/11 to stories of heroism all across this nation today and tomorrow. Stories like Savad's. I'm here today not only as a Friends board member, but also in my capacity as the president of the Pennsylvania Society. For more than 120 years, the Pennsylvania Society has brought together Pennsylvanians from all walks of life to honor achievement, to recognize greatness, and contribute to charitable causes benefiting the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are the oldest organization of its kind in the nation, with members all across Pennsylvania and around the world. Pennsylvania and Flight 93, and certainly the families of those who were on board the airplane, will always have a special and unique bond. And so the leadership of the Council of the Pennsylvania Society has committed for the first 5 years of the Flight 93 Heroes Award to present a contribution to the honoree in the amount of $5,000. It is the Pennsylvania Society's way of honoring Savad Johnson and his family and thanking them for reminding all of us what selfless sacrifice looks like and the importance of Flight 93's story. The Johnson family has told us they intend to establish a trust for Savad's daughters, Kendall and Hayden, as well as giving a portion to charities of their choice in Savad's honor. That is simply outstanding and wonderful. Thank you so much. So now I'd like to invite Bill, Ebony, Jamal, and Hayden to come forward on Savad's behalf. Thank you.
Jamal, your words were so touching. Thank you. And thank you, Ed, and thank you to the Pennsylvania Society for their incredible support of the Flight 93 Heroes Award and the Johnson family. I would like to take a moment to thank key organizations for assisting the Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial in many ways. First, our Flight 93 families have taken their grief and channeled it into something awe-inspiring as you look around this memorial. Also, the Shanksville area community. I live very close by, and so I know how people here embrace the Flight 93 families from that tragic day onward. We feel a real sense of responsibility to them, the memorial, and its hallowed grounds. Many thanks to the Richard King Mellon Foundation for their vision and financial support of Flight 93 Heroes Award. I'd like to recognize two of their leaders, Director Sam Raymond. Sam, do you want to stand up? And Senior Communications Officer Tim Reeves, who's in the back. Thank you, Tim. Thank you both for being such tremendous partners. And when I talk about partners, many times you'll hear me talk about the partnership with the National Park Service. We could not ask for better partners to work and to team up with this terrific memorial. At this time, I'd like to introduce Stephen Clark, Superintendent of Flight 93 National Memorial, to come and say a few words.
Young man, you are one tough act to follow. Those words were absolutely beautiful. And you know, folks, I'd like to have just a show of hands, please, if anyone has been to the Tower of Voices within the last 48 hours. Okay. I urge you all, as you exit this very special place, to make that right turn and to embrace the Tower of Voices, a 93-foot high concrete structure containing 40 wind chimes. And I'll tell you something, sometimes folks may be thinking, gosh, this wind is really aggravating. It's going into the microphone, and man, I just wish this wind would stop. But I'll tell you something, Your brother, that wind is coming from the northwest, from Detroit. Look at that flag, ladies and gentlemen. He's here with us. There's no question. And just like brothers, daughters, sons, moms and dads from the families of Flight 93 who share their pride and passion, and they hurt because they missed them. But what unites everyone is how they live. And again, sir, what you said was absolutely brilliant. It truly, truly was. A final thought about heroism. There's that wind. 6 foot by 10 foot flag. Heroism is a word that I believe personally is overused. Sports figures, other individuals in our society, they're heroes. Folks can think what they wish. To me, when you really analyze what's going on, like he did, like Sabat did, understanding, I'm not just going to sit back and let something unfold. I'm being thrust into a situation that isn't normal. Something is happening. And if I don't act, one or several could die. That's what these stories are all about. The Friends of Flight 93 with this Heroes Award, when I first heard about it in the spring, I mean, within seconds, this is brilliant. Why? Because it is exactly what the 40 did on United Airlines Flight 93 on September 11, 2001. Exactly. Putting themselves in harm's way, not knowing what the outcome was going to be. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this special place. I urge you to reflect on this story and appreciate this great nation and that northwest wind. And really, really come to know and embrace this special place known as Flight 93 National Memorial. So once again, Johnson family, Dad, everyone, God love you all, and thank you for being here. Thank you all.
All right, we're going to just step away from this right now out of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, from a little bit earlier as officials there from the National Park Service and the surrounding area hold this event as we are tracking all of these events in the run-up to tomorrow, the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks. We have some really beautiful live looks in Lower Manhattan at the moment. We're going to start with this one. Just want to show you Lady Liberty in New York Harbor. It's about 5:15 on this Friday afternoon out there. And of course, an aerial view of where the towers once stood, the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in Lower Manhattan, and the symbolic rebirth there in Lower Manhattan, One World Trade, the Freedom Tower, now standing in its place. The city of New York, such a vital transformation and comeback from that terrible day. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hitting some of these other headlines we have yet to get to on this Friday afternoon. Thanks for being with us. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday afternoon. You're taking a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol building. We are going to focus some of our next stories there because we are learning just yesterday, we want to report this, that the White House has withdrawn their nominee, their pick to lead ATF. That's the Agency Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. His name, David Chipman. Well, earlier I spoke with the founding editor of The Reload. His name's Stephen Gutowski. They report on all things about firearms, the gun industry, and gun policy, talking about why the administration withdrew this vital nomination. Let's play that interview for you right now. Today here on Live Now from Fox, we are following the latest. This is out of personnel moves at the White House. The White House is withdrawing the nomination of David Chipman to lead ATF. I'm being joined right now by Stephen Gutowski. He's the founding editor of The Reload that covers all things firearms and the gun industry and policy and politics. Stephen, so good to see you. You did some extensive reporting on David Chipman. Why did the White House pull his nomination?
Yeah, well, essentially, they couldn't get the 50 votes needed to push him through the Senate. It came down to getting all 50 of the senators who caucus with the Democrats to vote for him, and they simply couldn't secure enough votes to make it happen after all the Republicans came out in opposition, and they had trouble from some of the moderate members like Angus King of Maine and Joe Manchin of West Virginia.
And even before his confirmation hearings, we did hear from Republicans. They thought he was too, pro restrictions on firearms, that he was a prominent gun control advocate. But there were some allegations that you reported on, especially regarding possible racist remarks that he made in his personnel file. We don't know the extent of those, but can you give us a sense of, what your sources were telling you when he was up for this?
Yes, certainly. I was able to speak with two current and former ATF agents who corroborated the existence of a story that Chipman had denigrated black agents who passed a promotion assessment, said that they must have cheated. And then in a separate story, a separate incident, I spoke with a black agent directly who claimed that Chipman had initiated an investigation against him, claiming that he had cheated on a promotion assessment by answering the questions too well. The Department of Justice confirmed that Chipman was involved in a investigation. He did initiate an investigation against an agent in 2007. They did not give any further details on that investigation. The agent claims he was exonerated by it, but it's currently confidential. We don't know the full details of what happened in that investigation. The DOJ obviously also denied that Chipman has any form of racial bias, but the agent who I spoke with said he believes that the incident was racially motivated.
And Stephen, I just want to read the statement the White House put out partly from Chipman. He said, I have spent my entire career working to combat the scourge of gun violence, and I remain deeply committed to that work. The White House is chalking this up to Republican opposition in Congress, and it kind of underscores the fact, why has the Senate not confirmed an ATF director in the last several years? What has been the holdup for this agency?
Right. Well, obviously, the White House is being a little bit disingenuous there because they didn't need Republican support to get his nomination through. They only need 50 votes plus a tiebreaker from the vice president. But certainly there was united Republican opposition, but the real key here was Democratic opposition to his nomination. But generally speaking, the position became a confirmable position back in 2006, and there's only been a single confirmed ATF director in that time period. Most of the time, the agency has been run, as it is now, by an acting director who's appointed by the president for a period of a year. So there is certainly some legitimacy to the idea that this is a very difficult position to get confirmed because of the politics of gun control in America. Obviously, there's quite a lot of vetting that goes into picking a candidate for this. And if they have positions that aren't satisfactory to at least 50 senators, they're not going to make it through. Even President Trump tried to get a director through while there was a Republican-controlled Senate, and he failed as well. So it's not uncommon to see something like this happen, but President Biden certainly pushed the boundaries intentionally, I would say, to get someone who is literally a paid gun control activist into that position, and it simply didn't work.
And Stephen, I just want to correct myself. That statement I was reading was from President Biden. He said that he has spent his entire career working to combat the scourge of gun violence. He remains deeply committed to that work. We cannot fail to mention, though, that David Shipman has denied all these allegations against him. It kind of also underscores the fact that the Biden administration, as they are working to staff these agencies, this is, I think, one of two very high-profile nominations they've had to withdraw. The other coming to mind, Neera Tanden from the Office of Management and Budget. She was up for that. They had to withdraw that. Do you think it's getting enough attention?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, first, I would say that Shipman himself has not spoken publicly about these allegations of racial misconduct or things like that. The DOJ has denied that he has a racial bias, but he hasn't actually come out and spoken yet. The Republicans actually wanted a second hearing to ask him questions about these stories that came out after his first hearing, but the Judiciary Chairman, Dick Durbin, denied that request. But in addition, I would say that it'll be interesting to see where the president goes from here with this position, who he's going to pick to try and replace Shipman, and what he does with Shipman. They said that they're going to actually offer him a different role in the administration that doesn't require confirmation from the Senate. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what that position is going to be. But clearly the White House is not backing away from having him involved in some form.
All right, and we will leave it at that. Stephen Gutowski from The Reload, we appreciate your time, and thanks for the reporting that you've done on this and for telling us this story. We'll see you again. All right, and we thank Stephen Gutowski from The Reload for bringing us that story. We're just taking a live look at the Capitol Hill right now. It does remain to be seen who President Biden and the administration will pick as a new nominee to lead the agency of ATF. They have quite a broad mandate. They do a lot of good work, and so it remains to be seen that they still will operate under an acting director for the time being. Anyway, we are going to be going to just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, a major ruling today that is affecting the Apple App Store. What you need to know in just a few moments. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to move on to some of these other events. We have a great segment coming up about this major Apple ruling that's affecting their app stores. But before we get to that, we do want to show you just an event that just happened, just wrapped up moments ago down in Florida with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis meeting with veterans of the war on terror. Let's go to that right now, play a little bit of that for you.
Primarily taking an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Florida. And with that in mind, when we see elected officials violate the Constitution, we have a responsibility to fight back. And that's what we're doing. And that's what we're going to do in Florida to combat what Joe Biden is trying to do with these unconstitutional mandates he's imposing. They even acknowledged weeks ago that this is something that they didn't have authority to do, that was not constitutional. It's also fundamentally unfair to have somebody lose their job over basically a personal medical decision. At the end of the day, these folks have been working all this time. Now you're going to come down and say that they're not able to work unless they do something that may, for whatever reason, maybe they, first of all, these people in Biden, they don't recognize science that people that have recovered from COVID have immunity and they should be treated as such, and yet they totally ignore that. So you have people who have recovered from COVID who are working fine. You have other people that have just made decisions. In our view in Florida, when this came out, we're going to make it available to all, but we're going to make it mandated on none, because it's your choice to figure out what you want to do. And to take people's jobs and livelihoods away from them with no force of law, just an executive edict, that is fundamentally wrong. And so we need to be providing protections for folks here in the state of Florida. You should not lose your job just because Joe Biden is having this hissy fit and is doing this. So we'll act, and we'll make sure, and this won't stand. But here's the thing. The issue is important because people's jobs are at stake, their livelihoods are at stake, but there's also a principle even that goes beyond just the issue at hand. Remember, these are the same people that said 15 days to slow the spread, right? Just 15 days, everything. Now here we are, where they're doing things that they acknowledged are not constitutional just weeks ago. And if this is allowed to stand, it will not end with this, folks. I'm telling you, it will be more and more, and they will continue to take. So let's take a stand for the Constitution, and let's take a stand for freedom, and that's what we're doing.
All right, so there you heard Florida Governor Ron DeSantis not taking the announcement from President Biden on vaccines from yesterday very lightly. He said that it's basically a slippery slope and it will not end there. And so you heard we're getting reaction from all types of elected lawmakers, especially Republicans, who are definitely not in favor of what the president announced yesterday. Anyway, we want to move on to another story we have to get to today. Because a judge has struck down some of Apple's App Store rules in a major ruling, restrictions on how the company can collect payments in the apps themselves. The ruling says Apple cannot bar app developers from including buttons or links that allow users to pay outside of Apple's system, which charges commissions of up to 30%. This has been really a thorn in the side of a lot of these app developers, including the defendant in this, which was Epic Games. I'm bringing in former federal prosecutor Doug Burns to talk about this case. Doug, good to see you. Yet another major legal story and legal development. And if it's, it might be correct to say that, you know, this is a major blow to Apple, is it right?
No, this is a very, very interesting case, but there's actually a little bit in it for each side. Each side is claiming victory, so let me explain. The court did, as you say, open up the opportunity for people to have their purchasers go outside, the app purchasing platform, and that's extremely important because that's what you call in antitrust law like a tying arrangement. In other words, if you're going to buy through us, then you must mandatorily use our payment platform. The court invalidated that, but what makes the case a little bit in it for everybody is that Apple's claiming victory in the sense that the court specifically said that it's not a monopolistic practice and it's not a monopoly. Without getting too heavily into the legal weeds, the fact that the matter is that is important for Apple, that the court didn't just categorically call it a monopolistic situation. And then in a bit of a confusion, which is actually going to make the other party appeal the case, is that notwithstanding the idea that the platform is going to be opened up for other payment options, the fact is this particular litigant was directed to pay Apple a fairly substantial amount of money. So, I mean, the opinion's 185 pages. Everybody's going to have to, go through it and digest it more. But the fact is, you're correct in your first observation, which is, yes, it's a blow to Apple. But I just wanted to note that this concept that the court didn't flat out call it a monopoly is important, and also made the other party pay money is important. And then lastly, experts more knowledgeable than I have pointed out that the revenue amount to Apple isn't going to be fatal to them.
Yeah, and Doug, because we have seen such an effort by federal regulators at the FTC, lawmakers in Congress go after tech giants like Apple, accusing them of being a monopoly. There was quite a high-profile case a couple of months ago that did not let that antitrust case go forward against Apple, and that was a success for them. So it seems like the powers that be are kind of skirting around that word monopoly, like you've been indicating.
No, you're so correct, though. The point is, antitrust law is a real hotbed area, and it's actually an extremely interesting area of the law, which is, anti-competitive practices, tying agreements, such as in this case, which is if you're going to buy, then you must use our payment services, and we're going to take a 30% cut of that. So, no, it's definitely a hot area, and regulators and the antitrust division of the Department of Justice, and I've been in a number of antitrust cases, on the defense side over the years. But the point is, they definitely are trying to make sure that everything is on a competitive level field. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and Doug, I just want to talk about just another part of the ruling as well. Also says Apple cannot ban developers from communicating with customers using contact information from when they signed up with the relative app. And it also, this was a 3-week trial against Epic Games, which produces the very popular game Fortnite.
Yes.
And so do you expect, many more app developers now after this ruling that they are kind of breathing a sigh of relief that they can finally get some of that compensation that this judge has said is due to them?
No, I agree. I mean, it was a 3-week trial, apparently. Tim Cook testified during the trial,
That's
the CEO. But I think you're right, and I would certainly endorse what you just said, which is, the fact of the matter is, anytime you're opening up channels, opening up avenues, and saying, you can communicate with these individuals outside of being forced to be in the Apple platforms, I think absolutely it's significant. It'll be interesting to see, of course, what happens, on an appeal, because this was what we call the trial court, the United States District Court, Northern District of California. It'll go to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So it might be interesting to see to what extent maybe the ruling is changed on appeal. We'll see.
And Doug, just lastly for you, for a party like Epic Games, would they be satisfied with the ruling, or would they pursue more litigation after today? It seems like they would be quite satisfactory with this.
Well, that's the key to this whole irony of this particular legal opinion. I'm serious, and that is that it's a victory, but a victory for other people. That's the irony, because as I said earlier, not to be a broken record, they actually, and I'm gonna have to study the opinion a little because I'm actually quite curious, how a judge would say going forward, it has to be opened up and make it available to third-party, payment platforms. But by the way, you owe Apple, I think it was $2 or $3 million based on the 30% in this particular case. That's what makes it confusing. So from what I looked at quickly, it does look like Epic is going to plan to pursue an appeal on that question of the monetary damages.
All right, Doug Burns, former federal prosecutor, thank you as always for coming on Live Now to break that all down. Quite a complex case, and we'll be following it as well here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, and we do want to get back into that event from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in Holiday, Florida. Earlier, speaking with veterans of the war on terror, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, as you know, he was just commenting on the move by the Biden administration and that announcement just yesterday that the president and the federal government will be mandating vaccines for businesses over 100 employees, or the alternative to require weekly COVID testing. Republican governors like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis obviously are opposed to this, and they were speaking out vehemently, very strongly against it. So let's go back out to that event from just moments ago.
Primarily taking an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Florida. And with that in mind, when we see elected officials violate the Constitution, we have a responsibility to fight back. And that's what we're doing. And that's what we're going to do in Florida to combat what Joe Biden is trying to do with these unconstitutional mandates he's imposing. They even acknowledged weeks ago that this is something that they didn't have authority to do, that was not constitutional. It's also fundamentally unfair to have somebody lose their job over basically a personal medical decision. At the end of the day, these folks have been working all this time. Now you're going to come down and say that they're not able to work unless they do something that may, for whatever reason, maybe they, first of all, these people in Biden, they don't recognize science that people that have recovered from COVID have immunity and they should be treated as such, and yet they totally ignore that. So you have people who have recovered from COVID who are working fine. You have other people that have just made decisions. In our view in Florida, when this came out, we're going to make it available to all, but we're going to make it mandated on none, because it's your choice to figure out what you want to do. And to take people's jobs and livelihoods away from them with no force of law, just an executive edict, that is fundamentally wrong. And so we need to be providing protections for folks here in the state of Florida. You should not lose your job just because Joe Biden is having this hissy fit and is doing this. So we'll act, and we'll make sure, and this won't stand. But here's the thing: the issue is important because people's jobs are at stake, their livelihoods are at stake. But there's also a principle even that goes beyond just the issue at hand. Remember, these are the same people that said 15 days to slow the spread, right? Just 15 days, everything. Now here we are, where they're doing things that they acknowledged are not constitutional just weeks ago. And if this is allowed to stand, it will not end with this, folks. I'm telling you, it will be more and more, and they will continue to take. So let's take a stand for the Constitution, and let's take a stand for freedom, and that's what we're doing. You know, I think all of us remember where they were or when they got the news about what was happening on September 11th, 2001. It was, if you woke up that morning and looked at the skyline in New York City, it seemed to be a very beautiful morning. And then all of a sudden, we saw the worst terrorist attack in the history of our country unfold before our eyes. We saw thousands of people that were killed. We knew, at least I knew, instantly upon seeing the second plane hit, we knew who was responsible for this. We knew that the only people that would do such a thing, were these Al-Qaeda terrorists. And so we had a mission in our country to get justice for the folks that were killed, but also to send a message: you don't mess with the United States of America. And so throughout that whole time, we've had folks who have had to step up. I mean, when you're watching it in real time, they kept showing the towers on TV, but at least I didn't appreciate at the time the number of uniformed personnel, police, fire, Port Authority, who were running into the tower. You saw everyone running out. Obviously, that's the right thing for those folks to be doing to get to safety. But these folks had to go into the burning buildings, usher other people out, knowing, many of them I'm sure knew, that they would likely never leave that tower, and that they were basically running to their deaths, and yet they did it, and they saved thousands of people's lives. Of course, we had hundreds of uniformed folks that died in the terrorist attacks for the first responders. And so 9/11 is obviously something that's more significant than the typical thing that happens in our lives. But anytime something happens, it's those people in uniform that are called upon to be there and to look out for us and to look out for the safety of our community. And I just think we owe them a debt of gratitude for what they did that day, but also what they continue to do for our communities. Here in Florida, we stand by our law enforcement personnel because we know how important it is. Last summer you had all these protests, actually a lot of riots, and they were attacking law enforcement. This was something that became kind of a cottage industry. We never did that in Florida. We said we're back in law enforcement 100%. We will have law and order, and we were able to, in this last legislative session, do $1,000 bonuses for all first responders in the state of Florida. So it shows your... And the thing that people would say to me, they'd say thanks, and the money's obviously nice, but it was...
All right, we're going to step away from this of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, his wife Casey right behind him there in Holiday, Florida, speaking to veterans of the war on terror, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. We do have some breaking news out of Houston we wanted to show you for a moment. We just got these aerials to us from the scene of a multi-vehicle car accident. We are working to get more information, but here's what we know at this time. We are learning that this involved 5 vehicles. Houston police are investigating this as a possible DWI suspect who was driving the wrong way. We're learning that at least one of the victims has been transported to a hospital. We don't know their condition. We also are learning that a Houston Police Department officer in an unmarked unit was struck by that driver going the wrong way. And so that HPD officer was transported to the hospital as well. So you can see on this stretch of highway right here, quite an active scene. It looks like they have possibly shut it down to traffic. I can't really tell at this point in time, but no cars are going past this. You can see, though, the amount of emergency response vehicles and police cruisers on the scene. So we'll be continuing to monitor this out of Houston right now, where this multi-vehicle crash occurred this afternoon. About 5 cars were involved in this, we're learning. And preliminary reports say that it could be a possible DWI suspect who was driving the wrong way. And so that driver struck multiple vehicles, one of which was an unmarked unit driven by a Houston police officer. And that officer was transported to the hospital. And so right now, you can see that this is still a very active crash scene. Looks like to be right next to these train tracks there in the city of Houston. And so hopefully our Sky Fox chopper from Fox 26 can maybe zoom in a little more just to see the crash incident itself, but you could see just a mangled car kind of up against the median there. So at the moment, this is a very serious multi-car accident on this Friday afternoon in Houston. If you're just coming to us here on Live Now from Fox, we just got these live pictures, these aerial pictures from our affiliate on the ground in Houston, Fox 26 in Houston. You can see a fire truck and police cruisers on the scene as well. But to note, a Houston police officer who was in an unmarked car was struck by a possible driver going the wrong way. Preliminary reports suspect that that is a DWI suspect. But so that officer was transported to the hospital. We were also getting reports that at least one more person was transported to the hospital. I'm not entirely sure if those are the same reports of the same person. But because this did involve multiple cars, about 5 cars. So we're going to move on from this at the moment, but if we do get any possible press conferences on this or statement from the Houston Police Department on exactly what happened, we will bring that to you as well. But we were just monitoring this scene out of Houston on this Friday afternoon of a multi-car accident in which a possible DWI suspect drove the wrong way on this highway, striking an unmarked Houston police vehicle with an officer inside. That officer has been transported to the hospital. We'll hope to update you on if there are any more injuries to this at the moment. Well, thanks for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft, and this is Live Now from Fox. We bring you live events and pictures like that from all across the country and all across the world as they happen in real time. But for now, we do want to head back into Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He was speaking earlier today. He had a couple events, actually, speaking to veterans groups ahead of the 20th anniversary of 9/11 tomorrow. But he also took that opportunity to go after President Biden and his administration and the announcement yesterday about these vaccine mandates. So back out to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
And you know, the thing that people would say to me, they'd say thanks, and the money's obviously nice. But that was not the thing. What they said was, you know, the fact that you guys did this, the fact that this was obviously one of my initiatives, more important than just getting more money was just it's a strong signal that we appreciate what they're doing. And that's not true throughout most of this country right now, unfortunately. In fact, we've got a lot of uniformed personnel trying to move down here to be able to work in a state that you're going to be appreciated in. So it's important to do that. Obviously, I always reference 9/11 because to me that was kind of the most significant thing you'd be called upon to do as a first responder, and we saw so many brave people do that, and of course we lost a lot of brave people. It also, 9/11, as obviously people in this room know, set off a chain of events in terms of American military action in the Middle East, and that culminated in being in Afghanistan for a long time. Obviously, the Iraq campaign kind of grew out of 9/11, whether it should or not, it did. And so people like me served. I know some of you have served. What struck me about it, I think I appreciated it before, but certainly once I was in uniform and over was, you know, after Pearl Harbor was the most significant attack before 9/11. And we responded with Pearl Harbor by obviously getting involved in World War II, fighting World War II, fighting Nazi Germany, fighting Imperial Japan, But this was, everyone was involved in World War II. Everyone got drafted. People were doing something. The whole society mobilized to be able to fight and win that conflict. And that was obviously the right thing to do. After 9/11, we never had a military draft or anything. It was an all-volunteer force. And so you had deployments to Afghanistan, Iraq, and this was basically like 1 or 2% of our population that were even participating in the military throughout this whole time. And so what you had was, you had people that had burdens placed on them to deploy once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. And that's unlike anything we've ever seen in American history. So the post 9/11 generation is a smaller segment of our society, all volunteers, and they were called upon time and time again to do this. And I just remember being in Iraq, and there'd be people there who had been in either Iraq or Afghanistan for half the time since 9/11 up into 2007 even, just constantly deploying. That has a huge, obviously the more you're over there, the more at risk you are for being killed in action or to be seriously wounded. But beyond that, it takes a huge emotional toll on people. And we've had veterans come back, and we've obviously needed to work with a lot of them because understandably, it's just not something that human beings are supposed to do, to constantly be in that type of pressure over and over and over again. It's also something that was very taxing on a lot of people's family lives. It ain't easy when you're constantly having deployed to maintain marriages and all this other stuff. And we saw there was a lot of devastation in that regard that happened. And so people gave a lot. The people that wore the uniform gave a lot over these many years to help protect this country. And we need to make sure that we're honoring them and acknowledging their sacrifices. And so you guys are doing that here today. Obviously, we'll do that today as well as tomorrow when we have more 9/11 memorials. But this is a generation that was called upon to do some stuff a little bit different than some of the previous generations. Also, it's important to point out that when somebody deploys, we obviously focus on that. That person's obviously the tip of the spear. But these families who are home, they're serving too, because they're called upon to make a lot of sacrifices. It is not easy, particularly not knowing. I mean, I remember when we were over there, you had a lot of the Army units were getting extended. Some of them were there 15 months. And so you'd go, November of 2006, you'd miss Christmas, you miss Thanksgiving, Christmas, then the whole next year, all the birthdays, and Thanksgiving, Christmas again, and then finally, sometime in 2008, you're back. And so that's a big deal. It's tough for kids growing up. It's tough for spouses. It's tough for everybody. And we had a lot of families that went through that time and time again, who we really owe a debt of gratitude to as well. So, yeah. So tomorrow we'll, I'm going to be involved in an event, and I know some of you will be thinking about it, but it's, there's been a lot of folks who've stepped up over the last 20 years. Obviously, we lost a lot of folks 20 years ago. We've lost a lot of folks since then, and but I think you look back on 9/11, one of the worst days in American history, but it brought out a lot of good in this country, particularly the people who were responding immediately with selflessness and heroism, and then all the people that were inspired to stand up and serve our country in a variety of capacities. I probably wouldn't have ended up in the Navy had it not been for September 11th. And I know many of you who've served since then, were probably in the same boat. Also people that have gone in to some of the other ways to serve. So it was a time where, we got brushed back, very tragic situation, but America fought back. And, it'd be good if we could be united today like we were back then.